Oh boy. Well, hello everybody and welcome to a very special episode of the Citizen Science Podcast. It's our holiday edition. So I don't know about you, but I'm excited. I've been looking forward to this show. We have so much to talk about. We have an awesome new guest that's never been with us before. His name is Elie. So he's a member in my group and I think maybe Sam's, but anyway, he'll be here and we have some new information to talk about regarding possibly two suns. So we know it's out there, but I think we're seeing them. So this is the one and only twin solar system podcast about us having a binary solar system. So that's special as well. And what else? Well, you know what? I know Sam Hofman is here. So I've been anxious to talk to him for a minute. So let's go ahead and get him added and see how things are going in Montana. Hey there, Sam.
Hello, everybody out there.
Woo.
I
Yes.
noticed you have all your Christmas decorations up behind you there.
I know.
All
I know.
new.
This is, I'm all decked out. This is my entire Christmas decor in the whole house is right here.
And Merry Christmas
Yeah.
to everybody out there, and welcome to our Christmas edition of the show. And we
it'll
are
be
at
fun.
30. Let me get, because it changes lately. Let me see how warm it is. We are
Yeah.
at 34 degrees. There is no
Okay.
snow again. It snowed like a week ago, and then it only lasted for 2 days and then melted off. So we are brown Montana again, and maybe, just maybe, Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, we might get some snow. But then there's going to
Okay.
be a big warm up for the rest of the country as well. Unseasonably warm, going to roll
I
in.
saw that.
And Merry Christmas, everybody! Santa,
Yeah.
Santa, Santa,
Exciting.
Santa. Yeah, you know.
I was going to say, it's going to be 60 next Saturday.
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
next Saturday, it'll be 60. That's pretty
Unseasonably
warm. Right. That is strange, I think. But
Well, there's going to be a cold blast that's going to come in right after Christmas, and it's going to go all the way down to you there in Oklahoma, and it's going to freeze you guys
Yeah.
all up a little bit, and we might just get an edge trim of it again, but it's going to be on the eastern side of the Rockies, so we may not get the full brunt of it. But I did watch
I
the
see.
news and the weather this morning. Tried to
Okay.
do some homework. Anyway,
All right. Well, let's go ahead and bring somebody else in here and see how things are going for. How about we go with Jesus this time, because he's hardly ever here when the show actually starts. So let's bring him on first this time. Okay.
yeah.
All right. Cool. Hey, Jesus.
Hi guys, hi everybody.
Yes. How is Utah?
It is warm. It's so warm. I don't know what's
Yeah.
going on. We would
Wow.
expect some snow right about now, but it's been so warm. I had to go downstairs and turn the heater off today because I'm sweating. I'm sweating through this Christmas hat. It's a little warm.
Wow. Okay.
I heard some pretty cool night stuff last night happening, but as usual, night stuff is a little tricky to film, so I'm kind of working on it, see if I can maybe clear it up. But
There has been a lot of stuff.
something huge was behind the moon last night, and I just can't clear up the video enough to get a grip on what it is. But it made the moon look like a speck. It was really huge, whatever it was.
Planetary.
Quickly,
Oh
too.
wow. Yeah. That's one thing that blows my mind so much is how little the moon is. I mean, it's littler, okay, than a lot of the asteroids.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah, well,
a
I
tiny.
I think there was an asteroid right to the left of it too, which I've been
Yeah.
seeing a lot of people post the same thing. I think it was a big body behind there, and then right in front of it, I think there was a few asteroids that made the moon look like it was a speck as well. And I've said this before. The reason why we don't see it, I mean, look at our context. We look at our moon for context. You know, that's the only context we really have. So, yeah. But
We are so
I know.
tiny compared to everything that's outside, right next door. And that's what blows me away. After all of these years, here we've been watching all of these planets, and yet everybody's missing it. Not everybody, but a huge portion of the population is not
Yeah.
even on board with this, and we've got over a decade's worth of evidence that matches time after time after time, and placement is always the same with minor movements over months long periods of time. But it's so amazing that I go outside. I was in Walmart parking lot the other day, and I'm sitting there watching the asteroids underneath Uri, plain as day, and everybody's rushing to and fro around me with their little shopping carts and their conversations, and you can see Uri just as plain as your hand, and nobody's paying any attention to it. It's weird. It's like we live in a strange world now.
We live in bizarro world.
Right, we do. We live in bizarro world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I mean, they do a good job at keeping us busy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can't turn on the TV without being bombarded by some crazy shit.
Seemingly, we've avoided the government shutdown, which is a good thing.
Yeah, but there's always something going on that kind of keeps you down here on Earth instead of up there where the real action is happening. But
yeah.
That's why we do the show.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we open some eyes. Hello, Ricolette. That's Ricolette. Everybody.
Yeah, let's go ahead and I was gonna say, let's go ahead and get Christopher and Gillian on here, and then we'll check out the comments because I've not even done that yet. Okay, all right.
Not a lot of people in the comment section today, but that's good.
Oh, okay. Well, I just sent out the alert. I just sent out messages to all the Facebook groups saying we're live. Okay.
We going.
So let's go ahead and get Christopher on here and see what things are happening in Vegas. I'm curious. All right.
Hey, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Chris. How are you?
Merry Christmas.
I'm great. It's the same as Jesus. It's warm here. I think Jackie just told me it's like 55 degrees. So, 65?
Yeah.
65.
65.
So, it's great. Yeah. Sunny and it's been weird. Like, the planets show up and I walked outside. I'm walking to the grocery store and, there's all sorts of things happening all around me. And I came out and it was all gone. Just blue skies again. It was weird. Like, I totally expected to take a few pictures on my way home, but
right.
So it's like it's been doing that. It comes in, it comes out, it comes in. So it's been pretty interesting.
So even more reason why right now I don't understand how people ain't noticing, because you'll have blue skies, completely blue, and then some crazy shit happens.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden it goes clear again. And
right. And it's totally not normal.
No, I'm
what shows up.
Notice that crazy shit. It just came and went in 20 minutes maybe, and everybody just doesn't bat an eye. It drives me nuts.
I know.
It drives me insane.
I know.
And then you want to run and tap them on the shoulder and say, "Hey, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! You know what that is? That's a planet."
I know.
That's just a cloud. That's a cloud.
Somebody said last week that we just take pictures of round clouds. I'm like,
okay. I mean, they're kind of right in a way. I mean, it is
round clouds that block the
planet
sun
behind it.
And completely block out our sun, and clip off our sun.
I know that one. Yeah.
I was gonna say we've heard it before. We've all heard it before.
Square clouds too,
over again.
Yeah, that's normal. It's a cloud still. It's square, whatever. It's still a cloud.
Square, triangle.
And if we hadn't seen them when they were really small coming in years and years ago, and they were just this intermittent blob on the left-hand side of the screen all the way back to 2008, 9, and 10. And then they got bigger and bigger, and then we watched all of this stuff come from teeny to sky filling. And they've always matched. And, we wouldn't be standing here telling people what we do every week without absolute proof. Because, all of us would have questioned ourselves, we're nuts. We can't do this. We can't go public with this because we're full of beans. But no, this is quite real. Holy cow.
I tell people, if you're not actively watching the sky, I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you tell me that I'm wrong. Okay, if you just take what you think you know from a YouTube video, but you're not actually watching the skies yourself, I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you say that I'm wrong, because I do watch the skies constantly. I record them. I time lapse it. Everybody here knows we all do the same thing. If you're not watching the skies, don't argue with me. Okay, now once you become a sky watcher, maybe get back to me and we can talk. But just
Yeah.
I saw a 5-minute video on YouTube about Nibiru, and it's red.
Yeah.
No,
That's what I tell people. Like, well, on TikTok, somebody will just come out of nowhere, and it'd be like, they just want to like tell me exactly everything that I don't know, right? Anyway, but what I'm saying is they'll just come into the conversation without knowing anything I'm talking about.
Right.
And not even asking, like, what are you talking about? Or, they're just wanting to come in and say, no, it's not possible. It's not happening. No,
they're the expert. You aren't. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
But everybody,
Anyway, we all know.
As I again, if you want to take what you think you know from TV or YouTube or anything, I'm not saying that's not a good source of information, because we have a lot of good information on YouTube that we put out on sister sites and sites that have sprouted from Nibiru and Montana Skywatchers. If you're not, there's a lot of information out there, but if you're taking what you think you know from Zachariah Stitchin and all that old hat stuff, if you're not making your own observations, I dare you. I'll dare you right now. Watch the skies, and you'll eventually notice the patterns because they repeat themselves over and over again. So if you're watching, forget NASA, forget TV, forget TikTok, just get out there and watch the skies yourself. And I dare you, to do that, and then come back to me and tell me. You'll notice the patterns. Anybody with half a brain will notice the patterns if you're watching long enough. If you're recording, if you're watching what you're recording, and paying attention, you'll see it. You can't miss it.
Gillian.
And you have to think big. Think big, because if your context is the moon, as we're talking about, it's a speck in the grand scheme of it all.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see how things are going with Jillian, and she's in Scotland, everybody. So we're all around the world here in just a second. Okay.
Awesome.
Hey, Jillian, how are you?
Caught out eating one of my Christmas decorations.
Oh
Christmas,
boy, you look so
Jillian.
festive. You look
Christmas.
so nice.
Yeah. This is my Christmas decorations.
Oh yes. Yeah.
I love the Christmas hat.
Yes.
I looked for a red one and I landed on the blue one because everything was so ransacked. But I kind of like the blue sparkly.
I like it.
I
Yeah, that's the blue sparkly one. That's cool.
I wore it for work yesterday, and I got such great reactions. And I usually make on my daily, I make about 20% tips. I think I made like 50% tips of my daily income that day. So I think
I have to wear it all year.
People responded.
And go ho 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 and prepare Santa.
Yeah. So I think it was a big hit. I'm gonna stick with it for the time being.
See if it works for about a week,
I do have an elf hat too. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
later.
An elf one.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
No, I got
That's-
Yeah, I just got like a bunch of little shiny things.
How fun. Well, I got a snowman.
Streamer up there.
Us
Okay.
girls go for these things, don't we?
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Dollar Tree.
Well,
All
it's
right.
nice to see that everybody
Dollar
is.
Tree,
in
that's
the
where I
Christmas
went.
spirit.
It was like $1 for this.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm getting there slowly.
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't quite feel like Christmas. I have to keep reminding myself, wait, it's next week.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right?
No, I'm
keep-
typically
I-
a Grinch. I'm typically a Grinch, but this Christmas, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling different. I'm kind of feeling it.
Yeah.
Black Friday was a dud, but
Yeah.
yesterday the
That's an
stores
understatement.
were insane. It was insanity.
Yep.
It took me 20 minutes in line just to get a couple of things. It was great.
Yeah. Yeah, people are acting crazy. They're in their parking lots. People are not paying attention. They're mad at each other, honking their horns. It's just wild here.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Right.
All right.
I can't say it's been wild here, but
You know,
it
well,
does
we
get
got
that way.
there's just so many people here in Vegas now. It's so
Yes.
congested. It's not the same place I grew up. That's for sure.
But it's also growing. You guys are growing a lot, just like here in Salt Lake. You guys,
Yeah.
Even when I was there, it was there was so much growth. I mean, Summerlin.
Oh yeah.
Summerlin was just blowing up. Henderson.
Yep.
I mean, the apartment buildings were going up like crazy in Henderson. Yeah, it's growing, man. It's growing.
Yeah, I live in an older part of
California
town,
is
so
making-
there's just no room for growth at all. So it's just
no. Well,
just-
California is like Albuquerque. It's not really. It'll get denser, but it's not really going to stretch out a whole lot
Right.
more. You know.
Go up, not out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, how about we look at the comments and see who all is here? Because
Roll
I haven't
call.
had a chance to look at it really yet. So, okay, let's go ahead and see. Oh boy, looky here, everybody. It's Doobaloo.
Hey.
I mean it. I knew it. I think she was first like 1 or 2 weeks ago. I don't remember. Anyway, but hi, Doobaloo.
How you
You know what I
doing
say?
today?
Where
Merry
I am,
Christmas.
Doobaloo is there. Like I go live, on TikTok often as I can, and Doobaloo is usually always there. Just so everybody knows. I mean,
I
she's
run
like
into Doobaloo on
devoted.
TikTok, and she's active everywhere.
Yeah,
Active
she is
everywhere.
everywhere. Cool.
Doobaloo and what is it? Potty. What's his name? Can't remember the name, but it's Potty. The last name.
Oh, Donald Poteet.
Not all.
maybe, or-
Yes. Yes. Am I
Donald.
seeing that right?
Okay.
I run into him a lot. He's been posting some pretty cool stuff on TikTok.
Yeah. He's really clever at what he's catching. I mean, I think he can see.
I think he's trying to learn really what he's looking at. There was a few videos where he was asking me how what exactly do I see, and I was kind of trying to helping him out. I think he's seeing it, but he's still not quite understanding what he's seeing, and I think a lot of it has to do with depth perception and that. But those are skills that you kind of pick up as you go. So
Well, and he also made a comment saying, he was trying to debunk all this, and he's done like a whole 360, and he realizes that there's just no way that's possible. And he made sure to say that on one of Rebecca's videos.
that's good.
So that was
Because
pretty
a lot
cool.
of us,
I
we
appreciate when people do that. So
yeah, me too. Because we didn't just one day wake up and say, I'm seeing planets in the sky. It didn't work that way. We all have. We were all skeptical too. I didn't just swallow this stuff like it was okay. Yeah, I believe this. No, it took us years for it to set in to actually say, holy shit, this is real. Like this is really happening. I mean, Rebecca, Gillian, you all know we were all together at the very beginning. I think we all joined pretty much at the same time.
Within that week, we all did.
Yeah. So it took us some time. We didn't just wake up one day and with this on our mind. It took some time of also trying to prove it to ourselves and disprove it. Like there's a part of us that still wants us to believe it's not really happening.
Yeah, I still do it.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's see who is next in line as far as arrivals. Okay, experimental is here, everybody.
Experimental.
Show
Yay.
93. Yeah, right. We need to add or mention that as well. That's an accomplishment. 93. I think that puts 100 show like, I don't know, February sometime.
Right.
So we're going to have a big, party for that.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Okay, let's keep scrolling. And it's Nicole, everybody. She is in
Hi,
Nicole too. Hi,
Hi,
Nicole.
She posted some
See,
really
that was this
cool,
morning. Okay.
really cool purple pink stuff the other day that I was
Yeah.
like, oh, that is so cool.
Oh yeah, I'm in a group. It's called Colorful Colorado something. Anyway, I meant to message Nicole and ask her if she saw these things because it was. I'll send them to you, Nicole. But it was crazy. I think it was like Boulder, Colorado that saw it. It was, oh boy. Anyway, so yeah, they get some amazing skies there.
Yeah.
So she's fortunate. And well, I see that now. Thank you, Nicole. That's nice. Let me give you a little thank you.
Cool.
A token of my appreciation. Let's see which one. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll just
she
pick one here.
posted that early. Like,
Oh, goody!
in
Look
the
at her.
morning.
Oh gosh, thank you, Nicole.
That's about right.
I love the 2222. That's 1111 twice. Okay,
There's one chunky.
so I know.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
okay.
Roosevelt looks like
I
now.
was gonna say, is that your roasted chicken cat?
I know. She is that big. I need to take her picture so y'all can see. She's a big.
I would love to
she's a
see
big
her.
kitty.
I got a feeling she's a little
A big
chunky.
calico. Like
Okay.
it's like the pale. It's like not black and orange, but like peach and gray and white. That kind of calico. So I'll get her picture. Yep. And Esther is here. Hi, Esther.
Hi, Esther.
Good to see you. Happy you're
A lot of your
here.
stuff this week.
Cool. And Dennis is in the house. Hi,
Hey, Dennis.
Hey, Dennis.
Always good to see you. He's also been hanging out with me on TikTok as well.
Cool.
So one of the days I went live, it was like a small crew from the show was over on TikTok. I mean, there was like a bunch of them of us there. So it was fun. So, but I'm happy to see you, Dennis. Okay, Carolyn,
Hey.
Our good friend Carolyn, our cheerleader, our secretary, all of the above, right? So
Hi, Carol.
let's
Mama bear.
see.
Oh,
That's nice. Yeah, it's good to see you, Carolyn. Maybe she can make it on the show later. She said she might.
Cool.
No pressure, I mean, but it's always nice to have her with, No, anyway, but I'm happy to see you, Carolyn.
Merry Christmas, Caroline.
Merry Christmas, Carolyn.
And there's Christopher. Happy holidays to you too. Okay, Holly Grace is here. Nice. I love that name. That I don't know, just sets right with me. So good to see you, Holly Grace. And Maria is here, everybody. Hi, Maria.
Hi, Maria.
She's in Alaska. Well,
She was not feeling well. I hope you're feeling better. I know it's
last time I talked to her, she was on the East Coast.
I was going to say, is it like Tennessee,
Tennessee,
or?
Tennessee.
I think so. She's
driving down the roads, complaining about how poor the roads in Tennessee are. And last time I was like yesterday or the day before. I had a rough day yesterday, so I have no memory.
Right.
Oh man.
Oh no.
I will say the further you go down the southeast, the roads are pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do get hot down there and humid. I don't know how people live down there. Frankly, I just don't know how you could do it.
Yeah, like right out of high school, I took the drive from New Mexico to North Carolina because I moved out there.
Okay.
Biggest mistake I ever did because my dry heat. I'm used to dry heat. When I got there, I'm like, "What the hell is this?" I felt like I was on a. I felt like
you can't breathe. It's like unless you're not living there, it's not fun.
You can't breathe. It's like a thick atmosphere. As soon as you open the door in the morning, it just slaps you in the face. I hated it. I hated it. I did 8 months and saved some money and came right back to New Mexico. I did not care for it.
Yeah, I can't see sitting there sweating, and just dripping on yourself all day long. And to people that live down there, it's completely normal. And like I would go, Well,
sometimes I get people from that area, and they're like, "How do you do it with this dry heat?" They tell me, "I'm so dry." As soon as I get off the plane, it's like a gecko in the desert where it just sheds its skin.
A gecko in the desert.
Out here. I'm like, how do you do it out in the humidity? I can't do it. Like, I just can't do it. I think it's easier to get used to from humidity to dry heat than vice versa. I was not able to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's move on and see. Next is Brendan. Everything okay?
Hey, Brendan.
Oh,
Okay.
did you see Robin?
Okay.
Did you see Robin and Rodney? And there's like a whole bunch of them here.
But I'm saying hi to Brendan
Wow.
first. Hi, Brendan in Ireland. How are you? Glad you're here. It's good to see you.
I wonder if
And
we all see different people on our feeds.
I don't know. I'm just going down the list on my end, and now it's Robin. Hi, Robin. It's always good to have you here as well, and she's always here. I mean, y'all notice that she's one of those that's like, gets a gold star. So,
Merry
hi, Robin.
Christmas.
Yes.
Merry Christmas.
Rodney is here. Hey, gang. He says, hi, Rodney. It's been a minute since I've seen Rodney on here. So he made it for the holiday show. Cool.
Yay.
All right. And Audrey is here.
Hey.
And she's in South Africa. It's cool, overcast, heat wave, hopefully over. Oh, yeah. Right.
Definitely.
Right. Hopefully. Right. For your sake. I don't do really hot. So.
Right. I was asking Audrey the other day, how does Santa land his sleigh in South Africa? I'm curious because it's different there.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know what he is. But, Michelle is here. Hi, Michelle in Indiana.
Uh-huh.
So she's going to be with us a little later in the show, everybody. It's been a little bit since we've had her. So
That's right.
yeah, and we're going to have her today and next Saturday too for our New Year's show. So I'm saying it's New Year's show. I haven't got anything planned yet, but who knows? We have a week. So, but I'm glad you're here, Michelle, and I'm looking forward to seeing you shortly. So cool. Freezy Peach is here. Hi, Freezy. Hey, good to see you too, for sure. I don't like any of this music. I'm going to try to find something that's. I was saying before the show, I told Sam, I said, I don't like Christmas music.
Hey,
it's sleepy. All of it's
it is
just.
kind of.
It is.
It's like I'm
Delete
like
it.
that.
I'm done with it.
What ruined it for me was I worked at a McDonald's for 3 years.
Oh.
And then they would start right around November. They would start, and it was 24/7. 24/7 just on
Yeah.
replay,
Oh,
and
no.
it drove me nuts. Like,
That's not
actually,
nice.
there was one of my other coworkers that actually walked out one day because he said,
that's like comparable to psychological warfare.
Yeah. It is psychological torture. It's psychological warfare on this. And I'm like, yeah. Ever since I just can't stand it. I'm like, please don't torture me again. And it takes
years ago in stores, they would run the same soundtrack.
Yeah.
And so you would literally memorize after 6 months or 3 months of hearing that same soundtrack.
Yeah.
You'd know what the next song was coming, and then you'd really want to pull your own ears off.
Yeah.
And I worked at Spencer's years ago.
Okay.
In the mall, and
I could totally see you working at a Spencer's. Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can too.
I had fun.
I can too.
I got hired for Christmas help, and that was, of course, back in the 80s.
When it was a real cool store back then.
Yeah, and they still had some adult material that you'd have to chase all the kids away from constantly.
Oh yeah.
Ladies, you're not allowed to play with those objects.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Glasses and all that. When you pour a liquid in it, the ladies lose their bikinis and all of that.
Yeah. All that good stuff. Hey,
years and years ago, they don't hardly sell.
Jackie's here. Hey, Jackie.
Hey.
It's good to see
She's
you.
also been posting some cool stuff as well.
I know. I know she has. I've been in the process of trying to get videos from her. She's tried to email them to me, and I never got them.
Well, yeah, I saw that.
And
I don't know what's going on with that. She sent me an email today or yesterday, and it didn't come through my email either. So we'll have to look and see what's going on.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
I've been having a hard time with the internet, guys. Have you guys? Even my Wi-Fi sucks. It's been so bad. My Wi-Fi, and I don't know.
Hey, Jackie.
Well, it could be planetary affecting, our actual Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of evidence of weird stuff going on.
There was a lot in the night sky. A lot of asteroids have been coming in. Some big burners and some multi-burners. Where I saw one video, and I did send you a copy of that, Rebecca,
And of course,
Okay.
there were a lot of people that said it was fake and everything else. And, everybody else is going to, immediately we're going to have 5 people that are naysayers. But some of what was coming in was just unbelievable, large amounts of multiple asteroid objects coming in all at once. And then of course, all the UAPs and orbs and sightings and planetary asteroid sized movements and all. It's been
There's
a
some
hell of a
videos
week.
that came in last night from Salt Lake. I don't know if it happened during the time that whatever was happening behind the moon. So this is why I'm saying that a lot of it could be distraction, or it could be look over here so you miss the show over there. Because there was some videos that I saw on TikTok today from last night, from the time that I was watching the moon, whatever crazy shit was happening with the moon. Somebody else was recording supposedly three drones or whatever you want to call it. But I didn't see the drones. Because I wasn't paying attention to the drones. I was paying attention to the moon because that's where the real show was happening. But I really feel that it's what do they call it? The play of the hand. Look over here,
Sure.
and so you can miss the show over here, because that's exactly what happened last night. I
sent you my moon video from last Saturday, Rebecca, where you sent me the link for now.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I couldn't believe it either. When I came home, Jesus, and I looked at the moon, I was trying to explain to Rebecca earlier, because I was really excited as well, looking at it thinking, there's no way I'm seeing this. It's just like,
what I thought.
And I could see 2 little moving lights. And at first I thought, okay, it's the stars and the clouds are moving fast. I looked again and again, and you could see the nacelles of something going one way, like right, and the other one was going straight up towards the moon stuff.
Yeah, I
but
remember that.
in front of the moon, parked right off there, was a great big massive cube. I'm allowed to say that at Christmas time.
You posted, Gillian, one of them where there was like a little. I don't know if it was you or who it was, but there was like a little dark cloud, which is probably like an asteroid, I'm guessing. Like at 6, like 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, kind of. I saw the same thing, but it was more on the opposite side. Like I was seeing it more 7 o'clock, but it was.
But Alexander was also seeing it, and he sent me a private video of, like, he said, "Oh, just so that you know, I was seeing this stuff too." So everybody's seeing.
What's his name? Alexander posted something too from that.
Yeah, Alexander. That's why he sent me stuff.
So that's what I mean. Like, we can't all be just watching crazy shit. We're all seeing the same thing,
And we're watching it from different places on the planet as well. So we're getting a different actual view of it.
This week we got in a lot of shots from around the world where people were capturing the cubes. And the cubes were actually way forward and way larger than they have been. And I think that has to do with the planetary movement overall, be the fact that they're going over the top of us now, including the fact that I saw Uri way far in the northwest sky instead of just due north yesterday. So it's all moving, and they're moving at a little bit odd angle compared to even a month ago. And the angle is them going to the right is transitioning, and it's noticeable, and which includes those extra captures now where we're seeing that secondary star. We are seeing the second star, our real star.
Our real one. And you just know it's ours.
Well, we've had 13 major sightings in the last month, and I'm pretty sure we're ready to say that, yes, we are now seeing the secondary, smaller yellow soul behind the larger, bigger standard red, which I believe is coming towards us.
Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah. I know.
It's not 93 million miles. It might be 90 million miles away from us because it's getting bigger. And that's my concern, that we're going to, where's it going to leave? How close is it going to go by Earth? Are we going to have an incremental close fry off, or are we just going to have a normal, just this is passing thing, and then the planets are going to do their thing? But we also have to remember, everybody, this is cyclic. It happens every 3,654 years. We didn't break apart last time, or the time before, or the time before, or the time before.
It's not an extinction level event, is what I don't think this is the extinction, or else we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, right? But every cycle there are far less of us.
It will be minimized, it definitely will be minimized.
Didn't you say,
but I do you,
Sam?
you know, with the state of the world right now, Sam, it makes me feel that things are developing rather quickly because the world seems to be going freaking bananas. I mean,
Bizarro. Yeah. Well,
Bizarre world. Bizarre world. I
it's
just
so
say
crazy
that
that
word every day.
I refuse to believe that it's happening, that it's not happening purposely, because we can have such a degrading society so quickly and so dramatically just by accident. It seems like somebody in the know doesn't care because they know something's going to happen. That's kind of the vibe
I think
get.
planets are affecting our brains. I think they're affecting our temperament. I think they're affecting our moods.
Absolutely.
I know that we had that weird freak storm 2 weeks ago, and I got totally sick and didn't do well. And then
I've been very irritable lately, Sam. I'm not usually an angry person. I'm not at all. But I'll be happy, I'll be a really happy myself, and then all of a sudden I'll have road rage, and it's not like
normal.
me.
I was talking to a guy named Jason at the town pump today, and big shout out to Jason. Hope he said he was going to try and watch our show today, but he did have a holiday gathering to attend. But so anyway, we'll give him the shout out. But he was sitting there going, "Yeah, I haven't been able to do numbers at all today," and it was like, well, I was putting my pin in when I went to the store to get milk and pizzas for the girls. My pin didn't even come out of my head right. I was like looking at the keypad going, what's my pin? What's my pin? And I've had the same pin number for 20 years. So, and
didn't we just say that, Rebecca? Didn't we just say that about pins and passwords?
Oh, yeah. I can't remember more than 10 seconds what my password is.
To figure out what my PIN number was.
Oh,
and
gosh.
PIN number for 20 years.
I'll remember that.
I remember what I had for lunch in high school, but I can't remember. I can't remember.
Audrey keeps eating all my Christmas teddies. Sorry.
Let's have that. Look at our comments and see who's next in here.
There you go.
It's Tracy Moses,
Hi, Tracy.
my friend in Oklahoma. She's a fellow Okie girl, so we're not that far away as far as mileage goes, 45 minutes away from each other. So not far. But hi, Tracy. We go back years and years, so I'm happy you're here. Good to see you. Okay, let's keep. Oh, hey, it's Alexander. He's in Germany.
Hey, Alexander.
So far away.
Alex.
Yeah, well, and we have a video from Alexander today, so I'm looking forward to that. And also, I just want everybody to know that he recently created his very own YouTube channel. It's called Alexander Waltz. So you should subscribe to his YouTube channel. That way you can follow. I saw he has so many things posted this week. He's been busy. So, but that's awesome. So go follow his new channel, everybody.
Subscribe, and hit that notification
That's
bell.
right. Click the bell, all that good stuff. Okay, let's see. Keep going. Hang on.
I know how much he loves this stuff. I think that's the key to learning, as well as anybody can, is to love doing this. And I see Alexander progress rather quickly because he's really passionate about it, genuinely passionate about it. And I think that's one of the key factors in learning this stuff is you're passionate about it, you will pick it up eventually,
See, Boogie is here. Is that right? Am I saying that right? Bougie?
Boogie?
It's C Bougie.
I know.
C Bougie?
Or Boogie.
Boogie.
It's Bougie, right?
I know.
Bougie.
Okay.
C Boogie. I would say C Boogie.
Well, they are here. It's good.
Is that a new name? I haven't seen that.
New name, too. Yes, it is a new name.
I just got done sharing it on
Who
30
are you?
groups. So
how'd you find
we
us?
might get some new names popping up there.
Okay.
How did you find us? Yeah, it looks like we've got a couple of new names tonight.
We're happy to see you. Okay. And Susie from Slovenia is here. So, hi, Susie. It's good to see you. She's a nice lady. I don't know her personally, but I know she's nice just by her pictures. So, yeah, I mean it. She's got a cute little dog. So, anyway, it's good to see you, Susie. And Oh yes, Esri Colette. It would not be a
Hi,
complete
Rusty.
show without Esri Colette
Wouldn't be
here.
a party without Rico.
No, right.
The other
So
Sam.
he is a Sam. That's right. Well, it's a good deal, and he's on time. I think he's on time mostly.
Mhm.
Yeah. So good. All right. Esri Colette. Good to see you.
To see
Let's keep going. Malcolm is here. Hi, Malcolm. It's nice
Well,
to have you
Malcolm.
too. Yeah. He's in Fort Lauderdale, and it's chilly there. Wow, that's different.
I just have
Man.
to step away for a moment.
Okay,
Be right
girl.
back.
Fort Lauderdale.
Isn't that Florida? That's Florida.
Yeah,
right?
I was wondering what is chilly, Malcolm? Is it like
Yeah, well, that's what I was
70
going to say. Florida? Or
What is? Yeah. Oh man, I hear you though. It's 44 where I am, and that is chilly. It's sunny though, so we got that going for me. But clear skies, not a cloud in sight. So, all right, let's keep going. And Audrey says it's her birthday next Saturday.
Oh,
Is it next
nice.
Friday? Okay. Well, good. Happy birthday.
Happy
Early.
birthday. Happy,
So, yeah, we won't see you till
future
after your
birthday.
birthday. Sweet. It's a December baby. Let's see. Mine's in April. So, all right. Let's keep going and see. Oh, good. Egg is here. Where are you, Egg, in the world today? Are you in New York? No, I'm just kidding. She's driving around the country. Well, that's nice. Just going on a country drive. That's nice. Last minute crazy Christmas. Well, you're brave in New York to get out the Saturday before Christmas. Yeah.
Oh, I
Cool.
can't even
Wow.
imagine.
Okay. Hi. Good to have you.
I thought
and Girl
Walmart
Scout
in
is
Missoula
here.
was bad.
I honestly, I have not done anything that's made me go crazy this year. It's actually nice. I'm kind of like not doing anything on Christmas. Hopefully the sky cooperates. The weather looks like it's going to be partly cloudy and 50s, and there's an opportunity I feel to go live outside. So that's what I want. So
That's my kind of party.
that's my kind of part. Really, that's what I want to do. My neighbor upstairs wants me to make him lunch, so I will probably make him something for lunch.
Oh, I'm off at this Christmas. I'm off on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day this year. So
Yeah. Well, me too. But Girl Scout is here, everybody. Hi, Girl Scout.
I think I remember that
seen
one
you.
from last week.
I do too. Yeah, I know I have, but it's been a little bit. So it's good to see you
Glad
again.
to add you to our list.
Slim is here. What do you know? Slim is here. Hi, Slim.
Hey, Slim.
Yeah, good to have you again as well. I've seen several names that I haven't seen in a while. Like they're all, it's like a big reunion, Christmas
Are you
reunion.
guys hearing that chirp, or is it just me?
Sure.
I
I
haven't
think it's coming
noticed
from
it.
Rebecca's microphone, but there's a sharp chirp at the end of some sentences. Anyway, it could be just me.
Okay, I'll be paying attention. Wendy is here. Do you hear it, Wendy? No. Hi, Wendy. Good to have you.
Probably just me.
Oh,
no. Oh, Wendy. She's not feeling good. She's been sick and lost her job.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Gosh, darn it.
Put an onion
Not
in
been
the room.
posting much.
Slice an onion in half and then set it on the table next.
That makes
to
me sad.
Reach
Yeah,
in
cutting
there.
an onion there and actually putting honey, slice up an onion and pour honey on it and let it create a syrup and use that as cough syrup. And it will it's a game changer. I'm not kidding you. I'm not making that up. It's like an old remedy and it really works. Onion syrup. Yeah. Honey and onion. So anyway,
also got
sorry
that
all
new
that
device
happened.
that
Wendy.
Gosh.
Hopefully the rest of your year gets better. But you never know. When one door closes, one opens up. So maybe, I know right now it's hard to see it that way, but you never know. Maybe it's the end of something and the beginning of something else. So
Right. Yeah.
I had bronchitis as a child, and every time I'd go out and play hockey in the cold Minnesota, air and freeze my lungs, I'd go home for the next week and end up with bronchitis for a week, and that's no fun. It's no fun. So when you go outside, don't breathe cold air. Put a scarf over your mouth, and that'll help.
Well, oh, let's see.
Yeah, the
Where
East
was
Coast
I?
really snowed in, and they got really cold. While we over here in the West this year are sitting here basking in the warm 36 degrees, looking at the brown grass. And that's my big Christmas wish this year, is that we have snow for Christmas. And we had a day, a couple of days, like a week ago, where it was a dusting on the ground, and it melted off. And earlier in November, we had a dusting on the ground. Actually, we had about 2 inches, and then it melted off again.
We had a good little snow too in November, and I was like, well, maybe we will have a good season this year, but then nothing afterwards.
Brown Christmas without you.
Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you, I really depend on that snow, because this time of the year is supposed to be my busy time at work. And this lack of snow is just killing me. I gotta say, it is killing me. It really, really.
Let it snow. Let it snow.
Okay, let's keep. Oh, okay. Next is Joyce. Hi, Joyce.
Hi, Joyce.
Very good to have you too. Always is. She's another one that's here consistently. You know, Joyce is just one of those names. I'm like, of course, Joyce is here. Yes. Okay. Lori is here. Hi, Lori. Does anyone see the activity in Fuji?
Yeah,
I have not.
The volcanoes have been crazy this week as well.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
There's been relief effort coming up from New Zealand, and they had there was a very large earthquake and several aftershocks that were quite large as well. And they're about to blow. There's a lot of volcanoes all over the planet doing some really magnificent, surprisingly strong outflow. Even Iceland, I haven't checked Iceland all week, but even the flow from Iceland was prominently more than normal. There's a lot of stuff going on the planet. And again, there's a lot of asteroids coming in. There's a lot of asteroids crossing in front. Now, last week, we did see that the lead asteroid is self-illuminating and attaching to the show is the base of Saturn's yellow moon. And of course, last week we saw the punch clouds from Saturn's yellow moon. And then again, I'll reiterate, there a lot of people sent in a lot of sightings, and it looked really weird, and they couldn't figure out what they were looking at. And a good portion of what's going on in front of Saturn's yellow moon currently is the lead asteroid is doing its weird thing because it's hooking. Now it's rounding back around its normal attached orbit to Uri. And the long box cube has been wholly engulfed in that group of facial clouds. Now, when I looked outside today, the first thing I saw was the big old ion tail coming off Saturn's yellow moon all the way, on the right-hand side of the sun. And that was the most notable thing I saw first. And I did this week when I was in Walmart parking a lot, about 2 or 3 days ago, I did see Nibiru. It was midday, just before noon, and the sun was way in the south. And I even noticed the sun angle did change, which is where we're at right now for winter solstice. And I noticed the angle of the sun even changed even more. But you can actually still see Nibiru quite heartily midday, literally. Let me see, Earth to brain, due west. If the sun is in the south midday when it shouldn't be, it should be slightly overhead, but it's not anymore because our sun's in a weird place. There's that second star and all of that's going on. But yeah, at midday, you should be able to see Nibiru in the west to northwest sky. Very, very dark, very blue, very big. So be sure to have an eye out for that.
Yeah. I saw Nibiru the other night. I have not been seeing it much lately, but I did the other night, so it was nice for a change. Okay, let's see who is here next. Keep scrolling. Hang on, where would we leave off? Oh, it's Robert Jenkins in New York. Hi, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
What about the super soldier? What does that mean? I don't know.
Well, the government has a whole bunch of high-tech robots that have been around for quite a while, actually. And I'm amazed that they didn't get more traction on the knowledge of it, because if those things were running around our society today, I don't think people would really like it. They've got some unbelievable, they've got tanks now that they don't, they're electric and they don't have to have people in them. And they're remote control, actual physical large, Abrams sized tanks and big
That's
things.
crazy.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
if they can handle it,
the
but-
drone warfare is made a huge statement in the Ukrainian-Russian war, or excuse me, special military action, which of course I am joking. What Russia calls it versus what the rest of the world calls it. But yeah, the drone warfare has completely changed the whole spectrum in war. And this is why Russia is losing their vehicles or armored vehicles like armed personnel carriers and tanks and the such in dire numbers, all because of the drone warfare. So, and then of course, we can talk about all the crazy people seeing the UAPs. I notice I said crazy people because everybody still believes that this is crazy. Like, anybody that believes that sort of stuff is crazy. No, that's not. We've had a couple of weeks now where everybody's talking about it, and I was going yes, because then people will start looking up. That's important. I think it's important that people notice there's a lot of crap going on up there. And I'm due for a Coca-Cola. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. Yep. They're everywhere. I mean, really, when you start to see them in pictures and you see all those Star Destroyers, not just the cubes, but like, the little Star Destroyers, they're everywhere. I mean, you're just like, you can't count them. There's too many. So then what? Then what do we do? Okay. Let's see who's here. Here is Elie. Elie I want to say it wrong. Is it Shupak or Shupak? Shupak, maybe. Anyway, Elie is going to be joining us here in just a little bit. So he's going to be our one of our guests for today. So, and I'm excited. I talked to him like over 3 hours the other day. We talked on the phone, and like he's super interesting, and he's interested in talking about how the binary system connects with our spiritual growth, and the spiritual side of everything, and how it is all connected. So it's going to be a good conversation, right? And he's very knowledgeable too.
It's never separate. I was talking to I believe it was Gordon Marshall the other day, and people ask me questions. Well, is this happening? Is this happening? And I go, yeah, it's always happening, because there is no separation. It is always connected. We have always been connected to the binary twin, and it just blows my mind that there wasn't more record of it left behind after the last passing, although there's been a lot of information over that 3,600 year period of time that's been destroyed by certain factions and hidden by others. And and then of course multiple governments around the world scrambling, trying to get their hands on all of these star rings that they're finding all over the place, and alien technology during the Gulf War and all of that, and snatching and this and destruction of it. And there's a lot of stuff going on in the background scenes that we're not being told about. And I hate to go there with that, but that's what's happening.
Most of what's really happening isn't being spoken about. We, they have us busy with politics and all that crazy shit. These things, these drones in the sky that they refuse to call UFOs or UAPs or whatever. I think out of like 10 of them, maybe one of them is legit.
Yeah, few I saw were helicopters.
And even then, I think a lot of it's distraction, a play of the hand, as I said earlier. Look over here while the real show is going on over there. Again, last night, a bunch of videos coming in from Salt Lake City saying they saw drones, but when they really should have been looking at was at the moon.
And then last week or the week before, we had the event going all the way back to Halloween. We've had the Skull Asteroid doing its cameo role here, bigger than we've seen it in many, many years. I did like Rebecca put out a video this week on the Skull Asteroid, and I think you did a really good job of it. It was short, and it was sweet, and it was well done, and you put it together, and you should play that for these folks, because perhaps that's what you saw behind the moon the other night as well. Again, Jesus, is that the Skull Asteroid has gone behind the moon,
Wow.
and we sighted
Make
it.
sure I got it sent
That
over.
was a school asteroid. I think I might need to go change my pants because that thing was huge, Sam.
Yeah,
It was
and
big.
Oh
well,
no.
we had a video. I don't know where that is now. I'd have to search my page or Montana Skywatcher, but we had a video 2 weeks ago where it was absolutely undeniable, and it was way huge, massive compared to our tiny little moon, which blows me away. That Skull asteroid must be immensely large. Oh, by the way, they teased us again. This is another one of those distraction teases you were just mentioning. There is an asteroid. It is about it's about the size of a 10-story building, is what it was described on MSN. And it will be traveling on Christmas Eve, very close to Earth. But then, for you folks it's like 7.2 million kilometers away. It's like if there's an asteroid that's 4 million.
They wouldn't have a reason to tell us if it was 7 million miles away. It's just it's them
think it's
telling us,
funny.
okay, but don't freak out.
Right.
It's a way of saying it without panicking people. But you have to always believe, guys, if NASA's talking, half of it's going to be true. There's going to be some truth to what they say, right? But they're going to give you a really, really watered down version of what is happening. And we've been seeing this for years of them pulling that shit, that the Skull asteroid is there. We talked about it for 2 years before they ever even addressed it. And when they did, it was an orbit that was way, way out there. And we've seen it with the naked eye. Orbit. We've been seeing it by eye.
Yeah, I do have it here. I'll play it. Let me get it.
Mr. Mr. BB3, he also had a great big ball sighting. Looked like the lead asteroid too.
The red asteroid has been sighted at night again. There was a sighting of the blue asteroid again. There was a very large or much larger green asteroid sighting that came in from Europe last week. And it was undeniable because you could see all the little patchy dot and then the cloud group around it, which we've learned actually is what the green asteroid looks like up close. So, and then there was like that other video that I talked about earlier that we just saw so many objects coming in. It was insane. It was like, oh my God, literally Armageddon-like incoming material all across the sky. And if you go back to the Exodus and the plagues of Egypt and all the 75-pound burning asteroids that came in as one of the plagues, it's entirely possible we're about to see more of that because we saw some this week. That is a NASA release photo, by the way.
I really think the whole droid thing or whatever people are seeing in the sky, I really do think it's distraction, guys. I really, really feel that's what, because there's so many things that are happening in the sky that are just really hard to miss and really hard to deny. And as they've been going over the top of us, wow, that one's crazy. As they go over the top of us, we're seeing a lot of illuminations, guys. A lot of illuminations. And there's a lot of things that aren't going to be as deniable. So the only thing they have now is to just distract us with some other shit, And that's really what I think is happening.
And what blows me away is that the Skull asteroid is the only object out of the whole binary extra. The other's part of our twin.
Look at that.
Yeah, that was recent. This is a recent one. And that is 2019, 2020-ish. When you can see the light is coming from the other side. That's back when Uri was on the right-hand side in 2018 and 2019. So, and then it was visibly on the other side, but it was an unbelievable shot. And for the longest time, during that transition from 2018 to going through all the way to 2020, maybe 2021, there were people that went, oh, there's got to be two skulls because we've seen it over here and we've seen it over here. And all they did was just not take into account the transition of where Uri had moved to. And so I was stifling that, we've only seen one skull asteroid. And there were a lot of people for a while saying there were more than one. God, and then back to the cubes. It's just insane the number of cube shots that came in this last week.
Yeah. Just like you drew it.
Yeah.
It's just awesome.
Yeah.
You know,
you know,
Caroline says the chirps from me.
oh, weird.
you know that last image of the skull asteroid in Rebecca's video. You guys can go on the internet and find it. That is a real picture taken. I think it was from the Arecibo. I don't know what
There's even a
how they do it.
designation
Yeah,
number for it.
it's the observatory that's no longer, they decommissioned it, but yeah, that's real. You can look it up and see it for yourself on the internet.
Most of the observatories in the United States, and I don't know about around the world, but most of the observatories in the United States are shut down.
Yeah, that one was in
Skeleton
Puerto Rico.
They completely took the funding out, and then you look at the one that the Roman Catholic Church has in Texas. And that sucker's fully going operational, and there's people talking there about they're watching all of this crap, and they don't want the rest of the world to find out that there's some other stuff going on. And what blows me away is about how the government is releasing it, calling it the Immaculate Constellation. And when the first time I heard that, it was like somebody hit me with a baseball bat in the side of the head, going kunk. Whoa. That is, and because you never stick those two words together for the world, other than trying to make it a code word of the realization. And then, as of 1930s, 1938 was the first time that Immaculate Conception was ever brought forward into the standard today's religion, and that too is an add-on prodigy of the ever-changing religious system that we run our planet off of, for the most part, with at least within the Christians. And I always try to remind, and a lot of people don't realize what the Abrahamic religion is all about, and that is a very large portion of our religion today. Is Abrahamic. So look that up, and you'll get a better understanding of what I'm referring to. In a sort of cryptic, kind of a roundabout way. I do apologize, but I try to hint and tease you into looking up things for yourself, so when you learn them, it will have more meaning for you.
Right. And
unfortunately, people don't like to learn that way, unfortunately, but it's so much more. It's way more meaningful, and
yes.
And a deeper understanding when you take the time to learn it yourself, with a few pointers, because when I came to Montana Skywatchers, I posted some stuff, and then somebody told me, hey, this and this is where you're wrong, and did it really respectful, in a very friendly manner, and it was really helpful for me. But it's just those little things, but you have to put in that work yourself. Like, you cannot be a sky watcher on a computer or your phone. You have to get out there, guys. I can't stress this enough. You cannot call yourself a sky watcher if you're not watching the skies personally. And you're not going to learn this. And the best way to Planet X Hunter said this in one of his videos. The only way for you to properly see this, to really see this, is to go out there and watch it yourself. Nothing can substitute. We can show you a lot of crazy shit. We can. That will help you. But if you don't get out there, this isn't going to set in, well. You have to.
Right. You have to actually take your own photographs and then ask questions, and then you'll understand, you'll relate to what you were doing when you sat. And the depth in by eye is way better than what, in some cases, what the camera captures. But then there's other cases where the camera captures things that your eyes don't see. So you got the double full story coming. So you get both examples of it, what you personally saw and then what you see in the camera later.
There's times where your camera is not picking it up, and I'm like, I get disappointed, but then I'm like, well, I guess this one's just for me,
Yep.
But there's times where it's just for you, and the camera isn't going to do you any good. So when that happens, I just put my camera away and I just enjoy the show.
Definitely.
And this is just for me. So, but yeah, sometimes lighting is a factor. There's so many factors, guys. Lighting, light angle.
How 3D dark things look sometimes gets stolen away by the camera, because when you're looking and you see it way back in there behind the layers, and you see the absolute side edge of the planet, and you see some of the land masses and the micro clouding, and there's no there's no substitute for that. It's
Right.
just
It's why I love my little camera, Sam. My little camera, it like records in 3D. My phone does not capture that 3D effect the way that little camera does. And there's so much more that I see on that little camera. And I've bought it. It's like a 10-year-old camera that I bought over and over and over again. And I'm having a hard time finding it, but I just located one on eBay, so I'm gonna buy like 3 of them.
Right.
Before I know it, they're gonna be gone. And I feel like these new cameras now purposely film more in 3D, in 2D. So there's a lot of depth that they're missing. Sometimes they do well, but I think overall there's so much lacking. And honestly, I don't feel that that's an accident. I do feel that there is something purposely done there to our phones, to where our cameras just doesn't catch a lot of.
Oh, it's like that camera in 2008 that I had that you'd hold up and you'd shine it in the sky, in the northwest sky, and you could see the orange blob and the black dots.
That's right.
And then you drop the camera and you couldn't see it by eye at all. But that camera came from a clearance aisle because it was on sale at Walmart from in that clearance aisle where they got little tags and stuff stuck on everything. And it was the only one there. And I could actually afford it because, I'm a poor guy. But they had banned those cameras. And then here I'm taking all this footage of it.
That's what I mean. The older the camera, and also I don't like when they connect to Wi-Fi. I don't like that because call me paranoid, call me conspiracy theorist, call me whatever. But if you can transmit a signal, you can also receive a signal.
Right.
And
camera.
I always assume that somebody's watching. I just do.
Well, there's been a lot of people complaining about how once they started taking pictures of the sky, their cell phones stopped functioning properly, and the battery life started dying.
I have a hell of a time. It's been getting so hard, and I do know the format is a little old, the one that I use, but I don't see why it's becoming a nightmare for me. There's so much stuff that I can't post because I just can't upload it to my phone. It's just not. It's either not recognized. Do you have one of those?
I'm sorry, Jesus. Do you have? It's like a little connective device where you plug it into your phone and it's got a little cartridge for a SIM card.
I have this one. I just got recently. It's a SD card reader, and this one, it's reading it. Okay, so it'll play it, but I can't transfer it to my phone. Like it tells me it has no metadata, whatever the hell that means.
That's weird. That's what it's supposed to do. So that's
exactly
odd.
So here's what I've resorted to. What I've resorted to is I'll play it and then I'll go to a screen recorder. And then I'll just play the video and screen record it because that's the only way that I've been able to do it. But sometimes the videos ain't quite that short. If I'm doing like a time lapse, it could be 50, 20 minutes. So I'll just have to wait there until it records all together. And then I'll go back and then edit it and slow it down or speed it up, etc. Whatever I have to do. But trust me, if there's a will, there's a way. But it's just getting harder.
Right.
It's getting harder for me every time. And I hate new cameras. I think the older the camera, the wider the spectrum of colors and stuff that it's going to pick up, because I don't think people really understand that here's an example I saw somewhere. The color spectrum, you could measure it from New York to California, right? One color right next to each other. We can only see that much of the spectrum, like literally that much on a scale from California to New York. There is so much that our eyes are missing. That there is so much in space that we can't see. Our telescopes can't see because the spectrum there's so much that we have yet to figure out to learn to see. To teach our cameras to see too. So there's so much out there. There's ice bodies. There's entire planet. There's entire bodies out there that we can't see because we don't have that technology yet to see it. There's so much. We are so limited in what we see.
The asteroids that come in are usually sighted within like 3 months before they they get there, and they've been there all along, but we don't see them until they get close enough and become illuminated in our area of light.
Exactly. Again, what did somebody say to me a few years ago? Planets don't just disappear, dude. They kind of do. Like not in the literal sense, but they do a very good job of hiding. Like if they're not lit up, you won't see them. Like they could be literally in front of you. You will see their clouds surround them. You will see signs, but you will not see the planet. Like you won't see it. You know.
Yeah, and down in California, that's generically the norm. If you go down to sea level, you're looking at it, especially now. Everybody remember that the light, they for the most of the period of time for the last 15 years, they were between us and the sun. And so we were looking at their dark sides. We were always seeing their nighttime side of the planet. And only when they started getting to the point where they would go out of this crossing in front of us, would we see the side crescent illumination, followed by a 1/5 crescent illumination, followed by a 1/3 illumination, followed by a half illumination.
Wow.
And as of 2015, 16, and 17, that's when we started getting the best sightings of the planets, because they were being more over illuminated, and we could see their colors, and they were way smaller back then. And so, and that was part of what was really cool was I could sit in my yard and look due south and stare at Nibiru and Saru and Uri and all the planets, because they were coming up from underneath us.
Yeah.
So I was literally looking down the side of the planet
Wow.
at them.
Yeah, and you could literally see their curves. As now we're seeing these enormous shadows come right over us. As they come right over us, you could just see everything shadowed, and it drives me insane that
The light illumination
I mean,
changes.
we'll see it like at 9 a.m. sometimes, 7, 8, 9 a.m. You'll see Uri just going up over the top of us.
Yeah, that's great.
And it shadows the entire valley.
And
And
the
all the
light is
asteroids
bright.
underneath now are
Yeah.
huge.
yeah,
And
and the
it's not
light
like
is so
a cloud
weird.
because sometimes it's not even a cloud. It's just a blue, dark spot above you. You know, and I'm
The
like,
big rounded edge where the clouds start and then stop.
yeah. Drives me nuts. I can't tell you how often you'll see me there shaking my head. I'll just be in my car shaking my head like, how the hell are you guys not seeing this? Why am I the only one seeing this? I'll never get used to that. I'll never get used to that.
It doesn't it seem kind of dim during the day, even if it's a cloudless day. It's like the light is off completely. It's weird.
Yeah. Exactly. There's days where it's super bright outside, and then there's days where it's just blue skies. There's no clouds, and it's just a little dingy, just a little bit dingy, and you're like, there's no clouds out there. Why is it dingy like that? Why isn't it as bright as it should be?
Because the light is being cut off by bodies that are in between us and the sun, and all we're seeing is their direct side of it, and they're blocking the light. That's why it's dim. And oh God, this summer, May, June-ish, we had a real bad dose of that, and it was just insane. I'd go outside and I'd go, how do you guys not notice that the light is all screwed up? How do you not notice that it's dark over there on the left, and dark over there on the right, and brighter than hell dead center? And this is, of course, right at the same time this summer when the Saturn's yellow moon started cutting off the top of the sun. Which in last year and the year before, it was Nepacity doing it. And now we know again, as of this fall, we know that Saru is now coming in the daily process right before sundown and cutting off the top of the sun. And in some cases, absolutely blocking the sun. But we're seeing the light coming underneath planet Saru. And we will, of course, continue to see that similar behavior as Saru is going to get big this winter.
Wow.
So Saru is basically taking the place of Nepacity, where it's just
but it's way bigger, so it's like
that's
like
going to be crazy because the size difference between Saru and Nepacity is astronomical. Like it's just it's insane. I can't even wrap my mind around the size.
Saru is like 8 or 7 times larger than Earth, and Nepacity, we believe, is either smaller or approximately the same size, or maybe slightly larger than Earth.
Nepacity, it looks enormous when it cuts over the sun. It looks huge. And to think that's the tiny one compared to a
Yeah, but when it came in 2015 compared to Atu, even in comparison to size, that was like setting a marble next to a beach ball.
Sure.
And Nepesity is tiny. And when it came in, and we've got pictures back, I got that one that I always use, and it's just green as the day is long, and there sits the sun, and there's absolutely no clouds around Nepesity whatsoever. And that's literally one of my favorite shots to this day. The onset of Nepesity. And
Have you got that picture?
Yeah, I could send it to Rebecca right now if she
Cool.
thinks
Yeah.
she can process it.
Yep.
Back in the
I was gonna-
early days.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
While you do that, I was going to knock out a few more people in the comments, so that way we can move on to pictures and videos. I just want to say hi to Tracy.
I
Hi,
just sent
Tracy.
it to you.
Merry Christmas.
Hey.
Merry Christmas.
And let's keep going. Hey, Skywater is here. Wow. Usually I just see Skywater over on TikTok. So nice to have you over here. Good to see you.
That's
And it's
Tasha Leon. She's actually here today. She said she was looking on TikTok for us, and now she's here.
Yeah. Sweet. Okay. Well, let's see. Let me and Sky. Oh, this Bougie. It's Carissa. I'll get to that in a second, but I know who that is now. We've had her here before, so
Cool.
just wanted to clarify
Carissa.
that. And
Yeah, I believe you have it now.
Okay. And Screaming Thin Man is here. Tell you all for months.
Kaga tea. I'm gonna have to
Good
look
tea.
that up.
Oh,
I
wow,
love a good tea.
Oh wow.
How do I find that? Chaga tea. Can I get that on Amazon?
Oh man. I'm gonna look that
You
up
can
too.
get anything on Amazon, but
What's that about?
we're boycotting Amazon.
Oh yeah.
There's a strike right now going on with Amazon in some major cities.
Oh,
I saw the Prime truck go by my house today, so it was not here. But yeah, and they're also having a baggage handler strike as well in some major cities. And
Oh. Okay.
at this time of year, that is really, on both cases with the delivering of packages and dealing with people in flying and their luggage. Wow, what a time to go on strike! But I understand the union issue. We used to be a union country, and we used to build things that lasted forever. You made a hammer; that hammer lasted forever. And I still
now
have
they want to
the
get
hammer.
rid of unions, Sam. This new administration wants to do away with all the union. I was talking to a union worker last night that I picked up at the airport, who's very concerned about that. He says that they're already stopping some work that is supposed to be. I think they're making chip factories in Phoenix, is what he was telling me, and he says that they're halting the work because of concerns of what's going to happen now when this new administration comes in, because they're trying to cut a lot of these things and they're trying to do away with the union. He says, I've been doing it for 30 years, he says, and I'm about ready to retire, he said, but there's a lot of people here that are going to lose their jobs if this happens.
Well, an example of that is when a certain person bought Twitter, excuse me, I apologize, turned it into X.
Yeah.
And laid off immediately within a 6-month period, laid off 20,000 workers.
Yep.
And just said, goodbye, no problem. And there was, I'm not even sure if they had a severance package or what, but right now we're not to go into the political side too deeply, but right now we're stepping into a world of hurt. And I hope there's a certain amount of buyer's remorse that is going on those people that voted in where we're headed, because
here's the thing. Here's the thing, like, and I know this is gonna sound maybe messed up, but sometimes you have to destroy something in order to rebuild it. And I think these next 4 years is where people are gonna realize how badly they got played, right?
Yeah.
How badly they got played, and they're gonna start to snap and understand that just because somebody promises a bunch of shit doesn't mean that's.
I lived through the 1970s recession and the gas crisis and all of that. And right now, we are there again. I'm having reoccurrence, nostalgia, deja vu, whatever you want to call it, I am being reminded of that time where it's going to get fine, and we know we're all paying $7 for for ranch dressing.
Yes.
That should be $2, and I think there's a huge level of greed going on in the store.
I went and bought a burrito last night.
Oh, yeah.
A burrito that typically costs me $9, right? And even $9, I feel is a little high.
Yeah.
Burrito, yeah.
18 freaking dollars for the burrito. I'm like, you guys are insane. Like, I almost canceled my order, but I was already in the drive-through line. But I ate that burrito like it was like I couldn't even eat it in peace. I couldn't.
Like it's the last burrito ever.
Yeah,
Right.
like I just paid 18 freaking dollars for this thing. Like it was mostly potatoes. It wasn't even that
Savor
much.
every single bite.
Oh Jesus, yeah.
Right, for $18, they better be making it exactly how you want it,
Gold leaf.
and it better be the
gold leaf.
best burrito you've ever had.
$18. I could have gone groceries for $18. I could have gone to
Crazy.
You can't even get groceries much for the money that you get now.
I could have got a few things of protein, a few things of meat at a few packs of chicken for $18. I would have been fine for the next 2-3 days. But
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fortunately, pork chops and chicken are still cheap.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to
Thank
get through
goodness.
and finish saying hi to everybody so we can look at pictures. So
Yay.
Anissa
Got distracted
Arabians
again.
is here. Hi, Anissa. And Shelly
Hi, Anissa.
Stardust.
Shelly, how
I
you
haven't seen
doing?
Stardust in a little bit, but
Hey,
I did
Shelly.
see her on TikTok the other day for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
So
Good to see you.
yeah, it's so good to see her again. So
Yeah, she was
wow,
texting with me as well. I was happy to see
like
her back again.
reunited at last. Yep. Good to have you, Shelly, for sure.
Really nice to see you
And
here.
Sabrina is here. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi, Sabrina.
Always
Hi,
good to
Sabrina.
have you here. And keep going. That might be it. Let's see.
Yeah, next week there's going to be a major warm up in Canada, in Dead Center, Canada. It's going to get
Indica Land.
unseasonably warm all the way up into Canada.
Indica.
Hi, Indica Land. Good to have you here again. They're becoming a very consistent
Yeah, they are.
watcher,
Yeah.
so it's nice. That's a good sign, right? Josie Wells is here. Hi, Josie. Good to see
Hi.
you too. Always
Josie.
is. And
Yeah,
there's
actually, I
Josh
just
Leon.
seen
Hi.
hi there.
Whoops.
I
Hi,
just
Josh
seen
Leon.
something about that Elon Musk thing about the drones as well. See all sorts of
Okay.
weird things go on your news feed and
And Chiggerbait. Hi, Chiggerbait.
Chiggerbait.
Every time I
Cool to
see
have
that.
you here. I think they said they're in Kansas, if I remember right. Not too far from me. So, and we know what chiggers are. So,
Yeah.
One Ohm is here. Nice to have you back with us.
Hello.
Yeah, I think
can
we're
you
all
do
caught
only
up
one
now.
ohm?
Good. What?
How can you do only 1 ohm?
Uh-oh.
Right.
I'm only kidding. I'm not.
Yeah.
down in
Well,
the
that we're caught up now. So now we
Okay.
can proceed. Oh, good. But here's that picture that Sam sent me. And we can look at
Yeah,
that.
and
And
it's
then we'll get our guest on here, Elie. I see
Great.
he's already in the green room. So
This is for all of those people out there that say, "Well, all you're taking pictures of is clouds."
Yeah.
I'd
What?
like to discuss what's in this capture alone. This
It
one
did not
photograph
load.
is unbelievable.
I'm very proud of all my
try
clothes.
again.
Anissa, let me just make one thing clear. I hate all politicians. I don't
Yeah.
care what side they are.
Yeah, I agree.
I hate both of them. As far as I'm concerned, Biden, Trump, you name it, they could all go to hell. as far
They
as
just voted themselves
like
a
any
big
of 'em.
huge raise. Too, by the way.
Yeah.
I think when I think power does things to people.
You're
you
right.
know, unfortunately,
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
power and money corrupts people, and that's one of the reasons why real leaders will never be leaders, because they don't care for power. The people that should be running things won't, because they just don't care for power. Unfortunately, when I say this next administration sucks, doesn't mean that I prefer the last administration. They're all the same. They're two wings of the same freaking bird, as far as I'm concerned.
That's not
Quite
it.
right. Quite right.
But we're getting closer.
Here. God bless you, everyone.
But there's Sam's most recent drawing.
Yep.
And look at that while I get this picture pulled up here. It's there. Great. Now we got it. Okay. Ta-da. It's
and
here.
I'll point out while you're looking at the drawing, the tan asteroid was illuminating this week. Yeah, now look at this. This is early.
Wow.
Oh, well, you can't see the
I
date.
love
The
this.
date is in November of 2015.
That's incredible.
And it's up in the right-hand corner. It's cropped off in this shot, but the date is on this photograph from Mexico. And that green that's planet Nepacity. Now, I'd like to point out the orange blob behind the sun.
Okay.
Notice that it's not dead center of the sun, because that is Nibiru behind the standard red star, and then our star is in front of it at that time still. But it is being outshined by the larger standard red behind it, and which will, we have some video clips that are up to come yet, showing some pretty convincing secondary smaller star behind the larger standard red star. And we're pretty much going to go across the spectrum and say yes, this is happening. We've had at least 13 major sightings.
We'll go ahead and do that first before we bring Elie on, just so we can.
Yeah, get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Elie, is it a guy or a woman?
It's a man, and his name is Elie, Elie.
Okay.
So
Great.
yeah, I found out, so I had to ask him. Let's see. Okay, bear with me, everybody. Okay, the two suns, possibly.
I think we're still calling Terra Tara, and I'm like, it's Terra.
Yeah, well, I do say Terra.
Yeah,
like
I think
Terra.
once you kind of get that in your head, it's kind of hard to get it out of
Tara. Is it Tara?
you. It's Terra.
Terra.
Hey, I have to learn to speak American. It's
I think
Tara.
it's you, Gillian, that still does that. I think it's you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit. Holy crap.
Well, the way we pronounce it is Tara.
Ooh.
That.
Tara.
Look at that. Wow.
Yes.
That's not a lens flare. That is not a lens flare.
That's our little sun.
And the secondary larger illumination is not directly above dead center of the smaller one. So therefore, it is not a light refraction of the sun shining on the bottom of Saru, which is happening in this shot, which is why it's big. But I believe we are possibly looking at our secondary star, our normal soul.
What's moving in front of the smaller?
That's what I was going to say.
There's an object, obviously shadowing, cutting.
See,
off.
That's what I saw something very similar to that, but it was on the moon. That was what I saw last night.
It's changing. It's going away. It's drifting out.
Yes, that's why it's definitely not a lens flare. Look at that.
I've watched this one several times.
It's moving and uncovering the rest of that.
Now look to the right at the lower right-hand side of the bigger sun on the top there. I think that's the blue asteroid sticking out of the right-hand side.
Wow, look at that.
And I'm not going to lie, I typically don't like these kind of videos, but this one is solid. This one is solid.
Yeah, this is why this is, number 12, and then the next one we're going to see that there's another one that is from a different source that also captures this, and we've seen a lot of this in the last week, 2 weeks, etc. So I'm pretty sure that we knew this was coming.
See, there's
we have a lot of evidence from South Africa and Australia, but we didn't have any. Now this shot, I believe, was taken in Greece. Was this correct, Rebecca? So this is
this one is Florida.
This is the Florida one.
Yeah, the other one's in Greece then.
The one that's the last one on the video is Greece. So
coming up. So which shows you it's different locations capturing the same thing. So this is pretty. Okay, now look, it's gone. It's gone.
No, she said it moved behind that big sun, and so it's part of it now. It got bigger and brighter.
We're saying that the other standard red star is outshining ours.
Oh wow.
So it's still there. It's just it's just blending in with the rest.
Yeah, that's what happens. It just seems to merge. I've seen things like that myself.
South
It's
Africa,
so cool.
Wow.
See, that would have matched what we just saw. It's kind of in that
This is
same
number
position.
13.
Jesus.
We've had 13 examples of this in the last 2 months.
Yeah, it
and
was
they're strong.
Working.
Now notice the brightness; they are
Right.
matching. Now, if it's just an asteroid, the asteroid nowhere comes near the same intensity illumination as the sun does, and that's always been the disclaimer and the breakaway. But these are both equally bright.
Wow.
I know, Andrea. Hi, Andrea. I was laughing inside too. I was thinking about Esther Colette being a lurker. So,
Okay, this is back in September.
oh man.
And the
So I have a
intensity-
question
Go ahead.
about that one is like on the other captures, the smaller orb was down to the lower right,
Right.
and now it's to the upper left. So is it just moving around like it's
Well,
here
no,
and then it's back?
We've
and then
also stepped into winter orbit.
okay.
Yeah, this is the
Sorry,
one that
Wow.
says, where it says Greek.
Yes, that's the
And
last one.
so that's a similar matching sighting
Yeah.
from Greece to Florida.
Looks
So
like
that-
the same footage almost.
Yes, that adds total credibility. Now, that
Incredible.
line up at the top of the brighter light is where Saru and probably Atu at this point in time, depending on the capture.
Sorry. Thank you, Esri Colette.
Thank you.
He's not lurking. But he's right here. So
Not today. No.
Some of that,
Oh
that,
my
that
gosh,
hourglass
that's
flaring
funny.
is from Saru being over the top of the sun. And we've noticed
Yes.
for about a month now that it's been
Yeah.
spreading off the top of the sun.
I
Thank you,
appreciate
Esther
it. Thank
Colette.
you.
And remember, folks, it's this is brought to you from viewers like you, as they say on PBS. This is how we keep going, because money's getting really, really nasty tight for the Hofman family, and I know that Rebecca's financial has changed a lot. So keep those cards and letters
Yeah.
coming, everybody. Please keep
It
up
helps.
with the donations, and
Because
like and subscribe.
right. It honestly, I couldn't do it without the donations. It's like
Right.
not if I wanted to or not. Like I really
I paid
couldn't.
$175 for this
So-
month's internet.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's like
That's
thanks to
insane.
you guys, we're here. All right.
And it goes up every month.
So we did that. Cool. So 2 cents.
And my rent went up again too. God, I don't know
Yeah,
how we're going to
mine-
do it without
I
people's
did
help.
too. I know. I feel like let's see if Elie is here. Make sure he's present. I don't. Let me know if you're here, Elie. I see you, but he may just have his camera off. I just want to make sure he's prepared, not doing
It's
whatever.
always
So
nerve-wracking the first time you
I'll
come
wait
on the
till
show or
you're-
any show.
I know. I don't know. I get the feeling he's probably a natural. We'll find out. We'll
Cool.
see how ready he gets. Or
Yeah, when I was doing Radio Wasteland series, I was nervous every show. It's just, oh God, it would beat me
Yeah.
up before the show. It's like, oh
You're
no,
kidding.
You were totally
I cannot-
flawless from those episodes. They're great.
I would not have guessed that you'd be nervous.
Well,
Right.
after about the 10th show or so, I started trusting Chauncey more. He's a
Yeah.
supreme interviewer, and he would always ask me questions which kind of ripped me out of my comfort zone, and I'd still answer him. And so he was very good at what he did. And he's off doing some other venture with folks, and I wish him the best. But I wish he'd go back to what he was
I
doing.
do too, because
Right.
he's such a good at interviewing. I really like.
Oh yeah, he was
And
really
even-
good.
And even the woman that he did the show with, I liked her too. She was a little bit more of a skeptic, of course, but I did love. I loved her. I think she was great on the show with him too.
Yeah, they were a good tag team, and they unfortunately, I believe that COVID wiped out their Radio
Aw.
Wasteland program, because they had a lot of people out of the office for the last few months of the COVID thing, or the C virus. And then I think they pretty much folded after that. And
That's
because there's people still asking for part 2 of the show that he was, and he told me he was going to post a copy of it come Monday, and then I never heard from him again.
Yeah, we all waited for the second part of that interview.
Yeah,
I'm
I remember
still
that too.
We never got to see it. It kind of ended a little abruptly, and I was like,
Yeah.
wow.
Well, I was going to say several of us also messaged, in the comments asking for a part 2, and they're not checking the comments, I guess, or they're just.
Of part 2.
It's interesting. It's like a mystery. you know, like what
Yeah, what
happened?
happened?
What,
You know,
Where
what
did that audio
happened?
go?
if they had it there, I would like. Why not just upload it and just you might as well. I mean, you have the material there. You might as well just do something with it. But I don't know. It was abruptly. It seemed like it didn't happen from one day to another. It just seemed like it just happened overnight. All of
Well,
a sudden, it's just
maybe
they're gone. And that's
somebody told them that they should not do it. Yeah, it was kind of on the QT, and the fact that they didn't contact me, which has made it a little strange. But
yeah. Well,
and
that's what I was
I've been
getting at. I don't want to go to the paranoid conspiracy
Gosh.
thing, but that's kind of what it feels like. Like it didn't seem like it was just like okay, well, we're going in a different direction. It just kind of seems like suddenly they just disappeared. And when somebody
Right.
just disappears that way, you can't
That's
help
not
but
good.
wonder why. Like why not a goodbye? Not
Right. They could have
uh,
left a notice or something. We're not going to
nothing,
be doing the
nothing
show
at all.
anymore.
and I
Yeah,
was
just
their
hanging.
number one highest rated guest out of all of the people they had ever had on their hundreds and hundreds of shows, and they did
I think you even won out
Bigfoot to
a Bigfoot, Sam. I think you even won out
Wow.
on the Bigfoot.
I think he won out over Bigfoot as well. That's
Ah.
true.
Yeah,
You're
they
so
had some-
sneaky, Jesus.
there
Thank
were
you.
they had a few guests that were
Yeah.
telling them that I was full of beans, and some of
That's
our
right.
direct
Yeah.
adversaries
Such a
in the
sweet way to
market.
say it, full of beans.
He's sitting there just talking away all while he's donating. I mean it. Thank you. That's
That's
very,
No,
very nice.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, okay. Also, I saw Rodney said he cannot find
I wasn't able to find it either. There was a bunch of Alex Waltz. There's
I'm gonna-
a lot
yeah.
of Alexander Waltz.
I'm going to drop it into the comments.
Yeah, I
I'm getting
think
ready to drop
a
it.
link would probably be easier because there's a lot of
Okay, I
results
got
that
it.
came in when
I went and got
looked
it.
for
So this should help everybody. Here is Alexander's link to his channel. Sweet. Hopefully you can click on it. Okay.
Apparently, my scroll is not keeping up again. Wow, a lot of comments since I last scrolled. Holy cow! Sorry, guys, I fell behind.
There.
Okay, there we go.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
Get
yeah,
that down. There.
Subscribed. Yeah.
Yeah,
link
okay.
definitely works.
5730 Alexander Walls.
I don't
5730.
see Elie yet. He may have had to go take care of something. So let me know, Elie, when you're back. And, I'm looking forward to that. In the meantime, how about we watch Alexander's video? Mainly because of the time difference. I know once we get to talking to Elie, it could be a little bit.
Right.
So I don't want to, even though I know Alexander is quite the night owl. So anyway, but let's go ahead and pull his video up here. These are what he caught this from the last few days, from the last episode, basically.
Well, we're
only
definitely
4
glad to
days.
see, Alex, that you started your own YouTube channel. That's pretty cool.
Right. I know. We begged and he finally gave in and said, okay, yes, I'll do it.
That way, it also ends up reserved in a cloud.
Right.
Oh, look at that. That looks like snail foot.
Oh no. I thought it was a rain bomb. Oh no.
Well,
You
okay.
see
Well,
it?
it could be. It could be. You're
Oh
thinking right.
no.
Well, remember,
That's what I
Nepenthe is supposed to be over our right shoulder,
like
but then you could be right.
Those asteroids. I mean, I just fit that drawing.
Yeah,
I saw the
that's-
drawing
yeah,
when
that could be the big three quite easily.
Yeah. See. Oh boy.
The problem is
Panic.
that certain planets put off certain behaviors,
wanna
and
be wrong.
sometimes they get so big we can't tell one from the other. Now that
Right.
looks more like Nepenthe. That is lead
Right.
asteroid in front of the Saturn's yellow moon. Lead
Awesome.
asteroid in front of the Saturn's yellow moon.
I love it when
This
it's like
looks
that.
like it was earlier in the day. If I I believe that is the same thing, but just earlier. Is that true, Alexander? That's how I was seeing it when I was looking at it.
Well, it's snorkel or snail foot, and there's a difference for you new folks. That too has a
Yeah.
snail foot. And that cloud actually reaches from the bottom of Atu's moon and goes around the asteroids that are orbiting underneath it. And they create this literally like an elephant's trunk, or, you know, we call it a snorkel on Nepesi. But on Atu's moon, it flattens out and it looks more like a dragging snail foot.
Right.
And that's where those names and terms came from. And they all have their specific asteroid orbit pretty much predominantly in the same place most of the time. Yeah, see now that over there above Alex Waltz right there, that is where the long box is. See the 1, 2, 3?
Okay.
Those 3 straight lines. That's where the long
Wow,
box
look at how
is.
big Saturn's yellow moon was. That's crazy.
Yeah, Saturn's yellow moon is huge. And I
Look at
saw
that.
on TV the other day where Saturn was actually cutting into the right-hand side of the sun this time.
Okay.
And it was recently filmed, so that, of course, is where Uri and Atu's moon is on the left.
Wow.
Yeah. And you can see the asteroids right there underneath the bottom of Uri. And this is where Atu's moon is farther back and over the top of us. And now he's 316. That's where the bottom of Nepesi should be, is right there, coming up to, right. Coming up to Saturn's yellow moon in the same out view next to the right-hand side of the sun. It's getting so confusing.
Yeah. What is that?
A lot of people commented they believe that was a water drop on the lens. And I am somewhat. Now we'd have to ask Alexander. If it wasn't, then that is something very unusual.
See,
You know, Alex isn't going to have water drops
He's,
on his lens.
no,
I
he's
didn't
not
think
going to
he
post
would.
that if he
I
thought
would
it
like
was
to think he knows better.
That
right.
looks like the surface of something.
Yeah, it looks like
He's a
something
professional.
We've also
Right.
been seeing the ring of Atu lately.
Wow.
And,
Plus,
and-
it wouldn't be zooming in that way. Like,
Right. Look at what's next to it. I mean, it looks
It
Yeah.
would, so what would happen
Craters.
is it would be zooming in everything else, but the
right,
water
that dark line goes
would
behind the
be-
clouds, not in front of it.
it looks like craters.
Looks like craters, man.
Yes, it does, but that one doesn't.
Hmm. What is that? And that's actually more. What's that
I
though?
don't have an answer for that one.
Yeah. That is weird.
I mean, I would say, like a space wheel, but we have no, and I hate guessing.
Right.
Yeah, it's like craters, man. It looks like craters. And
Yeah,
something.
I mean, that's not.
And
What is
after,
And those
that?
little white things, what are those? Those are in front of that cloud thing.
Wow,
Oh,
Alex, that's crazy.
geez, what is that?
illumination in the upper area behind all of that, and that should be where Atu's moon is. All that illuminated white
So
area.
that white area up there with the craters is the moon.
Well, Atu's moon has been illuminating. The side of Uri's been illuminating. The bottom of Nibiru's been illuminating. Saturn's yellow moon face has been illuminating. The lead asteroid has been doing some unbelievable self-illumination, which is completely different, which is that rainbow stuff. And a lot of asteroids are putting off the rainbows again last week. We had a lot of really good sightings come in all week long. People out there doing great job, good work. And I look back, we started this whole sky watching movement. And, Skywatcher Montana has been around longer than most everyone. And now, which that's all you see in the feed is everybody out there doing it. Of course, I could be getting the algorithm, and they're handing it to me, but on newsfeed. And of course, I'm getting stuff that's always 8 days old. I saw one of your posts the other day, Rebecca, was 5 days old.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Better late than never.
I got a notification that Rebecca posted something 5 minutes ago, right?
Yeah.
And then when I clicked on it, it was 18 hours old. I was like,
Oh,
I'm like, wow.
that's funny.
yeah, that happens more and more.
That ring was so big. Okay.
Yeah. What is that?
What is that
Wow.
ring? Wow. Well,
Yeah.
look how oval it is.
Could that been like the outline of an asteroid?
Yeah, it is shaped somewhat like the red asteroid.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
the dark line behind it could be the shadowing of the site. I believe this is the long box cube again,
Wow.
which is of course in front of his Saturn's yellow moon and his Saturn.
Yeah, I use that drawing in a moment here too. The long
And
box.
this is what we've been seeing, where the long box cube has been so prominently in front of Saturn, or this could even just be the ion tail coming
Look at
off
the
the lead
stripes.
asteroid as
Yeah.
well.
Oh, I love it.
It's been confusing, but
That was
Yeah,
such
look
a
at
good
that
one.
light
too.
pinch.
Mhm.
there's dark above it, dark to the left, dark to the right.
I mean, that stuff's not closed. That stuff is solid.
I'm in awe that the rest of the world doesn't notice there's something really wrong with the sky.
Yeah.
And look at the light going up behind the beams off it.
And we know the blue asteroid is still in the proximity, right, left, or above, depending on where you are. And there is a touch of blue in this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Look at that.
And that could be the blue asteroid right there. Tiny and small compared to the sun.
Nice.
The blue asteroid is very, very bright. And of course, Rebecca was talking about this the other day. Pretty soon we should see Matim break free of the side of Uri, from behind Uri.
Cool.
And we should see
Nice.
some interesting occurrences therein. And Matim.
What is that
right.
shape?
Say that again, Gillian.
What is that shape? I've seen that as well. Yeah, that shape on the left that's out the picture. If it goes back down again.
Yeah, there's a lot of small stuff. The cubes and all of the Star Destroyers. And the Star
That
Destroyers look like little teeny tiny dots, and it's just insane because we know how big they are. And they're
This
flying
shape.
over the top of us. And I'm in awe. Everybody's seeing the UAPs and the small little drones in the
Right.
sky, but they're not even, maybe a cube in the space in sky doesn't grab them like it should. But I mean, come on. I mean, God, they've been parked there since 2019 in the same spot underneath. Well, not the same spot because the planets move, but they have been parked under the planets on the left and on the right in the same spot since 2019 April. So I'm blown away that more people haven't even taken pictures of it and said, did you see this? Oh my God,
Yeah.
there's a box in the sky. And that day on April in 2019, I'm out in front of my daughter's dentist, and just waiting for them to get finished up inside. So I'm wandering around looking up at the sky. And this little girl and her mom comes to go into the dentist office. And I said, do you see that up there? And the little girl goes, yeah, it's a box in the sky.
Wow. That's cool.
And she
Children
looked down
can
and
see it
just
so
put it on.
easily.
Yes, definitely.
And and then when we got home after the girls were done, it was like 10 minutes later, the girls were done. And we drove all the way back out to Lolo here. And I sat in the yard and watched them offload the Star Destroyers from that same spot.
Wow.
For well over 2 hours. And I was sitting on my porch just watching it the whole time. And there was no clouds around it. And you could plainly see those triangular Star Destroyers coming off the deck outside of the parking garage cube. And it's just like, oh my God, this is real. And, I tried to tell everybody for the last couple of years, since 2019 for sure, that we know that this is real. You can't make this crap up. When the pictures match year after year after year after year, and we've got thousands of them coming in. I mean, we get sightings of the long box cube and the Texas cube every day. Every day.
Yeah.
And so people have got to get on board with the reality that we have visitors, and they've been blatantly here. And now, and like within the last month, everybody said, well, it looks like they're not hiding anymore. No kidding, they're not
Right.
hiding anymore. Right there, see that big square
Yep.
rectangular in the back of the clouds there with the side orb, which is dead center. That's what he's focusing on now. That's the side orb in front of the big, very large box cube.
Wow.
And we see the ships all the time underneath them, parked around, moving every week. every day. And yet this hasn't, and again, still no comments about the cubes in the comments on YouTube. I have noticed that there are comments like oh yeah, and a bunch of your videos this week, Rebecca, on my smart TV were listed as no views. And then I click on them, and then up on the screen, I'd go into the details, and oh yeah, you had 600 views. So they're screwing with us.
Wow.
And
I was gonna say
your views are way up on your channel.
Yeah.
There's a couple of your videos that have gotten 800, 900, and even a couple of thousand views.
Yeah, one of them.
Nice.
It was weird. Like they've all been like at maybe 200 at the most, and then a couple of them got really crazy numbers on it. I was surprised.
Yeah, I saw that. I was gonna say that too. The other day I went live, but before I went live, I just said, hey, I'm gonna go live, and it was nothing special. I didn't put any effort into that video at all. I get home from the live and it had over 20,000 views. I mean, I was just like, what? That's insane.
It's insane when you think about it. Like 20,000 possibly 20,000 people have seen you talking on it. It's crazy.
Over 400 people gave me a little heart,
awesome.
like, I mean, and like 15 people shared it, and I'm like, why? I mean, there's nothing there. Anyway, thank you.
Well, people are getting to know you now, and hey, I watched this crazy lady. She's always talking about the sky.
Yeah, well, that's cool.
Well, and then there's what we went through with me joining TikTok and it working. The first time I tried it, and then the next time I was brought to a live show, nobody could read anything I was typing, and yet it told me I was signed in, and I was going.
Okay, let me tell you, I was going live, and within a few minutes, I saw the name Samuel Hofman pop up in the comments, and I just immediately I knew. No, I was like, that's a troll account.
No way.
That's a troll account. Yeah, that's a I did not believe it was really Sam. I didn't know he's on TikTok now, but right away he said "yuppers," and that's a Sam word.
Right.
Only Sam says, and I'm like, okay, I'm 50% sure that's probably Sam. And then I forgot what he said next, and then I knew 100% it was really him. Oh, he was like typing as Sam would type, in caps and periods and this, I could tell it was Sam there.
I don't follow the
next
typing
day,
rules. I'm sorry.
I can recognize him by type. Anyway, but by the next day, I was like, let's try it again. I'm gonna bring you on. We'll talk and do this, and nobody could see his name. Nobody could see him in the comments. I disconnected and restarted 2 more additional times.
Oh,
I made him a moderator. I invited him how many times? He could not be seen. He could not type in TikTok. Anyway, that's the story. I'm gonna make you another account. We're gonna try it again.
We are. I think my IP is flagged, and they catch up to me like a week later. And we've had that happen. My Skype worked for almost 2 years, and all of a sudden, boom, it won't work anymore. My daughter's Skype works, but not mine.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was told the other day, oh, Dad, Skype is so old.
It is.
That's old.
It is old.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But that's just a general term, for using video chat. So
yeah.
Can't turn
they're always up on the new current stuff.
Of course.
This is out. Did you see this? Did you see this? I'm going, no, I didn't. I'm amazed what they learn.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alexander. Always great work.
He sent me another one. We'll have a part 2 here in just a little bit. I think it's the moon. I haven't even looked at it myself yet. We're gonna learn together what that is.
Cool.
I don't know.
It's great because he's always showing us, so many things that we haven't seen yet.
That's true.
He's
very observant.
Arabians is saying they're playing Meteor and Deep Impact movies back to back. Yeah, I have seen nothing but disaster films popping up on my YouTube on my YouTube smart TV, and I don't click on those things, so I'm not creating these in an algorithm. But we're being bombed with every second rate sci-fi about Armageddon that you could imagine, and it's just
Anything with an
nothing.
asteroid in it.
Yeah, and after, you know, post-Holocaust this and post-Holocaust that, and now there's a lot of AI out generating early Egypt pictures of giants walking around, and all of that information is really direly changed within even the last 6 months. So I think there is a level of soft disclosure coming, because I do believe that we're going to see this second star. I do believe that we're going to see these planets in the sky when they go away, because they're going to be beyond Earth, and then we are going to see their facial illuminations. Because we've been staring at the backside of them for 10 years. Now we're going to, you know, stare at the front side of them for at least 7. So as we watch them exit. And I mean, how are they they're going to have to admit that it's there then, but maybe not even. Right. They'll just call them space gases or something.
Yeah, you sure did, David. You told me. Thank you. Again, thank you. Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, they're going to have to admit to all of this going on at some point.
Here
in time,
I am.
Because, well, A, we're telling everybody, and B, and I hope we don't get in trouble for that. I mean, we don't do this out of spite or ill will toward any government. Yes. We have no anti-government affiliation whatsoever with anything. We don't do secret background meetings or anything like that of a subversive nature. We're always trying to be open and upfront. We don't hide things. We don't talk in encrypted channels. We don't do any of that because we want to be forward with the information, and open and honest and fair, and is collected through scientific scrutiny, because we're very careful about what we collect and what we say is or is not. And usually comes down to a numerous bunch of sightings from people around the world before we ever call it as real. And of course, all this collective knowledge that we have today that we share with you took 14, almost 15 years to get all of this information together and compile it. And it's been through sightings from people from around the world. And we're not making, you can't make this up. You can't, there's no way we can make it.
It's not something, guys, that we just, none of us really expected to be here to ever do this. Like, it's just something that we noticed something that didn't belong.
Entire lifetime.
We all like, it's not like one day I came across Sam and then, oh, now I believe everything he says. No, I saw something previous. Prior to Sam, I saw something that I couldn't explain and I didn't understand. And it took me, unfortunately, almost 2 years of driving myself crazy. But we all had a precursor that went prior to meeting Sam, where we sensed, and we just knew that something was not right. And I know that if you're here and if you're on the fence with this information, give it a chance, guys. Take some time, actually listen to this information, because if you're here, it's for a reason. Continue to follow. We said it, Sam. I love when Sam says it. Believe in yourself. Believe that little thing that tells you, no, this isn't right. Don't just take mainstream media's explanation and write it off as okay. Follow your intuition, and you'd be surprised where it takes you guys. Because
absolutely, we
do have a sixth sense that we don't speak of, that we don't, that we rarely acknowledge, but we all have it. And
which what I was recruited for by the government was was remote viewing, far seeing project, and that's now declassified. Otherwise, I couldn't mention it to you. But yeah, that's what I was recruited for, and my abilities, of course, have been proven to all my friends and thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people around the world that know that I do this every month, and I do the drawings ahead of time. I don't copy them from anything. I draw them straight out of my head, sitting at my living room table where my computer is completely all the way across the house. So I don't copy any of this or do trace overs or anything like that.
None of this is there's not like it's not like we get together and put this. It's very random.
There's no conspiracy.
Drawing. I do my pictures when I do my pictures. Rebecca, if you follow her lives, you'll see that things happen when they happen.
Yeah.
Sometimes they develop and sometimes they don't. But these things just kind of it all comes together. I feel like we all complement each other. in some way. Rebecca does logistics. I do videos, I do time lapses. I love what you've been doing, Chris, with your little excerpts of the shows that kind of gives you the little bite size pieces of information that are really
Right.
helpful. So I think we
I
all
like Beavis and Butthead.
and I do
Yeah,
believe
that's
that
fun.
we became a team because we're all meant to be here. Like I really do believe that because we all have our different strengths and our different skills in different areas. Gillian, she's very knowledgeable and cryptic and those kind of spiritual things. Usually, if I have a question about that stuff, I'll talk to her.
Right, she's our encyclopedia.
Yes, she's an encyclopedia. So I think, and I think who was it? Alexander said it that we're all. It almost seems like we're all strategically placed throughout the world in places where we
A lot to that.
where we need to be.
Interesting.
I don't believe any of this was an accident because every time that I look back at
Okay.
it, I'm like, this thing led to that thing, and none of it was. I refuse to believe in that it was all a coincidence because things just
Source
happen.
provides.
Yeah.
Things
I was
just
gonna say
happen.
that actually connects to my conversation that I had with Elie, which I do see him now in the green
Great.
room. It looks like he is ready. Like he even looks festive,
I
you
was just
guys.
wondering.
Like he's gonna be festive today. So anyway, but no, I
Good.
mean that was kind of what he was saying. Also, Jesus, is that there's a bigger. It's oh boy, I'm gonna lose it. But like everything's happening for a higher purpose.
Yeah,
That we
all-
cannot.
we're all
like,
it's almost like we're all strategically placed.
that's what he said.
you
Something
know,
like that. Yeah.
It's almost like we're all strategically placed in a place of
Yeah.
the world where we need to be.
That's
And maybe
what-
now we don't see the significance of that, but I think eventually we will see
Sure.
Yeah.
why or how or we'll see the bigger
Right.
picture as things need to be revealed. I'm not one of
Yeah.
those that I'm curious, and sometimes I'm like, Sam, I just want you to tell me everything. Sometimes I want to just take a drive to Montana and have Sam. Okay, Sam, I'm here personally, so now you're going to tell me everything. But
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand
I'm
the
not leaving.
importance of having to pace yourself with this kind of stuff, or else, if you're not ready, you might just have.
There is some information that'll make you absolutely sick to your stomach.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
a
that's what I
long
mean.
period
that
of time trying to
happen,
swallow.
Things develop as they're supposed to. Try not to be in a rush, guys.
Yeah, there's
Right.
information
Hmm.
that is classified that if the American population knew, they would be really miserably uncomfortable, and that would start a scenario that would probably degrade our society. So there is a certain reason that some of this information is not shared. And
Oh yeah, I always meet somebody, Sam, that I'm like, okay, you are the reason why this information is not going public.
is not coming out. Yeah. There are some people that would not handle it well, and they would literally change. If they, but then of course, then there are people that act like that on false information all the time.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it
Well, see,
affects
that's
their
the
lives
part.
as well.
See, that's the one that annoys me, Sam, is that people will believe that people believe some crazy shit, but they draw the line at Nibiru. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I just don't get it, man.
Yeah, I've had and I always hate dropping the Zeta bomb, but Zeta has unfortunately put out so much misinformation that I occasionally have to mention them, and
They
they have
always
taken a
bring
whole lot of people.
And even though they give dates and they never amount to nothing,
Never
people
happens. Yeah,
still eat that shit up. And
that's why I don't give out dates. It's just watching what they did and what they're still doing, and then there's other groups that I try to Last week we talked about one. I don't need to re-mention it again. That they're putting out this information, telling you that this is, these are the planets, and they're not. They're lens flares. And there's so many people out there putting out bad info, and
Gosh.
you have to be careful who you really listen
Right.
to.
I heard
Yeah.
somebody this week say, Nibiru is here. You just can't see it because it's passing between Mars and Jupiter. I'm just like,
Okay.
See, that's-
okay, it's
Okay.
Interesting.
It's here, but you can't see it.
Right.
Okay, just trust me. Just
That-
trust me.
I'm just like,
Right.
okay, you know, and just a whole big spiel about what it is and where it came from and where it's going, and I'm just like, oh,
Yeah, that's that planet that flies around by itself in the darkness.
right.
Yeah, it's
So the rogue
not
planet.
Oh
It's
man,
not
they
a
make
planet,
flashlights.
star.
Did you
It's not-
hear? Did you
Right.
hear something hit Neptune? Did you hear
Really?
something hit Neptune? And that great big satellite that they've got actually seen it, and the reverberations, you know, might even manage to get up here. But this James Webb Telescope,
Was it a
It
comet
actually-
or?
yeah, there's a whole post thing on it, and they were saying something
Wow.
about Elon as well.
Do you guys
Elon
remember
knew about
when,
it. They were all
Jupiter got
excited
hit
about
in the
it at
90s?
NASA.
Yeah.
And
I remember
That
that.
was
Edie
crazy.
I
Shoemaker.
remember that. I
Yes,
remember that.
that was incredible.
Shoemaker. Yeah, that was an awesome show. That
Yes.
was, and that, you know, that reverberated for months because you could see the impact
Never.
effect on the exterior
Right.
clouds and the upper atmosphere.
So like
of-
several, you know, it
And there was
broke
electric.
up and
There
it
was an
landed
elect-
like, you know,
There was
several
an
times.
electrical show like just prior to it hitting, so
Yeah.
there was an electrical occurrence as well. So, Michelle, I agree. It's all clickbait, and here's the truth: is that this thing is gonna happen when
yeah, it's going to happen at 12
When it
o'clock
happens.
on the 21st of whenever.
Mhm.
you know we see things. You know, I mean, look, we have sightings. Like sometimes you could kind of predict stuff, but overall, things happen when they happen. Like nobody's gonna know when things are gonna happen. We might have an idea because now we know that they're going above us and over us, you know, and away from us. But to say the world is gonna end on this day, I think if you see somebody say that, stay away from them because they don't know what they're talking about. We don't know when that's going to happen. Things
or they're
can
going to try and sell you some survival supplies and a knife and some dehydrated.
Yeah, no,
I
not
was
to
gonna say, it's a
well, yeah,
gimmick.
not to say that, you know, maybe a few bags of rice and some water, and that is not, you know, in order to have, you know, but we don't know the exact date of things happening.
Yeah,
Nobody.
I bought so much rice and it's now coming up on a decade old.
Oh no.
So, you know, that's going to be
How
yummy.
long
Yeah.
can you? How long does that preserve? Does that preserve well, Sam?
I'm going to have to find out, won't I?
Yeah.
You
Test
know,
it.
open it up and give it a cook, man.
Test it.
Yeah, we went.
Tell us about it. Well-
Shiloh and I went through some of the cans of soup
Hey.
the other day, and we've got cans of soup on the
And,
shelf that expired in 2022. You know,
Oh.
and you know, she said, "Well, we're not eating that one," and I go, "Okay,
Yeah.
okay, we're not eating that one.
Yeah,
We're not
probably
eating
seafood.
that one." And, I have a friend that has tuna fish on his shelf that's been there for well over a decade, and I'm going,
Oh.
"Man, there's no way." I
Oh
would
my God. That'll be
Never.
that'll be interesting.
Uh-uh.
That's all.
Well, I've got you know, a couple of cases of Spam and a couple of cases of canned chicken and this and that, but they're getting on in age now. They've been around for.
Yeah.
I started buying, you know, 2013. I really thought we were going to get pasted by all these
Yeah.
incoming asteroids, which we call the object cluster group, because we'd sighted them and we watched them get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then oh my God, then the lead asteroid was coming in and it was so immensely huge. I thought, oh Christ, we are going to get pasted. But then each year went by, and then we watched the patterning and the patterning and the patterning, and we went, oh, these things are electrically attached to their planet. They're bouncing off our atmosphere and skipping over it. You know, like as if you put a flat stone on the river and you get down real low and flick it as hard as you can, it'll hop. And that's what we saw again last week as well.
That is a perfect example to
Yeah.
how to explain. See, I try to explain this to people, and I feel like when I try to explain it, I kind of lose people. But I think of like our sky almost, and please
Well, it
don't
is
go with
liquid.
the firmament. Please do not mistaken what I'm saying with the firmament thing. I do like clouds really behave the way water in a lake would does. Like when you see an asteroid skipping by, it's almost like it's doing that bouncy thing on the water. There's so many effects that we see out there that are very comparable to a lake and disturbances in a lake. Our atmosphere is literally like suspended water, guys. Like you have to keep that in mind. You know, it's gas.
Air is thin water and water is thick air.
Yes.
Although it
Sure.
has different properties, but there are, you know, if you go down to the bottom of the ocean, there's like water 7. You go up to the top of the atmosphere and there's like oxygen 13. So I mean, there's different variants of that barometric pressure and the amount.
It's hard to explain that without people going with the firmament thing.
Chemistry.
So I really watch what I say, because if I say something, they're like, "Oh, like the firmament and all this shit." Like, as
My favorite one is the holodeck.
That's somewhat.
Oh, the
true.
holodeck.
Which one,
Yeah.
Sam?
It's somewhat
holodeck.
Somewhere. See, the people on the planet Earth got turned off, and they hit our off switch, and so everybody went, and then they beamed us up onto a holodeck, and then we were in a holodeck, and we're being sent to a new planet, and we just don't know it yet, which is where the glitch in the Matrix crap is all coming from. Where it's a glitch in the Matrix.
That
because
explains
the
it.
holodeck isn't working, and blah blah. And there was, of course, a show on that in Star Trek where they one rogue faction outside the Federation wanted the planet's resources, and that was the movie was called Insurrection. And then they put people on or they were trying to put them on a holodeck to remove them from their planet without them knowing it.
Wow.
That's what the holodeck theory is all about. And I hear that all people go, "Oh yeah, no, this is a Matrix, and we're on a holodeck, and they're taking us to another planet."
I heard
I hear
that.
it all the time.
Wow.
Hey, Rebecca,
Yeah.
will you
Yeah.
put the Cash App? I'm guessing for Andrea, the Cash App link, because she's asking how she can donate.
Oh, I was getting the link for a debit card. So I don't know, Andrea.
Something. It seems like she's trying to donate, but she can't. It's not working for her.
How do you want to donate, Andrea? Cash App or debit card or Venmo or PayPal?
Well, how did you try? Was that I'm guessing she tried on YouTube. For some reason that's not working for her. But.
Yeah, I can send you a debit card link if that's what you would like.
The
Debit
other
card,
thing that works well is
Cash
PayPal,
App,
because you can just put
PayPal.
it straight in.
And Venmo. Those are the 4 I have.
So scary when people do money, because you wonder where you want it to go straight to its
Okay,
destination.
so I'm going to send this, and then I'm going to get our guest on here because
Cool.
I see him. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and drop this in the link. Bear with me.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, Chris.
Thanks.
All right. All right.
It's going to use the holodeck.
Yes, the little scientist room.
Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and bring Elie on, and then I'll finish getting the link.
Whatever you want to do, Rebecca. Remember,
Yeah,
it's a Christmas party. We can do whatever we want.
that's right. It's our party. We can do what we want.
Here's got the
Okay.
chocolates.
And Thunder is here. Thunder
And
is
the
here. I didn't say hi to
tropical punch
Thunder.
with don't forget what is that?
Yeah.
Sherbet ice cream. There you go.
And she tried PayPal.
No,
Same
spike punch.
thing. Won't take your card. Huh. I'm catching up on everything. I can send you a link. I'll drop the link, Andrea. Okay.
And by the way, folks,
That-
you
try
can
that.
still mail a Christmas card to me personally, and we'll give that out
Yeah.
later. Even if it's late, I've got Christmas cards going back to people that may not get it until after Christmas, because Andrea is right. The postal system is really bad. And
Let's get this.
there you
Sorry,
go.
here. All right.
And we've already been notified that a few of the folks out there have sent stuff, but it won't be here till after Christmas. So my children are they've been informed, and they expect a post Christmas sale.
Yeah.
There's one at the mall they really want to go to on the 26th. So
Yeah.
it goes in the mail.
Right.
And
That's
if
actually
you
smart.
Send me a card, I'll send you one back.
Right.
Then you get one of those gold cards, those really cool gold cards.
They are collectibles. Okay, so Elie is in Pennsylvania, and let's go ahead and get him on here with us. It looks like it's cold. I don't know. I saw him wrapped up in a blanket a minute ago, so we'll see if it's still chilly or not. But this is Elie. I'm going to let him pronounce his last name so I don't mess it up. So there he is.
It's a party. We can do what we want to. Do what
Yep.
we want to.
And I'd
It's
mercifully
our
forgotten that song.
party.
Yeah, you're
Yes,
interested.
you had it. You had it. Nice to see everybody.
Hello.
Nice
Hi.
to meet you. Nice
Um,
to have you with us.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
Namaste.
Namaste. And you had it correct earlier. It is pronounced Shupak.
Okay,
So you were right.
good. Good.
And yeah, I'm in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yes, it is cold here.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy that you're with us. I mean, honestly, I have to admit, I didn't know who you were until a couple of weeks ago, maybe. It wasn't very long. I just hadn't seen you in the group. He's been in my group 5 months. That tells you how much, is passing on around me that I don't see. But anyway,
Yeah, so
nice to meet you.
so I kind of stumbled on this group. Just I don't even know. It just appeared,
Yeah.
and it spoke volumes because
Nice.
I've been tracking my own kind of things in the sky and keeping my eyes open the best I could over the years, despite weird working hours and being in food service a long time. You tend to work strange hours, so it's not like I would always get to be outside taking pictures in light, and then you get home and you're like, I'm not going back outside, I'm tired, it's late.
Yeah.
No. Or working all day, getting out and it's dark. So but in 2009 I started seeing this other, I'm driving down the highway and I was like, what's that? I see the sun, and it was like summertime, so I'm like, I see the sun over here, but what's that over there? And but it goes back to hearing about the whole Nibiru wormwood, going back through various metaphysical spiritual books that I was reading for years beforehand, but I never really understood that it was a whole solar system until recently, when I was like, it's not just a sun and another planet, it's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
And when I entered this group, it was just like, well, that makes a ton of sense. Why I always saw the sun in these weird star pinches, and I'm looking at it going, that doesn't look right. Why does it look like the sun is being drowned out by these other things? And so
Dark objects you can't see.
Right. So
Like
everything
this.
just started clicking in this. Right. And then it brought me back to the 80s, when there was a day I was going down into the city to go to school, and I'm in like 7th grade. And on the front page of the paper, there was an article saying, other planet discovered that comes in a certain pattern through the solar system, and yada yada. And so I go to school and I'm sitting in class all day and I'm like, why didn't I get that paper? Why didn't I get that paper?
Yeah, the Planet X theory was widely talked about all the way through the mid 70s into the early 80s, and then after that it was buried.
Right.
And we knew that they were coming.
So this one day I get out of school and I go to the usual paper stand on the way back to the train station, and the guy said somebody there were white vans all over the city that day, and they went to all the newsstands, and a guy got out, grabbed all the papers, and got back in and drove away.
No shit.
Right back.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yes.
And I
Well,
was
Talk
well,
about retractions.
it
That's
was
a monster retraction.
yeah, like Arsenio Hall, things that make you go home, right?
Mhm. Well, they
So
used to be. It was talked about openly in the '80s.
right, well, I was like,
It-
10 and
yeah, yeah, yeah.
83,
But it was
13
talked
and
about
8.
openly, and then all of a sudden, it just kind of went away and it just disappeared. It's just.
Right.
I think when they realized how serious of what was going to happen, they started freaking out, and they just, cut the information feed. And I think ever since then, we don't have real science. We don't have real information.
Did we ever have real science?
Well, I think prior to the '80s, we kind of did, and then now we have pseudo. I'm not gonna say pseudoscience, but now we have a lot of bullshit science. Well, science has become somewhat of a religion where either you follow.
It's been that way for a long time. Look at what happened
You
to
follow what this person
Jane
did, and
Goodall.
if you start thinking outside of the box, you could lose your job. You could lose
Sure.
your
Jane Goodall
your entire life.
Jane Goodall studied monkeys, and she went to the higher ups for funding for her schooling or her project, and they laughed at her because she said monkeys have a hierarchy system and they do things in a way that blow humans out of the water.
Well, the 100 monkey syndrome.
Right. And all these, higher educated, white men basically laughed at her and said, "You're crazy." So,
well, the basis behind that was they would teach a group of monkeys on an unattainable island a set of skills about how to wash a specific non-normal fruit that they would be introduced to.
Right.
And then what they found out through the study is that in the immediate area, in the animals and the monkeys on the other nearby islands, which had no contact with the previous monkeys, were all learning that trait as well.
Right.
That's the background behind that.
Exactly. I'm totally aware of that.
There's collective consciousness, like collective consciousness.
So, now me as who I am, and you see, right? We see things, and we have these, perceptions. So the name Elie is, and I was telling Rebecca this, and I'm sure we've all heard this in our own little ways, that the name Elie is the name my parents gave this body that my mom gave birth to this body, but that's not necessarily who I am as a being, right? And it's like Neo in the Matrix being Mr. Anderson, and his computer nickname is Neo, and then he goes to visit the Oracle after he's been unplugged, and she's like, "No, you're not the one," and sorry to tell you, and you're waiting for something, and she's like, maybe your next life. And then at the end of the movie, he dies, and you realize that he is the one, and and then the story continues.
Great movie.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. And
what's that? The Matrix.
Yeah, and it made me realize, when I saw that movie, it's like, here I am, and it's like I took the red pill way before that movie even came out, and I have a story, and we all have a story of sorts, and part of my story goes into is deeply rooted in kind of a galactic shamanism, and knowing that having this, being on this path of self-realization in my life, I've always had like an omniscient knowing. And so when I hear little pieces from Jesus and Sam, and I, feel things, hear words, and I'm like, okay, everybody has a 2+2. And now here I am, right? I'm sitting here over in Philly, and I'm putting 2+2, and I'm watching it here and there when I can. But I also have a 2+2 when it comes to things out in the world, and I go 2+2 doesn't always is equaling 4, but there's a lot of people that can't put 2+2 together.
I agree.
And so there's a very real phenomenon in this awakening process that humanity is going through, and part of why so many people are losing their minds right now over everything is because they don't fully understand that we have these levels of consciousness, and muggles, right? Normal people don't fully get that that somewhere along the road in the last 35 years, the subconscious on a collective level decided it didn't want to be in the basement anymore, and it wants to kind of,
and they're trying to fight that. They're trying to fight that. Only that they people like the powers that be know that it's what the TikTok ban is about.
Exactly,
it's what all this information work, because we're starting to see that here in the US. We've never seen that, but we're starting to see censorship on a level that's been increasing because they know that we are waking up.
Yeah, it started happening in the 20s with Rockefeller, but that's a whole other separate. That's a whole other separate.
And
thing.
The 1880 Commission.
Right, exactly. So, when I started figuring this out about the subconscious, it was in the 90s, and I started realizing that not only did the subconscious not want to be subconscious anymore, that it was going to eventually start raising itself to be on a level playing field with the state of consciousness that we're in when we're awake. And then we also have this super consciousness, right? The omnis, the clairvoyance, the clairaudience, the psychics, all this woo-woo that a lot of people call it, right?
Connected discourse.
Call it up, those of us who have been initiated in other lifetimes, that are coming here now, or have come here to kind of go, this is who we are. And we get programmed, we forget certain things, we remember other things, but it all starts coming back, and we go, and so I kind of had so there's days I lived in Colorado, and my roommates, my housemates, and I would often sit around thinking of weird stuff while we were sitting around smoking bongs and joints out to the wazoo, and
that's the best kind to talk about stuff like that.
We were talking about how there were other how other beings actually deprogrammed us on purpose. They broke our gene code and our DNA and put this junk in our DNA to keep us programmable to, look at the last 12,000 years.
The clip 24th chromosome.
Yeah. So, now, granted, back then in the 90s, I didn't have as much detailed knowledge about it there weren't as many books about it. There were, but they were a little harder to find. And then you fast forward to the later part of the 90s where things started gaining more momentum. The movie like The Matrix came out. You started having, more awareness, so to speak, of, the metaphysics communities grew, and, people started writing more and doing more trips to South America, and, everything kind of explodes from that. So, I had my own kind of journeys and traumas that, I've had to heal and had to kind of go through to get to where I'm at today, being this being and living this experience going, in reality. And even my mom, I'm like, Mom, everybody keeps calling me Elie, but that's not my name. My real name, I'll tell you, and I'll tell for everybody watching, my real name is Ahruel, and it means shadow is a friend of God. And that we all have this shadow that steers, and we all have this shadow that most people are so afraid to look at. So in the dream state, somebody points a gun at you, well, that's part of your own state going, I'm out to get you. I'm here, but you're afraid of me, which you're afraid of yourself. And, so many people don't even realize that they have these fears, and these fears are played against their own being, their own self. They're caught in that circular trap of fear and shame and guilt and all these old words, and I'm guilty of it. Guilty as charged. I was guilty until somebody was like, Elie, if you let go of the word hate and you move through your fear, this being that's showing itself to you isn't going to be afraid anymore. It's showing you your fear. I said, okay. So I let go of the word hate. I started doing everything that I could to catch myself. And that word is, I just used it, but it's not a part of my vocabulary at all. And things that happened after that, people were like, you belong in a sane asylum. And they were like, how do you know it's not the devil? And I'm like, oh, Jesus.
When you wake up, people will misunderstand you.
Right.
It's part of enlightenment, I think. And
it is.
Being okay with being misunderstood is not something that comes naturally. But I think in time you realize that it's something that you have to accept. To be misunderstood is something you're gonna have to accept, because it's.
So I had to accept part of that in order to move out of a place that I was in where at between 18 and 29, I got sciatica 3 times a year, like debilitating. Couldn't walk for a month, pain, trouble breathing.
I drive a lot, man. I know what that's like. It hurts. Mine isn't severe, but it could really cripple you.
The things that occurred were only short of. Well, I'm 51. I haven't had sciatica since I was 29. So the things that occurred from this initial light being that said, hey, I'm here, right? And it showed me that was a piece of me. Now, in the shamanic traditions, when we have a trauma, part of us leaves, separates, and either hangs out or it goes to somewhere it feels safe. and we can integrate that back through shamanic practice, and sometimes for thousands of years people have been going to shamans for soul retrieval, and that's what that is, soul retrieval. And it's a very real practice. And now what they don't say is you have the ability, and each person has the ability to do this on their own, but those practices aren't always taught, and people forget. Well, not only have people forgotten all that, but we've been programmed to forget, just like we've been programmed to forget what happened 24,000 years ago, 48,000 years ago, and so on.
Well, we're a species with amnesia because that's just that's a big part of the controlling one.
Well, it's also part of where Sam was saying about the portals that they were finding, the stargates and the Stargate technology. And there were a group of beings, and they used that kind of technology a long time ago, and they said they hit a button and they basically said, okay, great reset. Well, look at where we're at over the last 5 years. We have the World Economic people trying to create another reset, and then we have, these new portals that they put one up here in Philly at Love Park, and they built one over in some other city like Chicago or somewhere over in that part of the country. And it's like, and I hear other circles in the world going, oh, they're going to try another one. They want to do it again. And so I'm like, well, okay, because they're scared, they're losing their power, they're losing their control again. There have been several of these over the last, few hundred years. I believe that there was an awakening period happening sometime between 1580 and 1700 or 1860.
There was also a great enlightenment period at 500 BC.
Right. And they squashed it. And but yet there's so many of these people that founded our country, and it's like, if you look at the cities, the big cities, they're designed in a way that holds power into certain areas of that city.
And there's examples of that in Mysteries Hidden in Plain Sight on YouTube.
Yes,
where they have laid out these grids patterns and having to do with Egyptian magic and hieroglyphs and pillars and all of this. And there is an awful lot to ley line magic and everything else, including
which is all way
the pyramid
older.
being Phi and Pi and broadcast power stations. These technologies that have all been lost, especially since the breakup at the Bronze Age, and then the prior cycle, even 7,300 years ago, etc.
Right. So a lot of my I've been really focused in the last number of years into shadow. What are we learning, or what are we supposed to learn from our shadow? What are we supposed to learn from our subconscious? What are we supposed to let go of? And right now, humanity is basically in like a huge kicking and screaming phase, because humanity doesn't want to let go of certain things. And there's certain things that a lot of people just refuse to want to move forward into, because
it's being dumped on us, whether we like it or not, and how we perceive it and what we choose to do. If we feel guilt over it and then forlorn ourselves into an ineptitude of hell, like this is always going to be, well, then this is why these people are getting angry and miserable and etc.
Right.
Or there's the opposite end of the coin, where these people deal with these things, these faux pas of our personal past that are being regurgitated into our lap currently.
Exactly.
And if we choose to grow past them and forgive ourselves for those attributes in impropriety, then we'll move forward. And that, of course, has to do with the 2010 ascension kick up that happened to everybody on the planet, and also the proximity of the second star. I've always
Yes.
believed that the second star is adding that mysterious missing link connective to our furthering and the development of our old soul coming forward and connecting to genetic memory, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
Please continue.
I'm totally with you, Sam. So, it's funny. It's funny because what you're saying is kind of similar to where I'm saying, except in a different language, because
Right.
everybody has their own way of
Right.
saying these things, right?
Right.
So, what I started seeing and got more information on as our current last 22 years really started kicking into high gear was that especially after 04, I started seeing the uptake in the way the subconscious and the awakening stages of humanity. So I would run into people and they were like, I don't understand this and this and this. And I'm like, well, if you need somebody to talk to about that, call me, because I've been there, done that already. Like when I started going through that earlier, and now people don't always take your word on that, and they go,
Bingo.
yeah, whatever. Okay, so it's like, okay, well, one day you're gonna feel these effects even more, and it's gonna make you start to really question reality. And they'll go, I doubt it, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's what I get with my tarot cards when I do people's tarot card readings.
Yeah. See
and
how
then
that
they walk away going, I don't believe any of it.
Right.
And then 6 months later, they come back to your house all sweaty, going, "Oh my God, dude, you were so right. You wouldn't believe it."
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I love it.
Do you do any at all? Do you do that at all anymore, Sam?
Oh yeah, I have 3 tarot decks. I have one that I've had for over 50 years. That's the one I usually use.
I'm gonna have to schedule one of those with you, because I've never had. Well, my cousin dabbles, but every time that she's done it, we've been drinking. So
yeah, well, that's rule number 1 that you're breaking right there, because
yeah. So that's
the
what
magic
I
of
mean.
tarot.
I don't know how accurate, that.
Well, you have to be really earnest in the use and the practice of tarot, and you cannot screw with the cards. You can't change their order. They can change themselves, and there's rules. And as long as you follow the rules and treat your deck with reverence, it will tell you the truth. Now, if you treat it improperly, it will lie to you and cheat on you, and it'll pull some things where you literally think that something demonic has crept into your cards. So there are rules to magic, and you have to follow
do
them.
I have to be there personally for you to do it?
That would be the best, most likely way to do it. Yeah, that way you actually yourself would split the deck.
I'm kind of like in a different way. Like I can do that.
Rune stones are great.
Without anyone being near me. I could be 5,000 miles. And
that's remote viewing, but I can do that too. I can look, and we have many examples of where I can look into people's homes from here, and Gillian knows that for a fact that far seeing or remote viewing is, a lot of people can do it, and that is part of the connective. Once you connect to source, you are connected to an information highway that is not necessarily your own. It is yours, but it's not, and you don't know how you know these things, but yet you have such an overwhelming sense of the reality that you can't doubt it. Now I can do psychometry. I can hold people's car keys and I see their whole life flash in front of me, and I get smells from what people are cooking 20,000 miles away from me, all the way around the world. And I had an experience with Gillian alone. We kept talking on the phone, and I kept wondering what that Christmas package by her door was sitting there for, and it kept bothering me for like 3 phone calls.
That goes into the study that was done that I read about in one of
wow,
Greg Braden's books where
Oh,
he talks
okay.
about how they did the emotional testing on somebody that they pulled the DNA out of, and they had him sitting in one room and the DNA in the other, and they started doing shock testing on the guy to get an emotional response, and they started noticing that the DNA had its own response, and they
Harmonic
separated them.
resonance. Yeah.
Yeah, and they separated
Proton
them.
proximity likeness identification. Even if you separate it across galaxies,
Right.
it's still going to be inter-thread connected.
Right.
Christopher, you have Atu behind you with its ring.
Yeah.
That is
Really?
a gorgeous. That's gorgeous.
Oh my gosh.
Hi, Elie,
Is it
how you
really?
doing?
At two?
Wow.
That's
My
Atu
name's
with the
Chris.
ring.
How you doing?
Chris, how are you?
Yeah.
Good.
Andrea,
That's
thank you
beautiful.
very much.
Just leave
Yeah,
it right there.
uh,
It's pretty. Look
Yuri
at
is
it.
behind it.
Yeah,
Let me
that's
make it
good luck.
bigger and so we
Yeah,
can
I
see
thought
it
so.
a little better.
Oh, look.
Oh.
Now see the lower hemisphere
Yeah.
ring. That white. What one would assume is the sea trail isn't. That's the ring. We've been seeing it all week. Now go
Yeah.
up a little, pan upward a little bit, Christopher.
Yeah, there's another one. Look.
And up above that is where Atu's moon is, and then
Yeah.
I'm going.
the skull. I believe you're looking at the skull asteroid right there, in front of Atu's moon.
There's so many.
Yeah, there's a ton of asteroids
This all
right
just
now. and they're
happened.
so
This all
big.
just happened within like the last 5 minutes. It just blew up.
Oh wow.
There was
Oh,
nothing.
okay.
Nothing out here.
Look
Hey,
at that.
guys,
There's
so
another
dark.
a whole race of the things there. You can
Hey
see
guys,
them all.
before we dive into this, I'm gonna have to go.
Okay.
Oh,
Busy afternoon today.
sure.
And,
It
All right,
is.
Jesus.
Drive
I
careful.
hung out as long as I can, but I will be listening as I usually do. So I'm gonna head out to work. 'Cause
I
it's gonna
want
be
a shiny blue hat like yours. I want a shiny blue
yeah,
hat.
I was looking for a red one. I ended up with the blue, but I love it. It's different.
Yeah.
It
Meant to
was,
be.
Mine's
It's
red,
cool.
but
It's
Glitter
cute.
boy. Your Ken
I'll be
Barbie.
listening, and it's always great to hang out with you guys. We'll see you next
Oh,
week.
bye, Zeus.
Bye.
Merry
Yeah.
Christmas to
Merry
everybody.
Christmas.
Merry
Hopefully you
Happy
guys have,
holidays.
I'm sorry I missed you, Michelle. I will be listening. You guys have a good night. Bye, Carol. Have a good night.
Jesus, I'd love to be able to have a one-on-one with you. at some
Absolutely. I was just gonna say, send me. I don't know. I don't know who. What is your name on Facebook? Is it the same, Elie?
Yeah, Elie, Aiden,
I'll send it to you. I'll
Can you
send
send
it
me
to you.
that, and then that way I could
Screenshot.
friend request you, and then
Yeah.
we can get together and talk, because I really enjoyed talking. Enjoy here listening and seeing your
Yeah, I'm getting
the way you
somewhere.
look at
too.
things. I think you fit right in with us, man. I love
I'm getting somewhere. I just
Yeah.
haven't gotten here yet.
no, I enjoy listening, man. But I will keep listening to you guys. But I gotta go. Duty calls. But all right, guys.
Sure.
Bye.
Okay, Jesus. See you next
Night.
week.
I love
Bye.
watching that blue sky out there. It's all snowy
Bye.
and like gray here, and kind of. And meanwhile, Chris
go
is
back.
out there in a t-shirt, 90-degree weather, and I'm like, oh man,
I
got
know.
I've got a hoodie, a blanket, and I'm still chilly. Like,
Yeah, this weather's kind of
Oh boy.
getting me upset.
Oh,
Like I'm
wow.
out here and a
Look at the
tank top,
sun.
and at night I got a beanie on and the sweatpants and a sweater. It's just the the daytime versus the nighttime is really not
I don't
fun.
know how you'd last up
What?
here, but
I don't know.
Point it
Oh,
towards
I
the
couldn't.
sun, Chris.
Okay.
Point it towards the sun a second. I just want to. I
Yeah,
mean, it's
see-
like very pinched. Oh my gosh.
yeah,
It's
Saru
like
is cutting
something
that. Saru is cutting
Yes.
off of the sun.
Yeah.
again.
that makes so much sense
Yeah,
right
I'm
now.
gonna go back.
Oh my
I'm gonna
gosh.
go to that's
Okay.
the northwest, and then it's just all this is coming in,
Yeah.
and then where Sam said Atu's ring is, it's wild. And I'm telling you, there was nothing out
Yeah.
here 10 minutes ago.
That's. Yeah, you can tell something's right above the sun. It's like
Yeah.
darker blue going straight across it, right above it, and the sunlight doesn't know what to do. It's
Right.
like squeezing out here and there.
That's why I came out here
Oh,
because
cool.
it's like dim outside, and then it got bright again, and it started dimming out again. So I thought, well, maybe I'll just go check, see what's going on.
Yeah.
meanwhile, that looks like a fast-moving asteroid right there at the top of the screen.
They're everywhere.
Yeah,
They're just
Yeah.
all over the
Because
place.
it was like it moved like 2 inches while you're there. It's still moving.
Yeah.
And there are tons of them. You should see the big ones. That's just the debris.
Yeah.
The big boys are to the left.
Right. I mean, like right here is
Right there. Yeah.
perfect.
That's the red asteroid.
Perfect circle. That's the red asteroid here.
Yeah, right there,
Right.
where your finger is.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That's
With a little
crazy.
sister
Is
in
that the-
front and a couple others behind. There's like 3 or
that the
4 or 5
tan?
smaller ones behind it,
That's what I thought.
and a bunch of them in front of it that are so small. And I just them, if you look at the drawings, they're just dots. But there are so many little ones that
Yeah.
we really didn't. I haven't started sitting down and actually documenting their patterns, but I'm getting a general eye count in my brain over time, just seeing it nonstop, and which is why they end up in the drawing. And yeah, there's so much, and then there's just so much big ones, and you wouldn't believe the number of little ones. Oh my God! And Rebecca, we do have to have a copy of that that early NASA release that we every once in a while used to watch a few shows back, because I think we need to remind people just what is up there flying underneath.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, there's days where I go outside and it's like all of a sudden there's this streak in the sky, and I'm like, wait a second, that's not an airplane.
No.
And it's like all of a sudden there's 4, and I'm
Right.
like, whoa, wait, well, hold up.
Yeah, there's a lot of debris.
Like they just appear, and I'm like,
You'll know.
Atu and
and
Yuri have an unbelievably large asteroid field, and what's amazing is all their asteroids are in the southern hemisphere, and there's a whole bunch behind Yuri as well, between Yuri and Saru, and that's also sort of kind of hinted at in the Bible, and in the Colburn Bible as well. This video,
Wow.
it is I to this day. Okay, this is in 23, a year ago, literally. A year and 2 months for, yeah. And you'll start to see the normal space material, which moves, north and south, and the dust and the small stuff that's going up and down. And this is I believe, from the ISS.
Wow.
Yeah, it is. It's right there in front of my face, Sam. GISS. Just look in the upper right corner. Okay. And you start to see this stuff come in. Now, these are space clouds. You know how rare that is alone. But no, these are not clouds. These are debris fields.
Incredible.
Yeah.
wow.
Right?
And I'm in
It looks like
absolute
hair,
awe.
like space hair. Look at it. Oh, this.
I'm in awe that they actually let this out, because this proved, and we knew we can go back to that date, and go back to the 2023 November October site drawing, and literally match this, and we'd know exactly where it was. Of course, I know where it was, but I mean, it was on the left-hand side. But this is coming in, and this isn't the planet rolling by. This is debris and material and gases and objects, and some of these are huge. But I'm still in awe that they actually released this.
Yeah, look at that. Wow.
Because, number one, clouds are not supposed to exist in space, even though they do. You can go to Suspicious Observer and see a whole bunch of his stuff on that. And you can also go to the Thunderbolts Project and see a whole bunch on that as well, about the electric universe and how all of this is actually chemistry in space. It is not gravitational. Gravity is a small force of, a connective string on the tennis shoe of life. But these are space clouds, and this is debris. And it's
So
damn
cool.
close to Earth if it's from the ISS. My brain is not working today.
Sure it is.
It is. Right? I'm so cloudy today. It's scary.
Oh gosh.
So I had these streams of thoughts that I wanted to get out, because I'm
okay. I do apologize for interrupting.
No, it's okay. I'm used to like the whole process of this stream, and that everyone has moments. And
Yeah.
it's like got to be kind of fluid and let the moments just kind of
That's true.
happen. So as our subconscious kind of goes like this, and the stepping stones up, and this super consciousness is going, okay, well, here's the playing field, and we're in this huge awakening period of humanity stepping into who we are becoming.
I hope you're right.
I mean,
I see more people that are not doing this, which is the part that bothers me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sam, you're not wrong. I see it too. That leads me into this theory that I've been seeing happen for 22 years now, where we're on an evolutionary rise, and at the same time there's a de-evolution happening with a lot of people because they don't have the ability to reprogram their mindset.
Nor do they even want to, nor have they even thought about it.
A lot of people don't
because they're
want
so
to.
caught up in, oh, I'm going to go in 6 months from now, I'm going to go to this class, and then I'm going to make this car payment, and I have my mortgage, and by then I'm going to get a degree.
Kids. I have,
yeah.
It's painful.
And I don't want to say or, and they don't know how to heal and make the choices that are necessary to heal their trauma.
I mention this often to a lot of
their
people.
wounds and let go of the programs.
Right. We have to be able to say to ourselves that we are no longer the person we used to be, and our mistakes of our earlier ages do not define us. And there are so many people that believe that that's the opposite. They think they are defined by their mistakes, and they're forever never going to be able to change. No, I'm bad, and I screwed up, and my favorite, I've sinned. Woo, love that one.
Well, and that leads me into another area of conversation that I had with Rebecca the other day on the phone, or in the video cast we had, or phone call we had, and it has to do with restructuring how our mind wants us to speak words into being, into existence. Wow. And so we get caught up in these concepts of good and evil, and and positive and negative, and how people don't want to be how people don't want to be they don't want to associate with anyone that's negative anymore. Well, we have to let go of those words, and we have to redefine as a society, as a civilization, how we think about these things, because you can't let go of positive and negative energy, because they're both contained in the essential atomic structure of the entire universe. So it's like, I say, okay, well, instead of negative, we're behaving in a way that may not be optimal to how someone else wants to receive our presence. And that changes the vibrational quality of our speech and our mind, to be able to look at someone and say they're just behaving in a way that it might not be optimal for them, but they're angry.
Yeah.
And that's allowed. People have to be allowed to express themselves in a way that's, now, I won't say that everyone understands that, but because there are people that are just day in, day out, they're miserable, and they're, draining, and this doesn't mean they're stuck in negativity. It doesn't mean that they're, not vibing. It just means that they haven't been shown a better way to be of a higher vibrational caliber in their life. They don't have the right thought, or they don't have the right person to help guide them out of that. And
Sure.
It's like for me when I moved back here and I used to Philly and in '02, and luckily I had a spiritual teacher down the street who was a friend of the family, and he understood exactly what I was going through. So I was down there day in, day out. And he's like, you got to let go of this word hate. So I created a program for myself to let go of that word. And every day I used it. And it's like pretending that there's a laptop screen or a TV screen an arm's length in front of me. And every time I went to go use the word hate, I would say, wait, hold on.
Yeah, I omitted it from my vocabulary.
Right, exactly.
I only type it on rare occasions.
Exactly. So, like, my son, for example, when he was little, he didn't learn the word hate from me. He learned it at school from every other kid.
Wow.
And that's where his mom and I, now we're not together, but his mom and I could agree on. Like, we didn't use that word around him. As long as we were kind of together, not together, on, off, backwards, forwards, all around in circles, and caught between this thing and that thing and the other, being on similar paths, it's kind of like two volcanoes trying to come together. It just doesn't, So it's kind of we have to teach ourselves new ways of communicating so that when we go to use some of these words, we're not being, looked at as crazy, but we're looked at as, oh, he's there. And how do I get there? If for someone else who may not be there yet.
True. Like everybody's on their own time. I can't get on to people for not knowing or seeing or whatever.
Right.
I got to give them some slack and be like, okay,
Right.
they're on their own course, and that will happen when it's supposed to happen. And
right, exactly. It's like
Yeah.
Rebecca, started seeing 11:11 more frequently. I heard on one of the podcasts recently where you were like, I started seeing that more and more and more, like maybe only 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I started seeing 11:11 back in like 91.
Okay.
And that's just part of my upbringing, part of my path, being infused into so many mystical things as a child, rather than like going, kind of, I stumbled upon this by accident one day and it woke me up. Everybody has their own timeline for these things. And so right now we're in this timeline, and I really started seeing it speed up after '08 during the whole banking crisis. And it really sped up to where people all of a sudden went from here to here.
Yeah.
And then between '08 and now, it's even more. Now, I won't disregard that I've also seen the decline, because there are a lot of people who just don't have it in them.
Yeah.
They don't have it in them.
Like,
and
it will never be there, ever.
I have some friends that are like that. And I've had
what do you think about NPCs? Like, do you think they're NPCs, if that's their thing? Or do you think everybody is equal, and as far as the possibility for
that's an interesting question that I haven't really thought about, because I see so many things that it's I like to think of that everyone is here for a reason, and that there's really we're all interconnected, but we all actually are independent beings that have a greater spiritual purpose here. And
I go back and forth on that. Like sometimes I feel like it'd be the right way of looking at it, and then other times I feel like we're just surrounded by, shells of backdrop people. You know what Dolores Cannon says.
Well,
That's
you
what
know
she-
what?
yeah.
It's entirely possible.
Uh-huh.
I won't rule that out.
Yeah.
Although when being around people that I've been around that could be classified like that, I've seen things around them that prove otherwise.
Yeah.
We also have to take into account propaganda that has been handed us by the Roman Catholic Church.
Absolutely.
And the complete conditioning of our acceptance of the fact of heaven and everything else. And then you had the mixation of purgatory concepts and other things like that. And like Dolores Cannon, for instance, is rather religiously biased. And then also she has a great huge dose of 1980s astrology blended in there in the blender.
Yeah.
And
I'm not a fan.
yeah,
I just know I know her videos.
I've watched some of her work, but I'm not a fan. No,
I'm not a.
there's
I
more
feel
to it
there's
than that, though. It's a larger scope going on here. We're talking hundreds of thousands of years of manipulation, and only to have us as a workforce.
Right.
And we are see, and this is the big thing that most everybody forgets all the way across the board. We humans have these. This is always what kills me. Inalienable rights. I just love the term in itself. Inalienable. Well, we were not meant to be here. We are constructs. We are created in the lab, in the petri dish, things that would have never evolved on their own, period.
Wow, Sam.
And we are a workforce that has been correctively manipulated cycle after cycle after cycle to serve the larger civilization that is crossing over the top of us right now.
And see, and here's where I get caught up with the idea that we were built to be slaves.
They were shocked that we had the soul. That was a surprise to them.
Right. And that's where I get caught, because I know that I'm a multi-dimensional being.
You are connected genetically through genetic memory to 12 races plus the human ape.
Right.
Or excuse me, the Neanderthalic ape.
Yeah, like I have this memory of watching the body be born. And I'm like,
that depends on your abilities as a farseer. Yeah.
Right.
Well, if you do.
And when I discovered I was actually told my name in a very powerful meditation one evening, and I was like, what am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with this voice coming out of loud booming nowhere saying Ruel? And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with that?
If this was the wizard world, I wouldn't be telling anyone.
And I heard this is 22 years ago, and they've recently told me not to have shame in speaking it.
I see. Okay, I was just.
I held it in for a long time, telling people, and it's one of those things where now I understand why. Because I understand that name, we can't get to anywhere higher if we don't go through our shadow.
Is this live, Chris?
That is lovely sky. I miss.
Well, I'm looking at what appears to be at least two crafts sitting somewhere right there. Should be the Texas cube in that dark blue, but those straight lines. I see a definite triangle or two or three.
I think the long box cube is here too.
Yeah, that would be over.
Yeah.
That is kind of square. Yeah, I see. Yeah,
huge.
And that is on the right-hand side of the sun, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Northwest.
Yeah. You're looking at the long box cube, and then the white dot is, of course, the side orb.
Yeah, you can see it.
So therefore, we have long box cube and side orb, which matches with which makes it a real sighting.
It's so
And the
big.
fact that it's squared and shadowed just right. Yeah, we have a lot of friends here,
Perfect.
guys. And
So,
go ahead.
lately I've had some of my own breakthroughs, which shows okay, well, there is something to be said about, the level up. Captain America in one of the movies almost picked up Thor's hammer, and then by Endgame he wielded it, and Thor's sitting there laughing, going, "I knew it, I knew it, I knew it." So we all have the potential to level up.
Oh yeah.
It just depends on how we go about having our consciousness upgraded to level up. So
You have to believe, and then you have to see examples of it occurring.
right. So my friend and I both been recently kind of we talk a lot about the programs of our fathers, and we can't get anywhere if we don't first admit, okay, I'm like my dad, and then we go, well, how am I like my dad? And then we go, how does this program keep me from being who I'm meant to be, because I'm more like my father than I want to be? And that's not a wound, that's a program. The wound is how we feel about that, and what we take on in our life, not only multi-generationally, because those of us who are come here to go, okay, well, we're healers or seers or whatever the labels. There are a lot of us who are going into the generational healing, where we're going back 7 on either side of our family, and we're dealing with everything. And not only that, but we're dealing with our own our being's history that goes, oh, I was a priest 700 years ago. I took these vows of celibacy and I brought them with me into this life. And that's partially true and partially.
There are conditions for good and for bad in both. Yeah.
Right. Well, and then here comes in the languaging once again. Is it good and bad? No, not necessarily. It's just part of the overall learning process.
Well, a lot of people say, and this is just sidebar here. A lot of people will talk about the evil dark factions that are coming in to attack us and invade Earth. Just a generic statement.
Right.
We have to attribute that comment evil, because in actuality, evil is also an invention of the Roman Catholic Church.
Exactly.
And it boils down to point of view. So we all suffer a great deal of this quote unquote sin and personal self degradation and self harm, self flagellation, whatever you want to call it, where we're all beating ourselves up over our negatives. But in the actuality is that we have to believe that we can grow past them, and that identifying them is actually a step forward, not something to add to hate. And that goes all the way back to the original beginning of this conversation.
Right, leading me into my next kind of thought form, which has to do with where we're at right now. I was telling Rebecca last week on the phone, like, I don't want to say refuse, but I don't like the feeling that this is all going to be for nothing. If there's all of a sudden some world catastrophic,
well, it's not the end. It's the beginning of a new beginning.
Well, I get that. But I'm just leading into
the outcome. We'll see the steps forward will be predominantly more positive, because everything up after that is going to be good.
Right. Well, and that's it's like you hear the Graham Hancock and Jimmy Corsetti, who does Bright Insight, and you hear some of the people that are looking into the the ancient civilizations and what happened to them and where they go, and some of the guys doing this level of the work into the ancient civilizations that whose history has just been wiped off the face of the earth through cataclysm or whatever, or man,
every 3,654 years.
Right. But has it really been those planets attributed to? Now, I'm not
all
in
of them,
denial.
no.
Right. I'm not in denial of that. I'm just throwing it out there like that, just so you know, like.
Oh, there. Yeah. Well, there was a second climate change in 1250 BC.
Right.
And that devastated the I can't remember which exact Egyptian dynasty it was, but there was a prior breakup to that as well. And science refers to that as the breakup in the Bronze Age.
Yeah, there was the younger Dryas and
right,
etc. etc.
Right.
So I don't want to sit here and believe that all of this awakening is going to be for nothing if all of a sudden, before the awakening actually occurs, however it's meant to occur, in us gaining, because I know for certain that I have telepathic abilities. I've seen spirits. I'm kind of a medium in that respect, and have been into this my whole life. And I don't want to sit here. I don't want to sit anywhere and have a conversation where all of a sudden in the back of my head I'm going, wait, all this is leading to a cataclysm? No, I don't.
Yeah, no,
I don't want to think that way.
Well, we're already experiencing the climate change issues in drastic ways, and people aren't really even putting they've got the one puzzle piece of it. They haven't put the puzzle to see the grand overall picture.
Well,
and yes, that is happening. There are going to be less of us. This happens every time these planets pass. But you got to take into account what is really going on is the rebooting of the commodities from Earth, because we have to produce again that next supply for what happens 3,654 whatever years ahead in the next cycle. And this is a reoccurring revisitation of the passing of the planets, because we're smaller, we're going through them. Or just point of view, it doesn't matter how you see it.
Sure.
But this is going to be rebooting of the commodities for their next approach, and they've collected them now, or they're finishing up by now collecting them, because with each passing day, Nibiru becomes farther away. So they should have, hopefully, by any normal work schedule, have gotten past the halfway point. But anyway, I digress. There is a reboot. There is the promise that has been instigated in our genetic upgrade several thousand years ago that only took a few generations to them and numerous generations for us. And this transitory thing that we are in is a small percentage of people are going to be enlightened and move up and to a higher level. Whereas prior, that was not the case. This is something that has been instigated by the races, even above the Federation races, or even above the Nibiruan or Anunnaki, depending on how you want to refer to them. The people on the planet are not the same as the faction that are in the cube. The cubes are not necessarily the same faction as the Empire orb. We've also noticed there's a whole new group of ships here that are not Federation affiliated, because they've been in smaller numbers. But I mean, and some of those are assumptions, so we have to be careful with that as well.
Right, exactly, because then that leads me into some of the circles being involved in, in so many of the metaphysical circles that I'm involved.
Being involved, and their Federation higher ups is also on the side, because they've got their point of opinion over the humans, and they're like the ASPCA for humans. They want us to achieve a better standard and be able to be elevated into the Federation. So there's all of that coming, and this is part of what has taken generation after generation after generation to get us ready for, because we're not ready to step over, jump on a ship and fly to this nearby planet and then go try to live with them. We're not ready for that.
I feel you. I hear what you're saying. I heard you say that before, and I was like, well, that makes sense to some degree.
You'd be losing all of your culture. Everything you're used to eating would not be available. You would probably offend any person walking down their mall if you were let out into public, or you'll end up in a monkey cage at a zoo. So and then we also have to earn, because these are beings that live thousands of years, and to them, we're children that say really the wrong thing always.
In a human vessel, yes.
And while we don't have the opportunity to normally evolve, so we've had to been sort of, we sort of kind of had to steal our own surfboard from somebody else.
Right. And yeah, it's not easy to just kind of step up into the luminescent being that.
And I always try to remind everybody, we all earn this. It's not handed to you for free. You have to earn this. Right. And when you do get visitation or enlightenment or upgrading or any of the, the 5 other things, I'm not saying those are all one because they're actually separate things. But if that does occur to you and everybody says, "Oh, take me with you," and if you have no idea what meeting an extraterrestrial will do to you,
know, I've been there.
It screws with your mind in ways that
it does.
You're not even prepared for it.
No, I know. Well, that's what happened to me in 2002 when I'm standing there at the bottom of my stairs, and there's this like orb-like light being in my house, and I'm like, whoa, wait. And it took me a while to figure out that that's not necessarily something else. That was me, a part of me.
Wow.
That was saying, I'm here and I'm going to integrate into you, but I've been waiting for you to make these decisions and come home in order for you to heal the things that happen to you so that you can embody more of this energy into who you're meant to be.
Yeah, I always refer to that as old soul.
Yes.
Incredible.
So, which kind of leads me to this phase that we're in right now, where I'm like, I'm starting to see all this discharge between the planet videos. Okay, and I've seen some of it here in Philly. Not as much, but I've seen some. And I was talking to Rebecca about this, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I know we live in this electromagnetic universe. Tesla started showing us that. Edward Leedskalnin, who built Coral Castle down in Florida, showed us aspects of that. The Tartarian Empire started showing aspects of that.
Well, basic physics, sound equals light equals matter.
Right. So, and then years ago, I read Consciousness of an Atom by Alice Bailey.
Okay.
Alice Bailey gets a lot of bad rap. And so does Joaquin, and that whole publishing company gets a bad rap. But if you pick through it and you really read what some of that information provides, it's some of it's very enlightening. I don't like some of the stuff that goes into the UN charters, but for the time that these books were written, to go into consciousness of an atom. I mean, 100 years ago was
right. That's incredible.
Like, come on.
But these people then knew. They knew a lot.
Well, also, their food wasn't tainted.
Right.
Their water wasn't tainted.
Yeah.
Their medicine wasn't tainted. So there was a much different level of consciousness.
Yes, we have a level of greed that has sold us down the river so long ago. It's scary.
Absolutely. So,
hey, guys, sorry, Elie, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to bring Michelle on because I think she would like to talk to you. Actually, she's been commenting in the comments, and she's been, scheduled to be on the show as well. So I think she would like to be part of the conversation.
I bring her on.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and get Michelle on here. Give me just a second. There she is. Perfect. I have not seen Michelle
Big planet behind you.
Minute. I know.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi,
Hey.
Michelle.
Hi,
Yay, you're
Michelle.
here.
Merry
Finally.
Christmas.
Hi.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Yes.
Christmas.
Yeah, you're one of our favorites. So,
Thank you.
but-
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, and how's Indiana? Let me find out real quick.
Very cold.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
It
sorry to hear
just
that.
poured
Indiana's
like
know.
crazy
getting
here.
part of that.
It
What
just
Phillies get.
poured and poured and poured.
Yeah,
Well,
that's that Arctic blast that we talked about last week that would be hitting today.
Thanks.
And
Right.
it's
The
going to go
wind
through.
is hectic, Sam.
They had an almost nor'easter up there off the coast of New York and north up there into New Hampshire and Maine. And they lucked out because it did go offshore quickly. And we're in for another round that's going to be coming through Montana.
Wow.
Christmas Eve. And then it's going to hit everybody after Christmas
Look at
over on the
that.
East Coast. And you guys are going to get cold again. And then after that, we're all going to warm up, oddly, all the way up into Canada.
Yeah.
And they'll be freaking
Wow.
out because the permafrost is going to melt up there. There's a lot going on. And then, of course, a lot of you people may have seen that they're finally announcing again that the magnetosphere of the Earth, the magnetic north, and all of that is this information they're dumping on everybody again. And that is the understatement of what is really going on. What they're putting out now is way not correct. They've really stepped in a big bucket of cow poo on that one, because anybody that's been watching it for the last 5 or so years knows that it's farther south in Siberia.
Yeah, they were showing that again. Mhm.
Right. That's why I'm debunking it, because they're saying everybody's off the North Sea, north of Russia. No, it's actually in the middle of Siberia.
Yeah.
Northern Siberia is sort of middle Siberia, and that was deemed proof, 5 years ago. So don't buy into it. Yes, the magnetosphere of the planet has changed. Yes, Earth is tipped. It's why our weather is completely wrong. It's why our jet streams are wrong. It's why we're getting moisture from the South Pacific off the coast of Baja and all that. That's going all the way up the East Coast now, and that never used to happen.
Compasses are wrong too.
Yeah, the jet stream, the Gulf Stream, the major stream that warms, comes up all the way from South America and goes up the North Atlantic, and then does this rotational thing right off the coast of Greenland and the UK. That centrifuge, I can't remember exactly what they call that, but it's a very important underwater Gulf Stream, and it brings the cold water from the Arctic all the way back down, circulates it all the way underwater at the bottom of the ocean all the way to South America. And then the hot water from South America runs all the way up, does this big circle between Greenland, Iceland, and the UK. And that's why the UK weather has drastically changed, because that also has changed, as well as the United States Gulf Stream, which changed in 2018. And all of that manipulative flow of weather above it, because the ocean and the skies are also connected, and the tipped Earth, and both hemispheres' weathers are going the same direction, which never happened in my entire lifetime. It was always the northern hemisphere went one way and the southern hemisphere went the other, and that's not happening now. We should actually do a toilet test and see if somebody flushes their toilet in South America, what direction it goes, compared to us flushing our toilet up here in Montana.
Goes down.
No, it's the direction that it spins.
I know. It's just making a joke.
Sam, I want to show you this real quick.
Okay.
Alexander, no, you're fine. But Alexander sent me this little clip. It's like a minute long, but just an observation he made on that two sun video we watched from Florida that looked like possibly two suns.
Right.
I don't know. He wants you to see it. I think you should see it too.
Awesome.
Why isn't it here? Bear with me. I
Always
build it
ready
up
for
and then it's
distraction.
not here. Bear with me. I'm going to resave it. Well, it's a very odd shape. I'll just say that. I'll give you a hint. I'm going to this title it odd. Okay. Because it looks like if it's an asteroid, it's bumpy. I mean, I guess they can be bumpy, but yeah. Okay, here we go. Why isn't it just right there? Oh, you guys. It doesn't want me to show it to you or something. Bear with me. Sorry. I apologize. I saved it
It's
twice and
gremlins.
it's not there. I'm embarrassed.
It's either hamsters or
Gosh,
gremlins.
Hey.
Frank, it's little woolly bum.
Yeah. Is the show over, Christopher?
No,
Is the show over? No.
No.
Oh, okay. No.
you can get a break today, right?
Oh man.
Yeah, there's
I
a
have-
big
I have a-
planet
I
right
have a-
behind you.
I have a bigger
Oh, it's crazy out here.
question. I have a bigger
Okay.
question that I was talking to Rebecca about that kind of popped into my head recently about all this, the electromagnetic universe, and that, you know, is it because I've been hearing things through spiritual networks for decades, and it's like hearing, oh well, the goalposts keep getting moved, which brings them back into like the whole
Oh,
idea.
the spirituals in South Africa, then they love that statement in South Africa. Let's
Okay.
move the goalpost.
Right,
Like the date thing.
right, like the date thing, exactly like the date thing, and I'm getting tired of hearing people in the Mind Body Spirit Expos keep moving things, and I'm like, okay, now we got to start asking the bigger questions of what the end game is. And like right now we're seeing this whole binary twin solar system moving through us. We're seeing all this discharge. Or what if all those planets are actually helping the planet slow itself down so that in this next phase of movement there's no cataclysm?
Well, first of all, that won't occur because the society that is based on this larger half of the binary system absolutely relies on the commodities. This whole thing has been going on. It's non-paradoxal. The ascension, the growing, the awakening is also planned. It's like, okay, you're a boss, you're running this, multi-billion-dollar company, and the government writes a law that says you're going to have to let at least 30% of them join a union. Good, bad law, whatever, regardless of the reality of it. So what has basically happened is that there are beings and races above the local ones that we're dealing with right now who actually own our segment of space. Now, the major rights is the people who live here, and they are the larger, more advanced race that live on Nibiru and live on Saru, and those are the local guys. But over time, within this war that happened 300, 400,000 years ago, there are treaties that are involved where they also have to share those commodities from factory planet Earth with other races. But then there are races above them. Now, those races above them have watched and deemed this whole process. And this is why I mentioned the ASPCA for humans. There are higher races above that are believing that we have the right to actually, being that we're existing creatures now and we have certain inalienable rights. I always chuckle every time I say that. And so therefore, that's the process of the change that's happening now. Now, not everyone is going to wake up because they are going to need their workforce here on factory planet Earth, just like they did in the cycle before the last. In the last 300,000 years, there have been 83.3 cycles. So you have to really sink that into your head that this is a normal process that happens over and over and over and over. And to them, some of those people could have been around, and lived long enough to even see many of these cycles. So we're a herd, we're a tool, we're a commodity as well. We're short-lived creations that wouldn't exist. So part of that is we are granted this beautiful life. And yes, it is, part of it is toil, and we are being robbed of our commodities that we work hard for. But that's all point of view. So there is the ultimate goal is for us to evolve up and out and actually start living longer again and being ourselves and having our connected 24th chromosome, where we would be able to self-heal and live for 2,000 years.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. And there's no saying that that's going to happen this cycle. We don't know if this is going to be me or my children or their children. But we know that this is part of the process that has been awakened, and
Because I know
the
a lot of
ones
people they don't want to be here anymore.
well, but we also have no place else to go other than within ourselves. We're not trying to escape here. We're trying to make here better. And then most of us,
I
it's
agree with.
inevitable that won't happen.
Right. I mean, it's pretty hard when it's like you have certain you know people.
Innate properties. We are
Well, yeah.
genetically bred to want to seek gold. We are genetically bred to kill for it. We are
Right.
genetically bred to have war, to fight,
Well,
to collect that commodity.
It's like looking at the Grand Canyon going, that could have been a gold mine, billion years
Yeah,
ago.
it was. It was.
Yeah.
All you have to
That
do is
could've-
all you have to do is look at some of the workings, literally from Montana through the washouts through Montana and Wyoming, and you can
Yeah.
see that it was a great, huge mining facility with collection ponds and everything, but on such a huge scale that to us it doesn't make any sense. And then,
Yeah,
and
it's like
stone
looking at
hammers that
Devil's
were
Tower.
found all over Wisconsin, Michigan. There was a huge giant population working in Middle Americas 2 cycles ago, and the giants were all over the place. And there's probably still some giants here underground and in mountain ranges and stuff that we don't even know about it. And there are, of course, sightings constantly of them. And if you go back and look at the Indians, the India people from India, that they had giants, and people from China had giants in their communities, all the way up until the 1700s and 1800s.
Yep.
There's photographic evidence of it going back, and people,
There is.
all of it. I mean, the Smithsonian destroyed all of the giant bones here
Right.
5 years ago.
Right.
And there was a lot of people that were really pissed off about that. And if you look at one of the largest cities, just like Mexico City, there's another one like in Illinois, and it's still buried, and they haven't dug it up. But it's a vastly large temple city. And it's, they don't give accreditation to the Incans and their previous races. They think they were a small society when there was an actual society running from Canada to South America. And then some of them were wiped out in the last cycle. And this is where we get the atomic nuclear explosions around the world, because that group of giants who was doing most of the mining, they got greedy, and then the gods above, or the demigods, I should say, smited them because of this year, or every 3,654 year cycle. A few cycles ago, there was a big argument over the commodities, and they proved, and that's where these wars came from, and why generations of knowledge is missing. A lot of this stuff has been removed also by Rome.
Yeah.
They don't want you to know.
Right. They don't. Yeah. It's like what happened to the ancient libraries.
Right. Alexandria.
Yeah.
Rome, Alexandria. We know that. And there's you can see it on I think it's Trebe's Arch in Rome, where you can see they were bringing the spoils of raiding Israel and Jerusalem home, and all of the stuff was stolen by these guys, sequestered. I mean, they have 33 miles worth of tunnels underneath the Vatican, housing all sorts of shit they've hidden.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They don't want you. And if you, like I say, go back to Abrahamic religion and study background there, and all these stories match the Egyptians. It matches the Sumerians. They just changed the names. And when you find out where Abraham was living as a child, and he was a captured slave in Samaria, and then they released him when the climate change happened, and they couldn't feed the what were Palestinian slaves. They sent them back, and when they came back to Israel, they called themselves Jews or Israelites. And in actuality, the Palestinians and Israelis are cousins.
I know.
We broke up by 75 years.
Right.
They were slaves that were taken by Sumer. And then when they couldn't feed them anymore, they sent them home. And that's where Abraham, who was old by then, went back to Palestine. Because at that time it was Palestine.
Nice capture,
or some other. Yeah, look at that big dark blue thing right there, everybody.
Yes.
That
Oh.
is the side
That's
of
so
Yuri.
pretty.
Look
It's
at
so
Yuri.
pretty.
Obvious.
Hello, Yuri. How are you? I can see your stripes.
Say that again.
It's Yuri.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, you can see the horizontal stripes. I mean, I have glasses on, so I don't know. It gives me a little different filter, but I can see them, and I can see the stripes of Uri here, and you can see all the little asteroids just climbing right up the side. It's just
You should
wild.
be staring right at the salamander asteroid group, the tan asteroid, etc.
I look for the upwards curves because
Incredible.
it's like how can people look at something like that and go, "What? Why is there an upwards curve?"
Right.
Yeah, you can actually
It's
see it.
totally
You can actually
abnormal.
see. Yeah.
Well, and it boils down to you. If you look at the dark area, you'll see the what's wrong with it. But if you look at the sun, you won't.
Right.
You got to reverse
Right.
your eyes to what you're capturing.
Sure.
And once
But
you start, and then
my
there's an
friend
object dead
says
center
that
above.
you have to wear dark glasses as well, especially
Yeah,
when
I
you're
always
walking.
recommend
that.
gray black sunglasses,
Mhm.
not blue, not yellow, not brown, but gray black, and you will see the planets. And they're and once you see them, you can't
I
unsee
mean,
them.
look at that
Yeah,
thing. Oh my word. Look at it. It's
Look at that.
beautiful. Somebody take a picture of Chris, like standing there like that with the.
Well, that doesn't
I don't know.
help.
That's what I see with the glasses I have on.
The right above those trees is the tan asteroid.
Oh wow! Look at that. I'm not even looking at the screen really. That's crazy. Look
Right
at
above
that.
the trees on the right
Wow.
is the tan
So
asteroid.
blue.
Very big. And then
Yeah.
there's the other ones along with it. There's like 2 or 3 smaller ones right next to the tan.
Yeah, right there next to them. You can
Now,
see them.
Sam.
One's
Now,
Pepe,
Sam,
one's Lorraine. Go ahead.
how what's your guess as far as proximity?
Oh God, guess. I hate guessing.
Okay, you don't have to.
They have to be they have to be somewhere in the 1,000,000 mile range. These are huge planets, and we've waited. We know that 265,000 miles to the moon. We know that some of the close passes, if it's so close, it's insane. And yet I sit here and wonder, possibly, what is it, 36, 50,000 miles away? And yet these lightning bolts are traveling from there to, mind-boggling to even try to ponder that. But I'm saying that some of these are upward anywhere from probably 400,000 miles to 1,000,000 miles. It's a guess. Since you asked me, I guess. But they're big. Now, remember, we also have a magnified out view because we're looking through water.
Right.
Yeah, it's like being at one of those fun fairs and you go into that place with the magic mirrors.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So I'm sure that they're farther away and closer, and they're not that close to each other. They can't be, but yet they are. And that I've often pondered that. And if you take it and you break it down into an atomic structure, as the larger solar system is the internal nature, and our smaller solar system, us, with dwarf yellow soul, is the outer of this combination of a certain specific molecule, 2 atoms, 2 suns, with an electron cluster holding the 2 atoms together, and 2 groups of planets, protons, neutrons, and electrons. We are a chemistry structure. We are a built compound. We're non-paradoxal. Otherwise, we would have been destroyed 1 billion years ago.
Right. I gathered that and that's what brought me into this theory that has been floating over my head about the magnetics of these planets.
They repel and attract. They push past each other in regularity because it's a stable compound. Now, with all compounds, there's degradation. There's always a radioactive decay and aging of everything in this word transition of chemical equation.
Sure. Well, I mean, look at the magnetic field. It's in a degradation phase. It's shrinking.
Well,
while it's moving.
People have been screaming about the sun's magnetic field and everything, but we also have to take into account there's a larger, bigger one right next door, and those planets all have their magnetospheres, and their magnetosphere bumps into ours, which is why we've been having those insane auroras that we've never seen in our entire lives,
right?
Including the red spectrum, and all of that is electrically normal, ion bleed off, electrical discharge, etc. And we've noticed that, our asteroid fields and our moons and stuff in our normal solar system are all in the northern hemisphere. But in the other solar system, we've noticed that all of their majority of their moons and their asteroids are all in their southern hemisphere, including some of their rings. So that led me to believe that they're connected. They were connected, yet we're opposite, which is why we don't steal the planets from each other, why we don't rob their asteroids unless it's smaller debris that does come in and scrapes off electrically through a
'cause
minor degradation.
It just reminds me of like North and North Magnet. When you
Right.
put North and North Magnet together, and they kind of like
And
bounce.
when the second star came up from underneath us in 2009, 10, and 11, and all of our planets and all our normal planets in the solar system all tipped. They brought in a bigger magnet into the game.
Right.
And along with them came their planets, of course. Now
Yeah.
they spiral real tight and real close together because I think their larger star creates a closer, tighter atomic structure fit, where we have a smaller star, so we are spread out. We're still held, but we're rotationally spiraling behind our star at a farther distance apart from each other because of the magnitude or the intensity therein of our magnetic field from our dwarf yellow soul. Now, when I was first doing my equation, I knew that the atomic structure of Sol was not really strong enough to keep our gas giants as far away from them atomically as they are, and it didn't make sense in the equation to me, which is where I realized that we had to have at least two atoms in this compound that we are in space, because I believe in atomic chemistry being the unification model that Einstein never even understood.
Right.
And that also has to do with dimensional realms as well. We are the building blocks of our dimension are the tiny particles of a much larger dimension, and vice versa. With our dimension is made up of tiny other universes and dimension building blocks in the smaller subatomic than our world. And the dimensions aren't just balls sitting next to each other. They're a bigger. It's like a nesting doll from Russia.
Sure.
Totally get it.
Dimensions small, bigger, a whole, and they're all connected and non-paradoxal.
Wow.
And that's why we have billions of galaxies. Because it's just growing. And the one thing constant in the universe is, they talk about the Big Bang and they're wondering how it's expanding. How could it possibly expand? Well, heat and cold exchange is the one universal thing that is perpetual motion on its own, is the exchange between hot and cold. They always trade places. Of course, our universe is expanding because that hot is still expanding. And we're going to continue to grow and continue to grow and continue to grow, and we'll never stop. Because that energy was output, that's a full brain journey out into, kooky land. But sorry, I hated to go there, but that's there's building blocks to all of this. And
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't. It's like, when they discovered that the Earth was bulging at the equator back in the late 90s or mid 90s, and and that's when you started seeing the uptick in the whole governmental approach to their of how they're programming everybody for climate crisis. After climate crisis.
Oh God! Don't even get me started about Dr.
No, I didn't want to,
Elie.
I didn't want to, but it goes into, first they started to see a bulge, and then they started to see one piece, and then another piece, and then
of course there's a bulge. We have centrifugal force that is
Right.
spinning top. Of course, it's going to be a bulge in the middle of the planet.
Well, no, they started seeing it grow.
Well, yeah, because our spin changed.
Right. And then by 2004, you had that off the coast of
Penang?
Sri Lanka
Where was it?
in 2004 that, they were like, it altered the, axis
tide.
of the planet by 0.000.
Yeah, and then in 2018 and 16 and 19, the guys in South America, in Peru, they go to their boats in the morning and they walk out to the seashore, and there sits their boats on the shore and no ocean. And that happened like 4 times. And that just flew past everybody like, no problem. Excuse me. The whole planet just did a roll, or not a roll, but a big, huge tip. And then the mid-ocean bulge has changed direly, and nobody gets this. And they don't connect the pieces.
No,
because
right.
all of that had to do with the arrival of the other planets. When those other planets got here, we tipped. Oh, apparently I got to go cut pizza. So excuse
Sam.
me, I'll be right back.
All righty. Yeah. I'm listening. I'm working on making a comparison, and I know. I mean, people don't, but honestly now, I mean, okay, either they're not going to even think about there being another solar system. I mean, who's going to just sit around and think of that? Like hardly anybody's going to even, especially when they can't see, like they would never think about it being in their face like this. So
right. Well, then my mom was like, I was telling her about this, being a guest on this podcast and what it was about, and she's like, I have a hard time believing that, and I'm like, well, Mom, when you start seeing pictures from all over the planet about, 2 suns over here, I'm like 2 suns over there. Of course, there, we know that there's also a moon, but it glows like a sun, and yada yada, and this thing and that thing and the other, and you see all this growing evidence. It's getting to the point where people have to face something in themselves to gain a bigger picture that it's not we're not alone as a planet.
Yeah. Right.
And we're not just, one of 9.
What about you, Michelle? Like, what was it for you that made you like accept that this was really happening? Like, because you come along and you don't know what this is to be true or not, but what did you actually start to see that made you believe it?
The clouds.
Yeah.
I've always been a cloud person. I love the clouds. And I noticed something changed. And honestly, I thought it was the fact that I moved from Texas to Indiana and just things might be a little different up here.
Yeah.
And then I found Sam. And I only found Sam because his Facebook page is Montana Skywatcher. And then through Sam, I found you and started really. I always knew about Nibiru. That was one of the things that I filed away. And I thought, okay, well, I'll wait and see if it actually is true. And then, I found you and started watching the podcasts and looking at the pictures and saying, those I've seen that, I've seen that in my sky, and no wonder it's different, and that's what it is. And I have to commend Chris because he has really, really learned everything.
Hey,
and
I had good teachers. That's all I could say. I mean, it's been
you definitely did. You definitely
without all
did.
their hard work, I would have never been able to do this. There's no way.
And I still can't tell. I mean, I can't look up and say those clouds. Okay, I know it's this certain planet.
Sure.
I'm more of I know they're there. I don't necessarily know exactly what is what. I mean, I know the gist of it. What's on this side of the sun, what's on that side of the sun. But I didn't delve into it like Chris has. I mean, he's really done his homework.
He has
really done your homework.
overtime too. As fast as he's learned it. I mean, a year or less than a year, he was mastering it, right? Making his own videos and channels, and it was just like, dang. I mean, that's impressive. Even if you did have me and Sam helping you.
Oh yeah.
You're
still helping me out.
it's still, I'm just impressed. Obviously some people are more open to it and can, notice things are not the same versus other people.
Yeah.
No,
What
things
is that?
haven't been the
What is
same
that?
in a very long time.
No,
It's
they
like,
have not.
it's like when you look up. I'm driving along the road, and I look to my left, and I'm like, okay, well, there's light over there, but
Yeah.
that
Ink.
doesn't look normal.
Right.
And it's like there's all this gray cloud cover, and you can see the sun peeking through, and you're like, wait a minute,
Mhm.
that doesn't look
See,
like normal sun. And it's like you see that, and then it's like you look down a little bit, and you're like, wait, why is there a different color over here than up there? And then you see like something over here, and then it's like you see a bright sun like object, and then there's something to the right of it that's like this big, and you're like, that's not the sun.
Yeah.
right. Uh-huh.
And now I don't seek to understand and know what all these names are. I'm not that's not my that's there's so many other people. You guys are wonderful in that respect.
I'm back, by the way.
Definitely.
And
Thanks,
and it's like, but I look at this the what's in front of me, and I'm like, and I know and remember being out in the field when I was like 12.
Yeah.
And going, I'm at camp, and I'm looking up at the morning sun, and I'm like, that's the morning sun.
Right.
And now you look up and you're like, what the is going on with this?
Major
the
deja vu
illuminations,
right now. That was
the spatial
weird.
illuminations are huge in so many ways on the asteroids, or and all the rainbowing that they were doing over the years. And then when we first started seeing Attu space be lit up, and then there's Attu's moon, and we just learned Attu actually had a moon because the light angle had changed. And then it moved, and then we were watching it, and then for years people were going, oh my God, can you believe? God, it's 11:45 at night and it's still light out. How come? What's wrong with that? And then people totally missed the fact that the sun's been rising in the northeast sky since 2011, and they don't get that part. I mean, literally, there's days up here in Montana where pre-dawn where you could tell that the sun was due north, or actually just slightly northeast of due north, and you're going, wow, that's not supposed to be there. That's supposed to be all the way due east. And right after that, everybody just sort of just stopped even noticing that the sun was rising in the northeast sky, and it was way brighter and bigger than it was supposed to be. And I'll never forget, as long as I live, that year that in 2011, you'd go outside and you could see the circles on your window tinting inside your glass. And then you step outside and your eyes were watering because it was so bright out. It was unbelievable. And it happened. I couldn't go anywhere without my sunglasses, period.
Right.
My eyes would just be watering. And you're looking at the UV circles inside your glass. And that told me right there that, all this was real and it was going on. And the second star was here. And speaking of the second star, there's 3 camels on the bottom of our screen here because 3 wise men followed a star.
You got it. Yes.
Guys, there's
What?
a star, another star, not our star. There was in history, now granted the time period is way off because in the time of Jesus, there wasn't a recent visiting star at that time.
Yeah.
Or was there?
Whoops.
Well, yeah. Well, it would have been had to be 1,000 years earlier.
And
Hey, Katie Joe.
hey, Katie.
I was going to
Joe.
say hi to Katie
Might
Joe.
have been
She is
some other
here.
random star
She
we don't
made
know
it.
about, but stars don't go wandering around. They're
Oh
part of-
yeah. Speaking
Oh,
of
that reminds
wandering
me.
stars, what about my video with the wee light that moves? I want to know what Sam thinks just before I fall asleep again,
Uh-oh.
I
because
did
I have
see
to go to
that.
work tomorrow.
Gillian, you
Okay.
did send that to me.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I just
did
wondered
look at
what.
it.
but the other
Yeah,
people haven't seen it.
Right, that's fine. I'll look at it again.
Is that okay?
Bear with me.
Fine
Yes,
by me.
but it's not. Hang on a second.
It's not ready.
But here, while I'm getting it, here's Alexander's little something he put together real quick, just to show.
I just love this picture with the camels.
orb.
That's gorgeous.
I don't know. I mean,
Right.
he didn't come out and just
Well, what
say
is
he
that?
thinks it's a lens flare,
thought-
but
Well, I'm wondering if that's a tree in the front.
Oh,
like, what's that bump?
A tree at the beach.
Oh, okay, that's true.
yeah, the
That's-
ocean is in this one.
he's offshore. You're right.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
but
don't know. That's something to say. That's
No, well, then
Alexander
it
being
would be an
observant.
object in the way. It would be an asteroid that's crossing in front of it.
Yeah,
that would be something fuzzy. That's like a
it wouldn't be the Texas cube, would it be? I mean, that's
It could be because it is almost square.
yeah, that's
But
what
then
I
it,
was
it
looking
looks
at
like
the other day.
a Pac-Man rounded later.
Okay,
I'd be guessing. I hate doing that.
right.
Castle in the sky.
Yeah.
God, I hate those. Because everybody that's going to comment on all of that stuff, the
Yep.
only thing that we've seen that's real that's up there are conning towers on top of big, huge star destroyers.
Right.
We haven't seen any flying cities. We haven't seen any sun simulators. We did have a few sightings a few years back of a space wheel that we believe is belonging to Earth.
Wow.
And I got a whole bunch of pictures from Canada, and I
So
haven't.
we've got a space wheel. Remember
I've
you
never-
talked to me about that ages ago.
Yeah, I've
Sam?
never released those pictures yet. There are pictures that I have that I don't share because I didn't get in corroborating evidence. But I mean, they are absolutely a space wheel, and
I mean,
there's
it
a
makes
lot
sense.
of them.
I remember my grandma had this like Reader's Digest book in her house, and it talked about like a space wheel and how it could be a perfect place for humans to live because it spins, keeps them
Well, where else would
grounded
they be
basically,
storing those
and you can
spaceport
grow all
workers
this food in it
supposedly
and
have?
stuff. It was interesting. I mean, it's highly possible.
Well, certain presidents talked about having a Space Force militia, Marines, and if they're deeming something project like that, notice how they didn't say, "Well, we'll build a base and we'll send them there," or "We'll build ships." None of that was discussed. So maybe they already have a place to send people to.
There's also a place here in Las Vegas. This billionaire, he owns this manufacturing company. They actually build modules. They're so strange. They're like, I don't want to say they're fabric, but they build these modules for outer space, and they're trying to build some kind of space hotel or something. It's just ridiculous, but it's pretty interesting.
A space hotel.
Big alien. They've got this alien face printed on the side of the building, and yeah, I drive.
Can you imagine how much stuff that goes on that people are doing that we don't know about?
Right.
Because I know some of the stuff. Because I got exposed to some classified information in my brief stint with the United States travel company. Should we call it that?
Right.
The tour, the big tour. Yeah. Rather than saying abducted beyond my will. In my brief visitation with the U.S. travel company, I managed to see a few things and be exposed to a few things that I don't want to go to too great details. But there is so much going on in the background that if everybody sitting here listening today knew about, they would be very angry about the money.
Sure.
We can also express the fact that the Pentagon again this year was unable to balance their books by trillions of dollars.
Oh.
And
Not good.
and yet that just slides by every time they announce it. Nobody
Right.
does anything about it.
But they'll be
And-
calling you and asking where that $5 went from June 5th.
Yeah, we gave you too much. We sent
Right.
you too much on your Social Security by $50. You got to give that back to us now. Yeah, they come after the little guy, but meanwhile there's trillions missing. Well, we know that the projects underground and in space is going on, and we know there's second dealing going on all left and right between these factions above. Because remember, guys, the Norway spiral orb, or what we call the Empire orb, and we've got thousands of sightings of those over the years since 2009. It got here before the planets did, so we know that there's the big boys are all connected to knowing about what's really going on, and they showed. And this is why the the Star Destroyers by the hundreds are up there. It's a show of force. They're showing us that if you don't do what we tell you to do, we will invade. And we could do it in a moment's notice. And they just park up there and, drive around a lot and go, hi, we're still here. You have to give us what we want. And we have no choice. Not only that, there's other treaties that are, going back generations through other factions that probably don't even exist anymore, including going all the way. There's factions here that in the church, or several factions within the church, I should say, that some of them are nefarious and some of them are good. But I know, and I'm not going to stick my nuts on the chopping block here all over this one, but I know of one that's really up to some real dire crap, all the way from 1440 AD on.
Wow.
And there's those people have all the money to do whatever the hell they want, and they're not just affecting one government, they're affecting the entire running of every government on this planet. And yes, we can't do anything about that. We just have to wait. WTF. Anyway, I can't spell today either, or abbreviate or anything. I have not felt good all day, so you have to bear with me. I do apologize.
Sorry to hear that, Sam.
I'm a little green today. It's a little due to the weather. I really wonder if I had the flu or got the flu like a week ago and didn't know it. Because I've been anyway. Because my neighbors had the flu, but I never get sick. I wouldn't even know if I was. Although yesterday was not a fun day. Anyway, I digress into Lucy.
I'm getting Gillian's video, just so you know. I'm working. I let me download it. I don't know why. So I did a screen record. I recorded my screen. I'm just cropping the. Yeah,
I love that sparklies behind you. I can actually see it very clearly now. Or
can you see it? Yeah. Well, it got dark outside. I guess
right,
that's why.
Right. So you're
yeah, it's different.
It's very tested. I went out when I went to cut pizza and I looked at the Christmas tree in our living room, and it's dark in there now. So it was shining and flashing, and it was like, oh, Christmas. It's only 4 days till Christmas.
Wow. I can't believe it.
Wow.
I know.
Where did December go to? It was just the other day.
I don't know.
To be.
Where did the year go?
Yeah, we were just watching Saturn come over the top of the front of the sun early this spring.
Yep.
And it's just been one crazy thing after another, including the reappearance of Matim and the reappearance of Saru and the moving away of Nibiru. I kind of bothers me.
Yeah.
I want to be able to see Nibiru every day, and I can't.
Yeah.
I like Nibiru. I've been watching it for many, many years.
Yeah,
now.
I'd like to see some land masses.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, God, 2012, man.
I mean, wow, that would be. You look up and you're like, wow, I see right through the atmosphere of that planet.
Well,
and I'm looking
I do have that one picture of Nibiru's land masses. If anybody wants a copy of it real fast, I'll send it to you, Rebecca. And while you're doing
I think I have it.
Okay.
I saved it and I put it in my Nibiru file. Is it Nibiru or Nibiru?
I call it Nibiru. I know.
I call it Nibiru.
my buddy and I call it Nibiru.
Nibiru.
Okay. Yeah.
Just because his daughter drew this picture and I actually posted it to the group a couple months back.
Cool.
And because it's like, she doesn't know anything. She's like 4 or 5, and she just drew this picture and was like, "Hey, Daddy, look." And he's like, "What's this?" And she's like, basically is like, she must see something that not a lot of people see, because she knew exactly what she was seeing.
Wow.
Granted, it's only like 2 out of a greater number, but still, when you see a child drawing something in crayon, and it's one of those like, here, look.
Your adult mind didn't see this, but I did. So there,
yeah. Kids looking up at the sky and sees like this other planet lurking. It's like, okay, That's
the thing, it is a simplistic thing where we have to reach into our childhood selves and believe in something other than what's been crammed down our throats all our lives.
Right.
And everything we have been told to a certain degree is a lie.
Right.
Our entire existence of going to work every day and college educations and being in debt and all of this and owning, you're sold to the company store. That's a huge lie that we don't have to live this world like this. And unfortunately, we're driven by greed and taxation and some of that greed. Could you imagine? And this pondered my mind the other day, really hit me really hard when I was watching the Ukraine-Russian war stuff.
Oh,
And or even what's going on in Africa and all the wars in Africa. Could you imagine if they took, instead of everybody decking out their arsenals with these billions and billions and billions of dollars in tanks and bombs and grenades and rocket launchers and uniforms and guns and bullets and all of that stuff, could you imagine if they spent all that money on people?
Yeah.
And fed the people
Can
and got them supplies.
I can.
hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine, but look at what happened in North Carolina, and people are dying in tents in the freezing cold, and it's like, wait, what?
They don't care about us. They don't. They really don't. There's no way they can.
They have been working off a budget, knowing that a catastrophe is coming.
They don't care.
And so they have been putting the money here and there for their benefit. I mean, look at all the tunnels under the White House.
They're horrible.
Millions and millions of dollars spent on that. It was okay, just so they don't have to walk in the rain to their car.
I mean it. I mean, they like our food, our air, our water. They make everything miserable. They ruin everything. It's just, I'm just fed up with it. And everybody's just like, oh, they're so great. I just love him. He's so. Oh, can you take
I'm not saying anti-government, but I'm saying a reality.
Oh, anybody, all these people that are just calling the shots, whoever these people are, whatever they
that's
are.
The good old boys. I've been waiting decades for them to go away, but I'm not.
Some of them aren't even people.
They're Muppet puppets. Yeah.
Some of them are not fully human. Let's put it that way.
No, they're terrible.
There are some people in higher roles that are not necessarily all human.
Right.
Okay, here's Jillian's moon video.
Yeah, guys, we're playing in a game with a stacked deck.
Yep. Stacked.
Watch that little light.
I know, and all I could think about is what I can do to how can we fix it? And I'm at a loss. I just gotta ride it out with this whole world of people that didn't see it.
That these planets become illuminated, and we see a second star here. They'll come out with, well, we're not alone. And once the realization of the human race finally believes that we're not alone, perhaps we'll start behaving differently.
Check out that little bugger.
Maybe out of embarrassment alone.
Yeah, a lot of people haven't read Zecharia Sitchin, and
that's true.
Look at that thing going.
And here, I take it for granted.
I haven't read all of his books, but I've read a few of them, and it's like.
Well, what staggered me was Immanuel Velikovsky, except for the fact that yes, he was Jewish, and yes, he did intermix way too much religion into his summation, and he bored people to death, and he never got no one ever lasted past the middle of his lecture, because he kept throwing too much Jewish religion in the middle of it. But the man was very accurate when it comes to close pass interaction between bodies.
Yeah,
phenomenally so. He had it better down than anybody. And I think he's highly underrated because, Worlds in Collision is a supremely good work if you can weed through the religion.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in what is it, the 12th Planet, Book 1.
I mean, you might as well read Guardian's Guide to the Galaxy or Motorcycle Riders, whatever the hell.
Yeah, I know.
I read that one. I can't remember the title, but I read that when I was like 14. Years and years and years ago.
Yeah, so that was the cube up there, wasn't it, Sam?
Yeah, I'm sorry. We did talk through it. I do apologize. Yeah, it was the cube. The long box was up in there in that square. And, of course, the light there was the moon. And the smaller stuff was little shit flying around. We know there, I'm wondering, I keep saying this every show. It's like, I wonder if Elon is doing DoorDash up there to those guys.
Somebody's pizza going up.
Yeah. We got a big pizza order going up to the long box. Here we go.
Wonder how much they charge.
Well, this time they asked for Chicago brand only, but last week was New York. Well, what about San Francisco pizza?
Galactic Uber. Galactic Uber. I'd like to order 2 burritos, 1 smothered, 1 covered.
That'll be 1 bar of gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
And one of Sam's cards.
There you go. Are they worth that much, Gillian? My cards?
They might be one day.
Okay.
One day, yeah, we're going to go, see, I got a card.
Dun, 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 dun.
Well,
we can
while
only
I was
hope,
studying,
hope that the
while I
Lord
was
gets out.
getting my degree in binary worlds,
Yes, internet.
binary worlds and
internet
collision, and repulsion. Binary worlds and repulsion. That's what we should call it.
Well,
There
see,
you
and that's where I was trying to come up with this idea of a theory in magnetics, and going, what if some of these?
Are you old enough to remember the Scotty dogs, the little Christmas magnets that you would get, where the dog would walk up? One was a white magnet and one was a black magnet, and you'd walk the dog up, little tiny, the size of your thumb, and you'd walk them up, and then that one dog would turn around and push away. The
Not
interaction
exactly,
between 2
but
magnets and trading of poles is very, very explanatory. Of you take into account that the stars are the major magnet, and the structure of the solar system is protons and neutrons in a chemical equation in shell structure. And then that adds to the fact that each of these atomic structures have a naturalized magnetosphere, electromagnetic surrounded bubble around them.
Right.
And then you have to imagine them interacting from one side to the other, dealing with each other, and then the larger one will push the other one out of the way. Or if it's similar in size, they're catastrophic and they're going to bump into each other. They'll electrically discharge on each other because they don't have the same static attribution, like 440 versus 220. They would repel each other because they were different harmonically. And yet they're still attached, but they're crossing paths. It's sort of like turning itself inside out is what's going on, where we're crossing through them. And this happens through the spiral.
Right. But now, and that's a totally other separate movement compared to our own cyclical 26,000 year cycle.
But we are attached to the same, their system and our system is attached to the same electron cluster, which is Nibiru, which is a massive, massive orangish blob gas giant that is so big it would fill our mind.
Yeah.
And then these 2 atoms, the 2 stars, which are also massive but way smaller than Nibiru, are the 2 atoms, and those atoms spiral behind this mass. And then every 3,654 years, they cross paths in the spiral, which is what makes that rosation spiral that some great astronomers are always talking about, the Fibonacci sequence that ends up into a rosation spiral. And that is how we travel and trade places every.
So why is it that, right now, right, we're seeing a pole shift occur at the same exact time that all this other stuff is going on?
Because of the larger magnet.
Right.
It's not normal. And when it leaves, we're going to tip back, although not back to original.
Well, right. But that's where I'm wondering if it does, if it will or won't tip back, what if it doesn't? And it just
we're already tipped, and our jet stream is already off, and our ground flow air is already off, and our astral higher up jet streams, way up above, are violent beyond your wildest dreams. And so also the boil off that started occurring in 2017 and 2018 from the extra star started boiling off, and we got way more moisture in our atmosphere. This is why all the climate models that they were doing their climate science over didn't match the math, and why it happened way faster than they expected, because they didn't take into account a second star. And what heats up all, because not only is Earth warming up, but all the planets are warming up, and that's documented, proven, and you can look that up.
I've heard. No, I've been hearing that since the late '90s. So that's nothing.
Well, how else do you warm up a solar system than put a bigger star in there, and of course everything's going to warm up.
Right.
And all of this, it all fits. And
Neptune's been getting brighter since
because
like
there's
98.
Well, yeah, and we have 73% more UV rays than we ever had before.
Right, and they started hearing measurements coming. They started measuring energy pulsing through the galactic center.
And subatomic radioactive decay ratios have changed.
Right.
They're no longer mathematically predictable like they were. So something changed all the rules. And they can't figure that out. And you got all these guys that are, they're searching Einstein and dark matter. Well, they might as well be looking for the ghost of Sleepy Hollow, because they're looking for something that doesn't exist, because Einstein told everybody we live in a gravity well, and dark matter pulls us out, and yet our star pulls us in. But that's not how it works.
Right. Well, that's why that's why I started thinking like deeper about this. Going, what if none of the other? What if all these models that they were going off of prior to now,
they're all wrong?
They're all wrong. And what if we're in a totally new set of rules to where something else is going to occur on this planet that they haven't been able to take into account yet?
I don't think that is. I don't think we're going to be in a paradoxical scenario. I think that the extraterrestrials, even on Nibiru, or not even including the Federation, are far more advanced and are more aware of the cyclic behavior, and there's no way they could risk their own environmental existence without us providing that commodity every 3,654 years. I mean, this is why we're here. We are, it's like if you look at the Klingon moon where they Praxis, or what, maybe it was Praxis. Anyway, the Klingon moon, they mined it to the point where it exploded. That's of course in Star Trek. So it's a theoretical movie, not real. But anyway, the point, I think they have a greater control over things than humans are willing to hand over. And we're just currently owned and leased out as this rock that produces all of these commodities, and they cannot function without us. So therefore, they will do everything to continue it or make sure it is stable for their civilization. That if they had a global warming issue, they would adjust their uses as well, which is what they did with the Tool Star. It is believed that Nibiru has a mini facially orbiting tiny blue Tool Star, which we've seen evidence of years ago. I haven't seen it recently. We may see more of it as it leaves, or it's happening and I just haven't recognized it yet. But it's always that. There's always shit that I could have missed.
Yeah. Hey.
But go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to. I don't want to interrupt, but I just do want to. Anyway, take the opportunity real quick and bring Carol Ann on here. I see her.
Go back to topic.
I see her in the green room, and she's here. So I want to get her on here so we can all look at her. So anyway, proceed. Anyway, that's all.
Yeah,
that's all. I just
you can also hear Carol Ann.
Here she is.
Hey,
hey, Carol Ann.
Yay!
Happy holidays!
Happy holidays!
Yay! We did
holidays.
Hi, Elie.
Hi, Carolyn.
Hello, Christopher.
Hey.
Hello, dear Michelle.
Hello, Carol Ann. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Samuel.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm waving.
Hello, Ms. Rebecca.
I got to make my bounce a few times.
So, do you know Elie? Do you know Elie from the group or chatted with him before?
Yeah, within the group.
Yeah, we've said hi.
Yeah. Okay.
Gave him a little guidance when he first came on and pointed him in the right direction, and off he went.
Yeah, he's a natural.
Yep.
Doing
so
his
thing.
Sort of. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say I know where I could. Like I was telling Chris, I don't know where Napa City is versus this Magellan over here, but you know, just knowing that I look up and I see these
You
things,
look up,
and
you
I'm
see
like,
them.
that's
That's
all
it.
I need. That's
Yep.
all I need. I don't need to memorize where everything is.
No,
I
but
just
you know what? You will. It'll come naturally. You will always look at the sun. You will always see this, and this on the right side, and this, and this on the left. And then the cloud formations will come into the picture, and the colors will come in.
And then the asteroid
And
patterns.
Yeah,
the asteroid patterns.
Yeah,
Just like the
sometimes
drawing.
I'm like,
It's
wait,
just like
Just
It
like
does.
the
It
drawing.
grows in your mind. It really
Left.
does. It'll grow, and this is how I've been running for many, many years. I can watch a TV commercial and tell you exactly what year it was filmed just by
Yeah.
looking at the sky now.
Yes, you can.
And because back then that was filmed in 2018 because right over there is Uri and it's on the right hand
Yep.
side. So I remember back in 2018 Uri was on the right hand side, and
like
this stuff sticks with you.
a song in perfect harmony.
Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you something else, Elie. Even after all these years, I still ask for help, and they can all tell you. Chris can tell you, Rebecca can tell you, Sam can tell you.
I make mistakes still.
We all do.
Yeah.
And that's why we do this. We all help each other, and it all works out.
I know. I made a mistake on my bread last week, so I get it. And then I'm like, oh, okay, well, here, now I won't make that mistake again.
Right.
And it's okay if you do, because you're not judged. It's all
That's
in the
how you
learning
learn.
process.
Exactly.
Well,
And
no,
that's-
it's going, oh, I made that. I burned a grilled cheese. I'm a chef. Like, come on. There's
Oh,
a chef girl
okay.
burning. You know what I mean? So
Oh, yes,
making a
they
loaf-
do.
Yeah, making a loaf of bread at home. It's like, it's hard
65
because
minutes in the kitchen, I still burn things.
you can't always know what temperature is going to proof your mixture. You know, like.
Man, I can't even cook macaroni and cheese. So
That's a hard one.
is it?
That's a tough one to master. I mean,
Okay.
you know, because there's a bunch of different methods. Are you doing it with a roux, or are you doing it with heavy cream and cream cheese?
I'm doing it with
Philadelphia cream
box
cheese.
and
Gotta have it.
Why are we talking about food? Why are we
Yeah,
talking about food and waking my
box.
stomach up? No.
Hey, we're having
no.
mustard sandwiches today, guys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Why
my
is
dad
that?
lived
Why
on
is that
those.
mustard red?
Can I get a piece of bread and butter? Can I get a butter sandwich?
Yeah.
My favorite today is ketchup spaghetti sauce.
Oh,
Exactly.
yeah.
Nutella.
You know, well, and that's because I make
Let's all run away and get a sandwich and come back and we can have a sandwich eating party.
I always make like
God,
2 gallons of sauce at a time. So when
Please
spaghetti
no.
sauce, and I make it from scratch and everything. So anyway,
Yeah, I gave my mom a choice. I said, "Mom, do you want Yorkshire pudding for Christmas dinner or fresh baked bread?" My mom said, "Well, Yorkshire pudding, even though it's not that great for me."
there you
Okay,
go.
no problem.
Yeah. That sounds tasty.
Yorkshire
I haven't had it in
pudding
years, but sounds good.
A Yorkie.
Ah. Yeah.
I'm sure
I have a
Julie
reluctance-
knows about the Yorkshire pudding.
Yorkies.
I'm sure she does. Yeah.
Carol
I was-
makes them every third or whatever Sunday. Maybe tomorrow's a day.
Jealous.
No,
God,
I think
wish
it was
would
last
for me,
Sunday.
man. I'm so tired of my own cooking. I could scream.
Fly me out to Montana. I'll make you a dinner to die for,
There
buddy.
you go.
Awesome.
Yum. Yeah.
I'll go,
Yeah,
but
I used
just
to do
wanna eat
tableside flambe at Red Lion, and people used to fly around for my Caesars. And I know my cherries Jubilee and my bananas Fosters really well, and steak Diane and Scampi. Oh God, I cooked Sunday brunch for too many years also, and oh my God, to this day I can't stand the smell of an omelet.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, when you cook 20,000 omelets,
Yeah.
you don't want to eat one anymore.
No,
And every time, and my daughters go, "Dad, make me an omelet." It's like,
Oh.
oh God,
No, can't do it.
eggs in the house. Here we go. Well, I have a finicky eater anyway. That's a lot of fun. Wow, I had a roommate one time that wouldn't eat anything if it was red. Oh, I can't eat that, dude. There's red things in there.
My
That's
ex-husband
very
and friend had a time where they would only eat orange stuff.
Okay.
Okay, there, yeehaw.
Sweet potato. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
Shiloh. At one time
Carrots,
lived
as
on
you guys
peanuts
say,
for a while.
carrots.
Now you
Carrots.
can't get her to eat peanut butter for the world, but she lived on peanuts. I mean, I had to buy jar after jar of peanuts, those really expensive peanuts, every week, and she just wanted to live on peanuts.
Oh, I love peanut butter.
Now it's pizza and ice cream.
Hey, that works.
Well, they're happy that every time we do a show, they get to have frozen pizza, so they're thrilled about it.
And I think Samuel gets happy too with his Coke and his Ricola. So
Well,
Right.
yeah, I'm not a Coca-Cola drinker, and I will admit that I have already felt a sort of a caffeinated buzz come from this red can here.
mm-hmm.
I had one the other day, and I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, when did they start adding aspartame to it?
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
well, it makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't like the carbonation anymore. And the taste isn't what it was when we grew
You
up.
mean
Oh, definitely
regular
not.
Coke or Diet Coke? You mean regular?
If I drank a Diet Coke, I'd be puking right now.
Yeah,
I
me
can't
too,
drink
but
Diet
no,
Coke.
but
Those for
well,
20
they
years.
changed the rules at some point, so they don't even have to tell you anymore
Right.
if they
It's
put
crazy.
aspartame into something or
And that
whatever
does
the
make me
new
sick.
name for it is.
Yeah,
Whatever it is.
aspartame makes me nauseous.
Yeah, it always made me. I got kicked out of nutrition class in 93 or 94 because I argued with the teacher that it was made from neurotoxins and she was trying to call it a low-cost sweetener. And I was like, My mom did EEG studies. My mom was an EEG tech.
Wow.
So
Cool.
she was doing brainwave studies on people having seizures. And it turned out that some of these people that were having seizures were going through withdrawal symptoms
Sure.
from stopping ingesting drinks with aspartame.
Oh, that's scary.
Now,
Oh my
fast
goodness.
forward to the 90s, I was in Arizona once, had to break a large bill to buy breakfast for my buddy and I, who was driving me to the airport. And I went into the grocery store to get a pack of gum. And
Okay, Nina.
the only thing that did not have aspartame was Lifesavers. I'm like, when did this happen?
Yeah, I don't buy any of that stuff. No energy drinks, none of that.
Me either. Like,
if I drank a ginseng energy drink right now, I would throw up within 15 minutes.
me too.
I can't even take the smell of it.
And I don't eat
gross.
McDonald's either because the same thing.
No.
Yeah.
No
That's
diet
not real
food.
food. When it comes out of my body,
None
my
of that
body says,
stuff.
no, this isn't real food. But I was on the migraine diet from 1983 on. I went everything natural, no sulfites, no nitrates, no monosodium glutamate. And now if I get any of that in my food, boy, I can taste it right away. And it's immediately yuck. I don't like this. And your body knows. Now, at first, when I first went on that diet, I got mad at everybody. It's like, I can't eat canned chili, damn it. And, you should know better. So we should have brought all the fixings so I can cook it naturally, because I was getting really bad migraines right after my abductions. But yeah, and that was because I didn't talk. And now that I've started talking, and my migraines have gone away because I opened up and I let that shit that I've been suppressing all these years go. And yes, talking and being as open as it still scares the crap out of me to admit, as much as I have in past shows, including Radio Wasteland or Fight for Our Freedom Radio, or even the Understanding the Sky series. I've in all of this, I felt like I've said way too much, and I'm still here. Thank God they haven't kicked in my door yet. And knock on wood. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Although I have been nudged slightly recently by people who are hinting that they are around and watching me. And that, of course, happened also with my TikTok this week, where all of a sudden my TikTok doesn't, and I'm watched, and they put me in Facebook jail again, off and on and off and on. Remember my new sheet, the new Facebook page.
Well,
It worked for an hour and a half, and then
Right.
all of a sudden, boom, I was back in Facebook jail for about 3 days again. And so I immediately knew that they were, boom, punch his button because he's back and talking again. Let's shut him up. Otherwise, they would have just left me alone.
Sam, do you know about since I know a little bit more about you in your.
Want to look at my project? Look up Major Ed Dames in the Far-Seeing Project.
No, I'm going back to, because now I know a little bit more about like background wise. Okay, I put two and two together with you.
No worries.
Have you when did?
Thanks,
That's a hard
Caroline.
question. At what do you know about Codex Alimentarius?
Well, I know what a codex is. A codex is a book.
Okay, so Codex Alimentarius is a program that was it basically translates to food code.
Okay.
And I forget when it was leaked, but Dr. Rima Liebau, I think is her last name. It was pretty much talked about in this movie that came out.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
You're
say
welcome. Thank you.
prior to 2009, called it came out around the same time that like Zeitgeist did, but it was made by this guy here in Pennsylvania called his name is Ben Stewart, and I forget the name. Esoteric Agenda is the name of the documentary he did.
Wow.
Everybody's got to go check out Esoteric Agenda. It's very amazing. A little scary, but it goes into a bunch of stuff that we've all talked about today. But Codex Alimentarius is one of these programs that basically turn nutrients into toxins, and toxins into nutrients. So that's where they've gotten this idea, they being whoever we want to think they are,
The big
right?
day.
And FDA, WHO, you name it, right? Whatever ABC agency is,
Alphabet group, yeah.
and the alphabet groups, right? And they think that they have this right to rule over us because they view us as toxins, not nutrients. But they know that our body has all the nutrients it needs in order to heal, sustain. It's like there's MDMA in our brain. There's our brain has the little binding groups for cannabis. We have copper in us. We have
gold in us. We have zinc. We have lead. We have all of course. We have a star inside of us.
Right.
Calcification of the pineal gland by fluoride, for example.
Exactly.
And
so
one of the highest states in the country that does fluoride their water really bad, Florida.
Right. So
look at people in Florida.
So this
and look at what the Floridian just seen. She's seen the two suns. I mean, they must know that coastline is going to see some action.
We've been educated down.
Right. Well, that's where this codex comes into play with our food and water, is that they've deemed all that toxic.
And there's also a certain agenda. We talked about the 1880 commission from the Bilderbergs and all of those guys, and the Rothschilds and all of this. As of 1880, they realized that if we didn't do something about our world population, by 1970 we would be where India is today, and they're about to hit a new 11 billion or something population mark this year. And we know that there's a certain sustainability to the planet Earth, especially since we're in this toxic age of using synthetic plastic. Plastic was one of the worst things we could have ever done. If we would have avoided plastic and gone and stuck with Bakelite, we wouldn't be as sick and diseased as we are. although they need it. Now, pretty much every major country in the United States right now is, or not, excuse me, not in the United States, in the world, Earth to brain, Sam. Every major country in the world right now is in population decline. They are not making new people for everybody that is dying, and that is part of the process. Now, say for instance, you were one of those government agencies, and you have this mandate which tells you that we need to decrease the surplus population. Thank you, Ebenezer Scrooge. And there's been an institutionalized doctrine that has been shoved forward at us since 1950 to depopulate the earth, because the wars didn't take enough. World War I, World War II on purpose. They did it to reduce our population. If we hadn't done that, by 1970, we would have been elbow to elbow. I don't know if you ever saw the original Star Trek series, where this planet had so many people that they were bumping elbow to elbow. The entire population of the planet was full. There was no room to even stand anywhere or lay down. And that was, of course, an over-exaggeration thanks to Star Trek early days. After all, they only had 3 seasons. But anyway, if that commission hadn't been set into effect, we would be living in an entirely different world. So we have to take into account that perhaps some of that was the correct thing to do, and I'm not going to say the right thing to do, but we do have to regulate our species, and we are already well past the point of no return on what we've done to this planet. And when the planets leave and they go by, and we see the catastrophic occurrences of this climate change and the breakup of the tectonic plates and the lava being burped and puked out all over the place, and we reboot our oil supply and our diamonds and our emeralds and our rubies and our sapphires and all this other stuff that they value and need in their production of their world, then there will be less of us, and then we'll start all over again like we did the last time.
Yeah, I don't plan on coming back here for that one.
Yeah, well, it's not like we really have a major choice in this. We are recycled. Right. And you talked about shamanism, and I've walked the world of the dead as a shaman. And I've done the rites, and I was trained by Hopis and other Indian populace. I've walked the world of the dead, and I have seen what spirits are going through, and I've seen the guy that comes and gets them.
Yep.
And he's definitely the green man, and because he's green and he's about 12 feet tall. And me and other witnesses, I'm not just saying this was like, some drug-induced hallucination. We had witnesses and photographs, and I still have a few of those photographs today. But I was instructed to go watch the Halley's Comet and the arrival in 96 or 7 or whenever it was and see this event occur. So I know a lot about the world of the dead up to a point. And we don't get a choice. We are picked up and then we are recycled. So until we break this cycle and we evolve ourselves out and have a spirited, ghost-connected 24th chromosome so we can self-heal, which, by the way, you can do now. If you learn and believe it. If you believe you can self-heal, you can. And this is why I talk and teach about Om chanting and grounding and the circle of the personal magnetosphere and all of that. And 430, or my favorite is 528 for Om chanting and all of that. So you can change you, and you can grow, and you can elevate up through these processes. And most of it is all getting down to belief. If you believe, and I'm a firm follower of Prem Rawat, and he's an Eastern guy, and he spins it back in a circle, and he leads you on a path, and then he brings you back to the start. Yep. And that start is showing you the significance of how easy it is that you can change and alter your perspective, your point of view, your life, by just believing that you have this once in a lifetime offer right now in front of you at this new day to trust you. And that's what we have to find. We have to start trusting us and not following the masses, not let these negative people destroy our environment or steal all of our money or subjugate our masses. We have to start believing in us and not others to lead us down these dark paths, which is obviously happening right in front of our eyes.
Yep.
It's all within.
Well, that's where I go back to. We're learning that we do have a choice.
We have to make the choice.
And we have to understand how we can make those choices.
Well, we have to be competent.
And we have to learn how to make them. There's a lot of people
I cannot let someone else run my world.
Right, exactly. Like
I cannot.
I had an issue for a long time with abandonment. And I was somewhere, and I generally don't ask for a lot of help when it comes to spiritual healing, because I've done so much of it on my own. Well, I happened to be around this one woman, and I was, I felt the taps, and they were like, "Go talk to her, go talk to her, go talk to her." And meanwhile, she admitted after she was getting the taps too, and so she led me through this 5-minute exercise, and it was like all of a sudden this core abandonment issue that I've been I'd just say plagued with for a very long time started breaking up into pebbles from a big giant boulder.
Right.
And all of a sudden the pebbles went away.
Hey, you know what I learned? I prefer to be alone. Thank you very much. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
A lot of people go, Sam, how you could have, because I've been single now well over 15 years. And they go, why didn't you even look for, someone in your life? And I said, because damn, I just love being alone. I really do. I am comfortable. And it took me a long time to learn that.
Sure.
Because me as a child, I talked too much, and they would always go, Sam, go away. Here's 58 cents. Go to the store, please. Shut up. And that's my whole life. I talk 300 miles an hour always. And so they were always, they were always shoving me away. And I finally learned, I actually enjoyed it. Okay, somebody's scraping the dishes here. What's going on?
I really started talking, and it's like I really started learning about this idea of choice.
Someone's got the hungry.
7 years ago, when I made the choice to stop smoking cigarettes. And when I made that choice, it was like I chose to go, I'm not doing this anymore. And it was like I had no like triggers after that. Nothing.
Yeah, it sets you free. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, here I am 7 years later, and I'm still cigarette free. And that was like one of the last real crutches that I broke in life. That was, this, and now I'm like,
oh, I wish,
and so it's one of those, we're learning how to make these choices as these spiritual beings having this human experience. And it's like if we're attached to any idea of being held back from something that's grander.
I think we all view that we're attached to the masses and what everybody else's opinion and the guy across the street would say if I said this. Well, and I've run into that trying to expose my neighbors into the binary system and people at the stores, and they look at, there are some of these people out there and they look at me like I've lost my mind.
Oh yeah.
And I've walked away from the fear of that somebody's opinion would be important. And it's not. What's important is my opinion, and it boils down to that choice where you start to make the proper choices because you do trust you over them.
Well, and it's also like an innate power.
It's a coming of age,
and that too.
You grow up.
I know people in AA, for example, and they're attached to this powerlessness, that they have a powerlessness over there,
and then they replace their problem with AA, and then they have to go to AA,
right? But they have, and it's like I say, well, wait, you have a power that's in you, and you choosing that you're powerless negates that power that is in you.
If you don't believe it's there, you won't use it.
Well, you give your power to other people.
Or don't do that. No, God, ick. Don't say that, Gillian.
Pull it back, Gillian. Just
But
pull
I
it
mean,
back.
it's true. You know, like if we stand up as beings and we go, I'm not going to do this anymore because I want to make a better choice for my life. Eventually, it's going to carry over to others.
Again, back to if we realize that we are not alone, and then we realize that this planet is going to come back again in 3,600 plus whatever years. Perhaps let's hope that our memory isn't that short, and perhaps let's grow out of this and maybe have, because we're not going to beat this by force. The only way we're going to beat this is by dialogue, and we have to earn our place and our ascension out of this system where we are in a factory planet. We're slaves. We're clones. We're worker clones, and we're placed here. And I don't know any other way to tell you the frank, honest truth of that. And this, of course, is off-world information, and it's not me guessing. This is direct off-world information, and there is no other way to tell. Another, somewhere in New Jersey, some lady's screaming and running out the front door right now, and I that's not what I'm trying to have happen. What I'm trying to have happen is people to realize that there is so much more going on, and we should be aware of it. And just paying our taxes and walking across the street when the green light tells us we can is not enough. And we are responsible for our people around us. We are our brother's keeper, and people have forgotten that. And we have to look out for other people. We have to take care of other people.
Yep.
We need to feed the poor. We need to take care of all those Syrian people who refugees are on their way home now. And let's pray for them that they don't find a pile of rubble, which most of them will. And, we have to focus on the refugee camps all over the world, the people that are dying all over the world, and stop buying bombs. Christ, we've got enough bombs. Stop buying bombs. And stop thinking you can invade a country.
Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying earlier. They don't care about us because they're the ones making the bombs to sell them and buy them to blow us up. I mean,
steal our money that we've gone and worked out our bundle for.
They're horrible.
Yeah, well, we have to change our point of view. We have to change what we think is acceptable and not acceptable.
Yeah.
And the only way to achieve that is through diplomacy, because you can't fight your way through this.
I was going to say, so how do you
I can't walk up to some guy and say, damn it, look, there's a planet there and they're here to invade you. What are you going to do? And they'll look at me like I've lost my mind. And yet that is what is going on. And it happens time after time. And they're here, they're above us, we're handing out all our commodities. Here you go. We didn't have a choice over that.
Yeah. It's like one of those agreements that's like, I didn't agree to that. Well,
but we wouldn't exist, and we are such short-lived animals because we are animals. We're not beings yet. We are animals because we still behave poorly when we get hungry or cold or wet. And when somebody, it makes me go, and I got to go over to Bill's house to help cut that load of firewood. Every once in a while, we get cranky. And
bringing me back to the point of like this greater expansion of our DNA, right? That is evolving from back into its original grand design, and out of a 2-strand with a junk in it, which isn't junk. I only use that because that's the catchphrase. It's not junk DNA. It's just compressed, and they don't, we don't have or haven't been given the technology to decompress it, except through conscious awakening, and when the man in the whirlybird comes down and says, "Oh, I'm gonna, decompress your uncompress."
Well, when you have contacts with alien races, they are functioning.
Been there, done that.
They're operating at a higher frequency.
Right, I know.
And that boils down to physics, proton proximity likeness identification. When two protons meet, one will be humming at a certain harmonic, and the other one will be humming at a higher harmonic. Well, the one that is humming at a lower harmonic will actually raise its harmonic level to match that of the higher resonating proton in proximity. And then if you separate those two, even across time and space, and send it to the Delta Quadrant, well, then those things are still connected. And I truly believe that my exposure to extraterrestrials has changed me. I don't want to brag about that, but I see things in a different manner than I used to. And I know a lot more than I used to. And I got a really awesome whole bunches of precog, which is, it's so crazy when it happens. Oh my God. You see it happen, and then you see it really happen. And then you chuckle to yourself like, God, I got to see that twice. How cool, you know, and then, but you can't brag about it because it doesn't always work that way, but it's really cool. And you watch people behave and you go, oh God, well now watch what's coming. Here it comes. And you just,
it was
it's like knowing the play that Shakespeare wrote before he wrote it.
Yep. I feel you. It's like the other night I had this, this experience in the middle of the night where I felt like I teleported into somebody's pantry food closet.
Okay.
And then a rubber band snapped me back into my room. And it was like waking up from some very, very strange, bizarre nightmare that
there could be a few months of psychological diagnosis over that just alone.
Yeah.
I'm teasing you. I'm joking.
I know, it's okay. It's okay. But it's like I haven't told that dream to anybody until now.
Okay.
So for me to tell,
I think you were hungry, wondering what
six
preserves were in
people times however many people are listening to this podcast right now, like it's real. All these things are real, people. Like,
yeah, it is. It truly is. And you talked about being able to see spirits and stuff. Like all my life, I've been able to see ghosts and in different forms,
Sam, I
decayed
see you.
orbs to zombies to melting icky things, and you name it.
I see,
and you know, we see them regularly in this house. We have spirits walking through all the time, and the girls do too. And yeah, the part of this spirituality change that is going on is the new ascension, and we are being brought forth on a reason. And those people who aren't listening to our podcast and do think that we're whack jobs, well, you may not be of that group of people who are going to grow and learn. I hope you are, but I have given up hope that everyone is going to, because I've been shown the exact opposite of that.
Oh my God.
No, I get that. I had to let go of a friend of 35 years because it's like I'm going this way,
and you're going that.
It's like, you know, I don't want to associate with people who have a lack of integrity.
Yeah, drama and drag.
Say you're going to be somewhere, be there. Don't let them push them off for 5 months and then get back to them and tell them they're full of shit.
Yeah, I think we're all oh God, you know, I mean, just the planetary shit we're going through where everybody is sick or seasick or ears ringing or headachy and the direct relationship to the planets has been remarkably documented, because everybody said, oh God, did you have this happen? Yeah, it happened to me too at the same time. And we've cross-referenced this information. The planets are directly affecting us from electrical to
I totally
stomach,
agree.
brain, to our thought processes or decisions or ability to think or not think.
Sure.
I can hear them. Of course, we can talk about the sky sounds that have been coming ever since the planets got here.
Yes. And
the purple lightning, which is ever since the planets got here. And the screwy lighting, and I mean, the sun being in the wrong place and the moon being no longer normal, and the phases of the moon and the arc of the moon are all wrong, and the planets are all wrong, and the Milky Way is wrong, and on and on and on and on down that list. And yes, you guys, the planets are here. And we knew they were coming in the 70s. What happened to that information? Did everybody forget? Well, they're here. Big pink kitty, thank you.
Right. S. Ricolette. He's still here. Thank you so much. I was going to comment, but yeah, he said we're halfway. We're halfway.
There you go. Yeah. I want to have
a video, Rebecca.
I'm like,
I want to have a voice by 10 hours.
I know. I think our record is 10 hours, 20 minutes or something.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I was on that one. That was a long one. Let's get
like 10 hours already.
Video for that. Do we have a video?
Why. Today is like been a long. We do. Boy, I have lots of videos prepared.
Let's treat him to a video for that donation.
Right. Entertain people. Yes. Well, let me decide here. I want to look at some of these UFO, maybe drones, Sam, and you tell
Okay.
me what you think. What is
Okay.
what? What's
A lot of
real?
people sending me
What's
asking me to do
man?
the same thing.
What
Yeah, there's
stuff
so
like
much
that.
of that here. Everybody's talking about it here.
Yeah.
Everybody.
And this
I'm
is just
glad.
a small
I'm glad
number
because
of it.
it's soft disclosure in my book. I think everybody's going to start looking up. Maybe they'll look up their page too.
This was all over everywhere. So
It's Vegas.
Yeah, I was
Vegas,
just going to say
yes.
that.
That can't be. That can't be.
There is a little bit of difference between the building face.
Wow.
That is the new ships that have been sighted.
You think? Oh wow! I mean,
That
if that's real,
see the
where's
half
the
shell with the line in
military?
the back?
I know.
You know, we have Nellis Air Force
that
Base right
reminds
there.
me of the little gold Mayan relief relic.
Yeah, that little thing that they have in the museum, that golden little thing on a stick thing.
That is matching the new batch of ships that have been sighted
Right.
for the last
Are
month.
you serious?
Yeah.
I mean, you really think it's real?
That's the configuration. Well,
wait, is that Flying Jesus?
Yeah.
Say
That
that
is
as a kind of
so
a joke.
close.
But,
I mean, it's like
it looked like flying. It looks like a Flying Jesus.
wow.
Now that.
Yeah,
that looks
I've seen a couple of videos of people out
They're
here.
claiming that's Ezekiel's wheel as well.
Oh, that is probably a rocket coming in.
Oh.
Yeah.
When people take videos out here on the East Coast of these drones and they zoom in on them, that's what they look like.
Wow.
Some of
That
this
to me looks like a rocket shimmer as it's re-entering Earth.
Interesting.
See how it flows in waves?
Fuel ejection.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably SpaceX coming in.
On that one.
Oh, you think so? Okay.
Yeah, if it was an asteroid, it would be rolling, and you'd see a rolling white light wave pattern. This is pointed. This is coming in. See that fluctuation right there?
Right,
Where
it's like the heat shield or something
right,
burning.
Right. Yeah, I would bet money this is SpaceX coming in.
All right.
Yeah, he means this little thing here.
Yeah, that thing. It was a gold ship.
Egyptian toy, yeah.
Yep, Egyptian toy. Yep.
But the ones we've been seeing, they have a rounded front. And they look like a half-sliced soft-shell crab with a square back edge on them with a winged tail on it. And that literally looked like it. And up until it started moving, it didn't fit. It's like, that doesn't look right, And then it went, uh-oh. Because if it fits that the pattern, AI is not going to come up with that. Some idiot that's creating the video is not going to come up with that match.
Right.
And that match is what we've been citing around the planet for about 2-3 weeks now. Everybody always sends me their little pictures, but they go, don't publish this and don't say where you got it. But I get a lot of those where people send me stuff.
Check at that thing.
What is
that looks like one of those floating fidget toys that
Yeah.
you know.
Look at that. What?
There's a lot of reflection underneath.
That looks like a Vimana.
Yeah.
Well, it's Mexico. Yeah, there are. I think soft disclosure is happening for a reason, guys.
Whoa.
I really do.
Yeah. This one's
that thing
curious.
spinning in the middle. That's like that Ezekiel's wheel thing. It really is.
Curious.
这是啥呀？这啥玩意儿？
2024年12月14日凌晨4点多，广州网友发现夜空中出现一群不明发光物体，
Chinese is
长
such a
长的
funny language.
忽隐忽现，还会变色，最后由西向东快速飞走了。谁知道这是什么？
Yo, bro, these drones in Jersey is real. Oh my God, look, what is that, bro?
And now that's got landing lights on it, so that
Right.
is most likely a helicopter.
Right.
There we go. What is that, cuz? What? That's a flying car.
People are panicking.
Well,
There's
good.
a flying car.
Good. I hope they
Yeah.
panic a little
Well-
bit because, damn it, we've been reporting it for what, 5 years
Yeah, we
now?
need them to wake up some more.
It's like when you tell people you've been seeing UFOs since you're like 5 or 6, and people are like, "Yeah, right."
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, I'm guilty of it
Sam.
myself. I am
Poor
very.
Sam.
I do not necessarily believe everyone that tells me that, even though I know for a fact it happened to me.
Yep.
Happened to me too. I was in New
Feel the
Hampshire
same way.
once, and I'm like, on this lake, and I'm watching these lights, and I'm like, that's not a plane. And it would like move across over this mountain every night for like 4 nights in a row.
What was that? Whoa.
Yo, cameras cannot zoom in this shit, bro. Bro, look. Oh, you can't zoom in, bro.
I love when they go, yo, bro.
Yeah, look where the English language has gone.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Better
all
than hearing
fine.
but we're all
this.
saying, yo, bro, man.
Bruh.
Bruh,
Yeah, it's bro.
bruh,
Bruh.
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 My son.
Yo, bruh.
Yo, bruh.
Sup, man?
No,
Sup,
no.
Gillian?
I'm
Sup?
dad.
Sup,
I'm
Chris?
dad. Don't call me bruh.
You don't call
I'm
me
dad.
bruh. I'm dad. Right? Yeah, you better let him know what's up.
Hey.
Sup, man?
What's up, Gillian?
Flying telephone, that thing. Look at it. Look, it's stuck in a tree now.
No, it's up above.
Needs a squirrel. Sorry.
E.T.
Gillian.
definitely can't phone home on that one.
I'm going nuts. I think
What's that?
I'm going to get the giggles in a minute.
Mm-hmm. I never saw anything like that one.
A recon
Right?
drone.
E.T. got stuck in a tree.
It's a flying shoe. I don't know. Look at it. The wee wobbles on it.
Yeah, a recon drone of some sort. Non-manned. UAP.
Some guy actually shot at one.
Yes. These
He got in
people
a
are
lot
getting
of
wild.
trouble.
There was a recent southeastern governor that said, well, folks, and I think it was Tommy Tuberville, but I'm not sure. It could have been.
Shoot them down, man.
Yeah, he said, well, people in my area, they're not going to take too kindly to that, so they'll be shooting at them.
Oh,
Like, don't
no.
even say that, man.
That's not
Yeah,
good
those
for
bullets you don't know where those
drone
bullets
owners.
are going to end up.
Look at the lights.
Yeah, I was gonna say that about the lights.
I
There's a
saw
lot of
that.
different towns
Wow,
where
that
their,
thing's cool.
their
Look
lights
at
are
that thing.
flashing.
Whoa.
That's
Wow,
happening
look at
in
that one. Yeah.
several locations.
Wow.
That's kind of spinning almost balloon-like.
That looks like
Yeah.
a piece of gold and coal mixed into the same rock, getting teleported up into a ship.
Well, it's shape-shifting. Look at it.
That's nice, man. I like to play with one of them. Looks like one of them little shiny ball things. They were
It does.
playing
It looks
the.
like a balloon, but I don't think it's a balloon.
It's like
Like a
Simon
Mylar
Says
balloon or
thing.
something.
That thing is like Simon playing
Yeah.
Simon Says
It's
all by
changing
itself.
shape.
Look at it.
Why is it these videos are always fuzzy?
Yeah.
Yep.
They're never.
That's my question, too,
We got
Caroline.
spoiled by
Oh, you were
Alexander.
thinking
Like my
about.
eyeballs out. Ugh.
Yeah, we all got spoiled by Alexander, so.
Oh, yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah, big time.
And the more
Oh,
you zoom
that's
in
all.
on stuff, the fuzzier it gets.
Yeah, that's very frustrating. And check at that one. You can see it's in the cell. It's a little button. Oh, it
That's
looks
a
like the puddle.
Klingon ship.
The one thing we can
It looks
absolutely
like
tell
a
you
puddle
is
jumper at a Stargate.
there are thousands of real alien ships. Now, this is just a normal drone.
Right.
Yeah, you can see landing.
You gotta
gear.
love when they use that canned music that you hear in like
Yeah.
everybody's mysterious.
I
what's
like
going
that.
on video.
Advertisement for Tesla.
Yeah.
Awful. That truck. Oh, man.
Frankly, I think, and not only that, they don't even go in mud that a normal truck would go in.
Right.
They
I just don't. I cannot understand how
It's a street truck. That's all it is.
you could even stomach signing a contract for. They're expensive.
Yeah.
I
They're
can't
ugly.
understand. Over $100,000 for a vehicle. I'm walking. I don't
they're
care how much
ugly.
money I got.
You know, in the 1960s, houses cost upward of $10,000.
Yeah. It's just, I don't get it.
And that was an expensive house.
Yeah.
And then, of course, now everything's $2 million.
Yep.
The hell
That's
is that thing?
ridiculous.
We have lost our way, pilgrims.
Mm.
And we need to be able to go back to where a guy could work and his wife could stay home and raise the
Right.
children, and they could actually have a vacation every year.
Right. That'd be
And pay
nice.
for a house and have a car, but we don't live that world anymore. People can't even buy houses. People in their 30s are living with their parents because they'll never be able to afford a house on the wages they're getting in the town they're living in, unless it's specific. And my problem is if you're a millionaire, how did you get there?
Yeah.
It's moving.
Who did
So
you
many
rob?
people do stand
Who
on.
did you rob? Who did you cheat? Who did you steal from in order to become that millionaire? And we need to remember that. Corporate monopolies exist so bad that the corporations are vastly wealthy, and we're all flat-ass broke. We can't work for them anymore. It's got to be the other way around, and they've lost that. Customer service is gone ever since
Oh, it's gone.
Nobody wants to work. Nobody wants to. I mean, everybody's working from home now, and notice that fashion has changed. That looks very balloon-like it's drifting down in the flowy tail.
Or you hit 50 like me, you lost a good job, and
no one will hire you.
And then it's like right, and then it's like I've been unemployed for 2 years. Like
right. Yeah, after you hit 50, you stop being who you used to be, and people start ignoring you. It's weird. It's truly weird. I'm 60, going to be 64 this year, and I can't even imagine anyone wanting to hire me. Although, I have good skills, but they're going to be worried about health.
And
discrimination.
And people ask me like, well, how come you don't have a job? And I'm like, can you hear the words out of your mouth?
None of your damn business.
I'm like, what's a job?
Yeah.
Like how come I can't find something that's meaningful, that's fulfilling?
Well, chef is a good
I'm not
job.
poisoning people with canola oil.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, because
It's
your
true.
company chooses to buy it. That's what I ran into that at the Red Lion. They had certain ways that you had to do things, and it's just like, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. Well, it's easier that way. It's like, no, you might as well take 2 stars off the end of your 4 stars there and throw them in the garbage can, because if you're going to make me feed this to people, I don't want to
can't do it.
Nữa đây, Trung Quốc lại xảy ra hiện tượng lạ ngày 13 tháng 9 năm
Hey,
2024.
Audrey's back.
Trung Quốc đã ghi lại được khoảnh khắc trên bầu trời
Took a short
đêm
nap
ở
and she's
Từ
back
Châu.
on duty.
Xuất hiện một vết
Yeah,
sáng từ
Audrey's
ánh
back.
trăng.
Doesn't that look like the skull behind the moon?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does now. Yeah. I was skeptical on that one at first until I really blew it up.
We saw like 5 different videos on it. So.
Đây là UFO. Nhiều người lại nói đây là máy bay không người lái. Tôi thì thấy giống một vị tiên giả.
I can absolutely 100% assuredly tell you there's a bunch of shit up there, guys, and we're not being told. That looks very balloony.
Yeah.
Wolverines.
Uber Eats.
What?
Is that what he said?
Wolverines?
Wolverine. Oh,
Yeah.
Wolverines.
Is that what he said?
Red
Wolverine?
Dawn.
That's what I heard.
Hmm.
This
Yeah.
one's interesting.
Red Dawn, straight out of Red Dawn. Wolverines.
Wolverines.
You know that one? Yeah.
Well,
The original.
They're multi-dimensional
That's
orbs.
a remake.
Of course they're- like, come on. Nothing new.
That is a lander and being escorted by 2 F-16s or F-35.
That's what I saw a couple weeks ago. It was a
Really?
lander. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It was pretty close.
I've been in one.
I think I was too.
One I was on had 2 decks. All white inside, really cool tech, all kinds of cool shit.
I was in an aircraft carrier in space once and met Gandhi.
Okay. That one I'm going to have to get a chuckle over. I do apologize, but that one is...
No, don't. It's cool. I chuckled over it too when I woke up.
Hey, whatever he's taking, man. I'm joking. I'm teasing you.
Mm-hmm.
You're allowed.
Pass it this way.
This is the red asteroid.
Stunning. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's going. It's orbiting away from us, and it's going towards the moon.
That's amazing.
Like,
You
yeah,
can you can see the red in it as well.
Yeah.
I gotta make that into a TikTok.
Yeah.
Right, it'd be a good one.
Well, that
That is
concept
surprising.
is hard.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, ET is here, and they are here in force, and there are shitloads of them.
Nothing in the sky at all. Then all of a sudden, bam! What is
Mm-hmm.
that? Anybody tell me what
Dun 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, we love it. Keep going, yeah. And you know the thing is, they do it. They look exactly like the destroyers from Star Wars. They really do. We've got so many close-ups of them for over a decade now. Well, the big excuse me, I have to take that. Yeah, a decade, 2015. Coming up on the decade, and they're here. They're real.
Well, we all knew George Lucas was a visionary. I mean,
Well, did you ever look at the back of George
That was
Lucas's
Gene
head?
Roddenberry.
yeah.
George?
Well, they all got it from what's his name? Burroughs.
Milano, ora
Edgar Rice Burroughs.
17:56.
George Lucas gave an interview in the director's cut
Cosa
series
será?
of Star Wars, and you can look that up. And I encourage you, when he's in the middle of that interview, look at the back of his head.
I gotta see it tonight now.
Yeah, what is going on there?
No.
That looks like some kind of interdimensional battle.
Well, it could be asteroid discharging between an asteroid and close proximity of the lead asteroid and Saturn's yellow
This
moon,
one is-
because we've known it.
This is weird.
Yeah, I
This
saw
guy has
video.
maybe
Yeah.
10 videos on his site.
The
There's a lot
cockpit
more
don't look
electrical
real.
going on here than what would be normal.
Doesn't.
It could be a home built, Chris.
Yeah.
Could be.
Okay.
Someday, okay, hi God.
On the one video, it clearly a helicopter.
Whoa.
There's our little friend, the cube again.
Yep, that's a really close, clear sighting.
Wow.
I don't see a side orb.
I don't either.
And then why do they always take them close and never give you background for reference and size and that?
Yeah, it would be better if they would zoom out and then zoom back in so we could see where it is. And if it's,
Yes.
if it's being filmed through a window, that's my favorite one.
Yeah.
That is the red asteroid, most
Awesome.
likely.
They're going to soon
And then
call me
that-
Sam Jr.
It's got the spiral. Yeah, that's the red asteroid,
Oh, cool.
and the ion tail behind
Hey,
it.
Tara.
Look at that thing. It is just
That's
super
great.
red. Wow.
And in order for this to be filmed, this is an old video, at least over a year old. Because remember how small it is versus how big it is now.
Yeah.
And there's the shape right there.
Beautiful.
Hey, Dragon and Tara.
Mm.
Tara. Why did I say Tara? Who? Anyway, it's Tara. I don't say Tara. Somebody
And
made me
this-
say that.
This is the debris field of
I think
asteroids.
Izzy was
Small
talking
group of
about it
asteroids.
earlier.
Everybody's been saying it. Now I'm going to say it. Oh, gosh.
It might be me saying it because I keep saying Tara.
I know. It's not
So
Tara.
here, because that's kind of
Okay.
Scottish.
I got another one. I have another video.
Sorry.
This is like some weird sky anomalies, okay? These are just, things I found here and there.
The picture's fallen down.
Maybe it's here. Maybe I saved it. Or maybe I didn't. I'll get it though. I know I have it. But I have Christopher. I have a video of things. I have that we can look at. How about we do that?
Oops.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. He made a couple of videos. Well, these are your pictures, Chris. These are some things that these are some of your pictures. Okay.
Cool.
Let's just look at that. And I'll get everything else ready.
Ooh, fancy Christopher.
Yeah.
Yeah, my kids say he's a movie star.
Yeah, Grand Theft
That's a
Auto.
Dude, I got a suit.
Grand Theft Auto Las Vegas.
Be careful here, Jackie will be chasing me.
Microclouds. Now the sun is behind us.
Yeah.
So, wow. That's
I think
very
we said
cubey.
these were Star Destroyers last week coming out of the cube.
Yep.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's very cubey.
Yeah.
That was plain.
Yeah, look at that thing. Nice.
Resistance is futile.
Yeah, well, it's not the Borg.
Yeah.
Although it just blows me away that we have both Star Wars and Star Trek in the skies above us.
Right.
Must be like a two-faction thing.
Well, or the discountability that we go, no, my brain's thinking that I can't believe it because it's on Star Trek, you know.
Look at that big ovoid shape.
Yeah.
Oh, look. That one looks like one of them hoovers.
You
with
can
a
see
handle.
how round it was too. I mean, the photo, like Jesus says, it's not doing it.
Atu's moon, because the light's behind us.
For you.
Yeah, those are some big bodies right there, you guys. There's Atu and Atu's moon again. Okay, the light is coming from where? Yeah, oh, in front of us.
About 3:30, 4 about 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Spiral asteroid.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You can see the spin. And I'm going for the first Ricola of the night.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
That's like a
5
record
hours
for
without a
you.
Ricola. Yeah,
That's amazing.
twice
Good
as
job.
normal.
I really think I
Asteroid
should go to
to
bed. It's getting late. I have to go to work tomorrow. Well,
Uh-oh,
Great.
Jillian.
Good night, Jillian.
Good night, Jillian.
Good night, Jillian.
You don't want
Night,
your
John Boy. Night, Mary Ellen.
I'll go back. I'll pull that back up in a second. But yeah, Jillian.
And where did I go to?
I was gonna say I don't see you.
Yeah, hopefully.
your camera's off because you're doing the
No,
circle thing like me.
Huh.
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, I'm doing a time, man.
What happened to your picture, Sam? No.
That
I don't know.
left a long time
You're
ago.
pictureless all afternoon.
Yeah. But it's been fun, Jillian.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
I'll go into whisper mode. Oh, well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
Cool.
see what-
Well, yeah, but as always, it went by too fast. But
Yeah.
I
we will
know.
see you next week for our New Year's show.
And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry
Yeah,
Christmas.
Jillian.
Merry
Night,
Christmas.
night, Audrey. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Yeah.
Jillian.
Night, Tara. Tara. I have to speak American. It's Tara.
Sarah.
Night, night,
Yeah, say it
Tara.
right.
Yeah.
Tara. Is it Tara?
Tara.
Tara.
You're going to teach me to speak American before I ever get a chance to come visit. I'm speaking like American. American.
No, don't lose your accent, Jillian. I love your accent.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best, but my brain's
When she
going
first
to
moved
work
up from
back there.
South Africa, her accent was South African, Afrikaans, and then literally within about 3.5 months, she started going Scottish again. And it's like, wow, okay,
That
I
didn't
finally
take long.
understand what you're saying.
You pick it up. My cousin lives in Australia, and you'd never know she wasn't from Australia because she sounds just like one.
I
She
wrote about
talks just like him.
I rode a bus for 3
mannerisms,
days with a guy
slang.
from Liverpool, and after the third day, I had a Liverpool accent, literally.
Yeah.
Because
So
you
some
just
of us
fall
are
into it.
really good mimics. It's like we came out with that mimic stuff happening, so that whenever you're in like whisper mode, like you have to be like everybody else, you're like, no problem. You just copy, you just listen for a bit, and then you pick up the vibration or whatever it is, and you just do it. You don't even actually realize you're doing it. And people are like, are you shitting with me, man? Are you copying me? You're messing with us, aren't you? No, I'm sorry.
Just
you know, just happens.
Good night,
But anyway.
children.
Yes, Samuel. Good night, Samuel.
Merry Christmas.
Talk soon.
Talk soon, everybody. Nighty
Yeah.
night.
Good
nice
night,
to meet
Jillian.
you on here, Jillian.
Help me out. What's that? It was really good to meet you,
Okay.
Ellie. I asked you for a friend requested you because I wanted to know what the Codex thing's name was again.
Yeah.
So you'll see me ready to talk to you in your friend group
All right,
somewhere.
sounds good. I'll hit you up in the next couple of days or so.
All righty.
All right, I won't forget.
All right. Night, night, guys. Help me with the
Night-night,
button because I
Jillian.
don't know where it is on this new tablet. I have got no idea.
Okay. Here she
Oh,
goes,
there it is.
everybody.
That's what I've done.
Oh.
I've put myself off already. There we go.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye. Good night. See you next week. All right. Let's go back to Christopher.
I know.
Great.
That was fun. All right. Here we go.
Yeah, every time I see those camels.
Oh.
Hello, lead asteroid in front of a Saturn's yellow moon.
Who knows what they were thinking back then? Riding a camel, having a big machine over your head.
Yeah.
I mean, it's weird now, but I think it'd be even weirder when there's no technology.
Well, you would.
Or maybe there was.
Gods automatically. You go. There's
Maybe
got to
there
be
was
a
a
god.
lot.
And
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
even the American Indians, the Mayflower and all that. They didn't even see the ships. They saw the sails and didn't even know what to think what they were.
Wow.
So if you see, there are obviously people walking around this planet today that are looking directly at these very large passing planets, and they don't even recognize them for what they actually are, because they have no concept of the understanding of the fact that these planets could be this close to us and this big. It's beyond natural thinking.
Yeah.
And I can't believe I drank 2 Cokes already. I'm going to pay for that, man. I'll be uncomfortable all evening.
Did you not have your 3 o'clock siesta?
Yeah, I didn't sleep well last night at all.
Got it.
Rough night. I was talking to people. I was clicking my pillow again.
Yeah, I have some of those.
Answering people in Facebook when you're not even you're not even awake and you're still talking. There are nights when I get done with the show, if I don't go play Star Wars, that happens too, where I got to break my cycle, get out of the interview mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, asteroids underneath Uri. Again, okay, the light is behind us to the right. This could be looking at the edge of Nibiru.
Wow.
That is
here lately.
This atom.
I mean, Sam, from what I'm seeing, Nibiru is back behind Isatum again, like it used to be, like right there, hugging the sun. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like back there. It's not in the northeast at sunset.
They were coming directly over us, and now they're going directly over us, but to the right. So all of that is moving again. It's just in the last 2 weeks even. I went, wow, that moved.
Has anybody created a computer-generated model of any of this?
Well, I have model drawings of it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like,
and they cross-reference with crop circles that match.
I've seen those. I've seen your drawings, and
We lost Carolyn.
and I
She had to
enjoy
reboot.
looking at them, and
Oh,
which
She had
makes
to-
me
yeah.
like wonder: has anyone tried to make a 3D computer model rendering
Not yet.
of how
People have
all of
talked
this?
about it.
That would be a CAD program in order to lay it out. It would be
Yeah, I
huge.
mean, that would be an incredible undertaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when
I
they
don't have
approached-
the intelligence for that, but you
When
know,
they first approached, they spiraled because they were way off in the distance. We saw them spiral and spiral and spiral and spiral, and then they went right, left, right, left, right. And so, it's a two-armed octopus. Nibiru and Satam are on one arm, and then Saru, Yuri, Atu, and Nepacity and Matim are on another one. But Matim has a different orbit than all the rest. But yeah, I've laid it out in drawings, an orbit model. I didn't do computer thing because it would take me months to do something like that. And not only that, I don't have the skills. I bet my neighbor could do it, but yeah, I just try to draw the model out on paper and lay it out for people to see. And then I've transitioned over time from where we were to where we are. And I spent early part of this summer describing how we used to be on the left-hand side of Yuri, and Atu was on our right-hand side, and now that has changed. Now we are on the right-hand side of Yuri and Atu, and everything has gone beyond us, as well as Nibiru going beyond us, and Saru coming up from the back, now visible. And then his Satam is over the top of us and in our faces and right directly visible on the right-hand side of the sun, which this is right here. That's the Satam's yellow moon again. And I've tried to draw it for people, although computer's a bigger model. I wish I knew someone that would spend the time to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would love it.
Big CAD program. There again is the flame like clouds of a Saturn's yellow moon.
That one was great. It happened so fast. There was literally nothing there, and then it just
comes out and
exploded,
unfolds
and
right
it's
before
got
you.
darker and darker and more defined. It was great.
And the ion tail around the only winged planet in the group.
Okay.
I've
And
chuckled
here
over that.
are the videos that Chris made this week. There's a couple of boy, it starts out so bad. Sorry. It wants to start out so loud.
Shock value.
Right?
Yeah, wake up.
I know. Sorry about that.
I know.
Get you to pay attention.
Let's fix that.
Side of Yuri.
I love this one.
Look at
Oh
all
my
those
gosh, those stripes. I just
Right?
oh,
The stripes
yes.
are crazy, but the
I love it.
asteroids are just look at the asteroids. They were so different looking on this particular afternoon, and it was just
And
wild.
we're seeing the bottom of Yuri now like we haven't in many, many years. Before she was so beside us and we saw the middle of the planet and we didn't see the bottom for many years. Now we're seeing the side edge of her and she's going over the top of us with all her nasty, scary asteroids underneath of her, which is what you're looking at right there. Those are the bottom asteroid rings of the
See 'em.
Salamander asteroid group.
You totally see them.
Yep. Side of Yuri again. Side of Yuri again. Everything in that left angle, that straight line you see is Yuri. And yeah, Matim is coming out from behind the back of Yuri. I just got warm. How weird. Yep, very good. Very accurate. Correct.
This is about 3 weeks ago.
God, could you imagine just even flying up on that planet in space and coming up and seeing the bottom of this gas giant? Holy cow.
Right?
All the asteroids in there, that scared the hell out of you. Those look like the craters of a Saturn's yellow moon, but depending on what I was just looking at. Yep. That's what they look like.
Yeah.
And I've just seen it for so many years, I can draw them now. And, you know, I think some of it is, of course, you know, a little bit of remote viewing involved because the patterns match so exactly. It's as if I'd almost traced them in some cases, which is scary.
Yeah.
But I don't do that, so I don't trace anything. I just do it all freehand. I'm not looking at any pictures ever. I just sit in my living room and do it out of my head. Yeah, look at the illumination going on here. That white area versus the non-white area. That's the illuminated side of a planet, and the rest of the dark area is normal evening sky. This is obviously time lapse.
This is from Tara in Texas.
I'll be
That
right
car
back.
came and went really fast.
Okay, Michelle. Yes, I love this one.
I wish I could get. I wish it was easy to pull up the one thing that I did last week where I was driving down this one road that I drive down all the time, and I was pointing out how there was this one picture that I took that I sent a while back, and it was like a sunrise happening or a sunset happening in this one part of the sky that it never sets in or it never looks illuminated in. And then fast forward to the day that I was shooting this video where I was talking and saying, hey, look, over here is where the sunset is. But last week when I took this picture, there was something going on over here in a part. It was very.
Yeah,
I was gonna say I possibly have it. I'll play your video next.
I saw you notice that you commented on the video and the picture.
Okay, I was rounding
so
up your things.
I know they're
Mhm.
there, but it was just it was like one of those like wait.
You're probably getting illuminations of sidebar
Yeah.
asteroids.
Well, let's play your video next,
Could
and then
that be the
let's
one
see.
that it was the Saturn's yellow moon on the other side? Could be.
Maybe.
I'll wait till I see
maybe.
it. Could be that
Right.
one.
That's hilarious.
You're so cool. Yay.
Different video, but cool. I like what
Yeah.
you did with it.
Wow.
Yeah, Rebecca, she's always busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It's for the best.
Very, very large is Saturn's yellow moon and its atom. And some of these could be asteroid trails because like a week or so ago, it was vertically pushing away from us. We were underneath them because Yuri has come in. Looked like the green asteroid briefly in the middle of the top last one. This one is the side of the Saturn's yellow moon again.
Well,
and only one of those is a real ion tail. The rest of those were man-created. These are not, unless they're stand out. Yeah, that's this. Yeah, right. The side of Atu and Atu's moon right there, illuminating after sunset.
That was like 3-ish, 4.
Wow. You were robbed of a lot of hours worth of light.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, Chris.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, that would be the bottom of Yuri.
David's still here.
Overhead planets.
Hey, David. David can't
I
sleep.
even had a soundtrack.
I think I got that video you're talking about on here. I think I do. We'll see here in a minute.
Yeah, that's the Saturn's yellow moon right there. Very close, very big, very overhead. Yep.
Yeah, I posted up in that parking lot for like 15 minutes and was just
You
like,
get a lot of that in Pennsylvania.
it depends where though, because not everywhere is good. You know, there's
Some days are better than others.
and it depends on where I'm at driving around during the day. Like some days I'm like, nah, I don't like those pictures.
Whoops. That comment was from earlier, Esri Colette.
So
I just know.
it's almost 1 o'clock.
Huh.
And I come out here to play my guitar. And this is the current scenery that I'm looking at in Chestnut Hill, aka Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And there is interesting stuff going on here today, except for, the firehouse. But if you look at that, if that's not telling, because that ain't no sea trail. Anyway, gorgeous day out here. Amazing. And thoughts, comments, please feel free to chime in out there. We have a great community and I love being a part of it. I don't feel so alone in my thinking that some of these things are not what people think. So there you have it. My daily grind.
You got great editing skills, Rebecca.
Oh, sweet. Well, thanks. I've had 93 shows to practice now, so. And like 500, 600 videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
And
I remind people of the number of other videos that you have constantly that are just not even the 93 shows. And you have a very large body of work.
It's grown, hasn't it?
You see that God was here.
Oh, God is here. Hi, God.
What?
I talked to him.
Talks to beings.
Oh, I'm glad that you're
Cool.
glad you're here, God. Thank you for visiting us today.
About 10 minutes later.
Which God?
And
Yeah.
That's my house there on the left, by the way.
about the same size.
Nice.
Now everybody knows. Don't
Yeah.
watch out. Don't give out the address.
I saw your address. I saw it. Hey, Esri Colette. You're back. We're watching a video
That does not look like one.
from Elsie.
That looks like what
Elie.
Sam would call
Sorry.
one of those streaky asteroids that go by. Because it is not
That's a
grown.
cool little house. I
It's
like
in its
that.
size to cover the sky and all the junk.
And by the speed limit sign, it says it's a nice neighborhood.
Yeah, it's not too bad around here.
That. And it looks like it kind of stops over that way. I'm not sure about the one underneath it.
It's a nice place to sit
It's definitely
and
grown
play
a
my
little
guitar
bit,
for the
but,
neighborhood
I may be wrong because
when it's not 30 degrees out.
there 20 minutes ago.
Right?
When's that?
So I didn't exactly
about 2 months ago.
Yeah, we're at 22 right now here in Central.
But the sun definitely looks a little abnormal. Looks like it's like there's, you can tell.
I'd hate to know what I'm
And
at
36
right now.
here.
Still cold.
35 here.
27
and it's showing
here.
snowflake. Rain
Clear
with snow.
skies, but 27. What state are you in again, Elie?
PA.
You're in Eastern Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Philadelphia.
Philly-
City of brotherly love.
Philly side. You're closer to Katie Joe.
Yes.
Yep.
Right over the river.
Yep. I get stuck in Central between the mountains.
That was a gorgeous moment right there.
I was watching the development on the right there, just to the right of the sun. It was starting to, it's at the yellow moon was starting to come in.
Different color in the
You sure it
sky.
wasn't the power line?
No,
I'm
it was
kidding.
white,
I know,
black,
I'm
the
kidding.
cloud. Yeah. And that could easily be the spiral asteroid trail right there.
That's what I was thinking when I saw it.
It is spiraling. And it's not straight like a sea trail. It's
Right.
rolling. Yeah, see the white cloud right over there above the telephone pole? There's an illumination right there that's stable.
Mm-hmm.
And that is where the Saturn ion tail is.
Yeah, see, you saw the curve.
Yeah. Cut into the sun there in the upper right.
Yeah.
Interesting how the camera can pick up the arcs and then they disappear.
Yeah, that looks very spiral. Now, there were a couple of years ago where those things were coming by so close, it was just blowing me away how big they were. And, I mean, they must have been, 3,000, 4,000 miles away, if not closer or farther, I don't know. But, man, those things were so huge, I couldn't believe it. This, again, is looking at the underlit part of Uri with Atu's moon, right? A whole bunch of sea trails. Yeah, I can see why they're trying to hide that there. Overpopulated areas.
Yep.
Oh, just planes going wide. Don't pay any attention to what's behind it. I need to boil water. It's getting dry in this house again. Yeah, that's a light pinch, definitely. And the rainbowing is going around the Saturn's yellow moon. Yeah, look, a triangle sun. Light
Right.
pinch. But Tim coming in on the left. Is Saturn's yellow moon, or is Saturn coming in on the right, depending on when this was captured.
Speaking of Katie Joe, she's back.
Hi, Katie Joe.
Hey,
You just
Katie
mentioned
Jo.
her name.
welcome back, Katie Joe.
Hi, Katie.
Yeah, I see that blue asteroid. Right hand side of the sun. Or crossing in front of.
That was one of those pictures that I took that made me go, what the hell am I looking at? Because that ain't natural.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of stuff up there. A lot.
Yep.
A lot,
Yeah.
a lot. And I truly am. I say this 1,000 times. I'm in so much awe that people aren't seeing this. Had I not expected the planets to come, and then that one day in 2009 looked up and there was this close passing planet that I still think was with him, I don't think I would have automatically went, oh shit, they're here. And, you know, it was huge. But that realization was, oh shit, they're here. Really, that completely changed my life. And even though I was prior to that, I was watching the brown blob in the nighttime sky, and that didn't even push it across until it was a daylight sighting of a very large, by our standards, large planet going by. That was the size of a basketball if you hold it at the end of your arm. Yeah. But that was a small planet, but it was way bigger than anything we would ever normally see from our normal planets. So my brain immediately went, oh shit, they're here, because I knew automatically this was not one of our planets. And not only that, I got to look at the whole thing. I was seeing land masses and ice caps and all of this. And it was so big, and it was like, oh my God. And then, you know, I was down the river from then. It's like, okay, bye. I'm going down into Crazy Town now because the planets are here. And then within months, I started seeing Nibiru. And at first, Nibiru was small and it was in the sky, and you could kind of see it. And then when I started staring down south, and they were coming up from underneath us, oh my God, they were huge.
Wow.
And nobody would listen in the early years, 2011, 2012. And I had like 80 members, you know, and they all thought I was just talking out my nose. But I went out every day and I watched them. I got to see the land masses. I got to see Amelsa and Nana, Amelsa Rue and Nana.
You don't get a whole lot of sea turtles out there, do you?
We have some. They usually spray just over the populated areas where you can see them start and stop.
Right.
But yeah, they've limited them because I'm sure they cost a great deal to produce. And we do have a lower population, so the you know. And usually now over here in the West, you know, I'm, you know, just about 5,000 feet. They only spray right before something's about to pop out. And it's hilarious. It's like, oh, I got to go outside because they're spraying. That means they're trying to hide something. So I better go look. And they've been more giving themselves away than hiding. They truly have. It's been a waste of effort, except they are trying to block some of that extra light coming in to slow down the overheating of the planet. And that's mainly why they do it. You know, that's why the G7 countries are out there with either storm devastation or they're in absolute drought, because some of the areas of the planet haven't been sea trailed by the non-G7 countries. I don't know what those folks out there see. I you know, if we talk to somebody from the Eskimo tribe or the South Saharan Desert tribe or something, I bet you they'd have a bigger story for us than we even know. I bet you they know more about it than we do in some cases.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, up there, like the Inuit, they've known something was off for the sun.
Oh yeah,
like,
they freaked out
for like 20 years.
Yeah, well, not only that, I mean, just ask the polar bears right now who are sitting on land in herds.
Right.
Okay, here's some pictures that Nicole had put together. Nicole had, you know, rounded up pictures and labeled them, or who took them and where. So
I got Tony's friend request here on my new profile, so I did answer it this week.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, Tony's always got those awesome. He's up in Sweden or Switzerland.
Yeah.
And I always mix those two.
That's gorgeous. I know, it's like backyard, y'all. It's like, I don't know, but he's always in that spot, so I assume.
Well, he's there at the side of the Alps.
Yes. Talk about being born and, you know.
Amazing.
Yeah. I don't know. And then I'm
Vacation.
It's like, how'd that happen?
Vacation.
Yeah. Or like being born in Maldives, you know, it's like be born in a vacation spot. Pretty neat.
Vacation's a word I don't know.
Thank you, Gabriel. I know you're out there listening.
Thank you, Elie.
Yeah. So basically asteroids here, Sam?
Well, the sun is on the left, and so we are looking at, We are looking at A, asteroids. B, the lead asteroid is in this picture, but we're spending more time staring at the effect of the long box cube is in this shot.
Okay.
See the 3 straight lines right behind the CDT at the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
That's the long box cube. And the side of a Saturn yellow moon and a handful of smaller asteroids that are behind the lead asteroid, which is in the shadow in this shot.
Nice. Okay.
This
one?
is
That's hers. That's Nicole's.
right. I'm looking because she usually lists which direction she's looking. So I was gonna. Oh, it does right in front of me. I'm looking over it and around it, going, yeah. Pay no attention.
Oh yeah.
Hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was so in plain sight I didn't see it. So yeah, we're looking at southwest and southwest at sunset. Yeah, and look how deep south the sun is, guys. Welcome to the winter solstice. We are now in the winter orbit pattern. And boy, is our sun south right now. That's amazing.
Very, yeah.
And that would be the bottom of Uri.
It's been setting in the southwest for me too. You know, on the nights that I'm out.
Bottom of Uri.
Yeah.
Yeah, it blinds me in my kitchen window now.
Right.
When I'm trying to cook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know about it.
An Italian
Who
photo.
is this?
Boy, look how
Esther.
pinched the light is. Look how dark they actually, and it's midday. And look how dark, look at the land masses, how dark they are. That's a light pinch in progress.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely pay attention to where the sun comes up and goes down. Being that I work at home, my office has windows, and I open the blinds, and I'm like, okay, I see where the sun's coming up now. Sometimes it gets to a point where it blinds me, and I can't even open my blinds.
Okay, the tipped axis, see the angle on that? That is the bottom of Saru, cutting off the top of the sun. In Tasmania, how interesting. All the way down on the southern half of the planet. South of Australia, for you people who don't know the map.
Jason always has good pictures.
Yes, I was thinking that too.
Yeah.
Pictures and videos, both.
Oh,
I need
yeah.
to make a video of his videos because they're just really good. I don't know if his location obviously has a lot to do with it.
Micro clouding. See how tiny all those clouds are?
Who's this? Andre. Okay.
South Africa.
Nice.
And in Quebec, the light is coming from behind us. Oh, no. So this would be the red asteroid under Atu's moon.
Okay. Yeah, after this, I'll show you a picture. I told the lady on my group, I think it's the red asteroid. It looks like the lead object, but it's lower left of our sun.
Right.
I don't know.
And it's beyond Earth where the lead asteroid is hanging out over on the right-hand side, which it shouldn't be, but it is.
Okay, so those little horizontal lines right above the tree in the middle, that's the red asteroid?
Yeah.
Yes, it looks just like that then.
Because it's beyond Earth. And we know that the red asteroid is in front of Atu and Atu's moon. So that has to be the red asteroid.
Seeing it look like that. Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's heading away from us rather than horizontally in front of us. And it's just heading almost vertically away from this middle model of the model drawing. And this, of course, is wow. Oh boy, I think the sunset is behind us. And this would probably be Nibiru.
Yeah.
Very big with the wide out fingers.
Well, the shadows were going to the left. In that parking lot, if you look at the cars, the shadows are to the left.
But they do have parking lighting. So you can't judge the
Oh,
shadow.
that's true. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, Sam.
That's okay. I was just looking at the horizon, and then I was looking at the color angle of the clouds. It's being illuminated from the bottom, but I think off of our right shoulder behind us.
Gotcha.
That's where I made why we're looking away from the sunset, and thinking that we know what planets are behind us or near the sun at sunset. So what's opposite of that? And that would have to be Nibiru.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
How much of this would be I sat him in front of it? Or
None. The
Oh,
satin would be
okay.
above you, your left shoulder.
Above it?
Yeah, it would be a Saturn Jalamoon at this stage would be above you. If you were you're staring due east or so, or it says west view. Wait a minute.
So they would be way high then.
This can't be the west view because where's the setting sun?
Post sunset, after sunset, west.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're staring west. I could be wrong, but they could be wrong also. But we're staring at where is the sun? It's not. You'd see a centralized flare no matter what. We'd see a yellow spot, and I don't see that here. So I was thinking we were staring east at sunset. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. I apologize.
That's all right. Yeah.
We're 6 hours in, and I am getting dingy.
I mean, what I was wondering if it's the red part was I sat him, and the blue coming around the it's Nibiru.
Wrong facial. This is big.
It's kind of dark. It's hard to see.
Yeah, it's big.
That one's a hard one for me.
Looks like Nibiru to me.
Whenever I see red in the sky, I'm like, Nibiru.
Yeah, well, Nibiru is not red. Nibiru
I know.
I'm teasing, but that was what
he's gonna get in trouble for that one.
Well, the internet came from that mixed information of the red dwarf and all of this crap that came out of the 80s, which was a bunch of misinformation. Sure. And they may have had a sighting in space at that time, but the red dwarf they were looking at was the big blob Nibiru, which is so huge that I don't think I think they got mixed information when they did their study. Although, they're scientists and I don't want to completely, discount them, but okay, this one. Okay, the sunlight is coming from our left, off our left shoulder.
I think Christopher's back. Rebecca.
And Katie is here.
Hey,
this could be the bottom of Nepesi quite easy.
Wow.
Yeah. Kind of has that look. That's from Katie Joe. Cool.
Hey, Katie.
I should just quit guessing and say planet.
But it does have that look.
Oh, wow.
Nah, that's just the marbles.
Oh, I remember this one.
Cool.
Marbles. They're all marbles.
Alberta.
This is your quiz capture, right?
I was getting ready to say, I think it is, isn't it? It is. Yeah, Alberta.
You did really well on the view count on that, by the way. I did notice that.
Yeah.
The view count it was
Not
pretty
bad.
good in one day or 2
do that
days.
more often.
I love
It was. It really was. I was having a good day. Yeah, but I'm going to keep my eye out for the next quiz.
Yep, Atu's moon, Yuri, and Saru all in the shot. 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked.
Cool.
I can't wait till we see more of Saru, and that's coming.
Definitely.
This is, of course, Atu's moon.
Yeah.
Very close, very in our faces, coming over the top of us. It's probably, a 20-minute window.
Somebody sees that, and it's like, how can you, possibly not think? That is just not something that is part of our normal sky.
That big round thing right there, yeah. And look at the shadowing. Look how the light is off on the back side compared to the right side.
Right.
It's being illuminated on one side, and it's showing a direct ball shadow on the left.
Right. I show pictures like this to my kid who's 17, and his mouth hits the ground. He's like, and then he looks up in the sky, and he's like, Dad. And I'm like, exactly.
Wow.
And it just baffles my mind that
gobsmack.
when you look up and you see something round out there that's the atmosphere is moving in the opposite direction.
And you watch them and they're actually rotating.
Right.
Oh my God. And then you see land masses and cloud. I know. I want to scream. I want to pull my own ears off. You know, I've been telling people, look at that dark purple thing right there on the left-hand side. That is a planet. How can you not see that's a planet? That's by the way, that is Atu. You see the ring at the lower southern hemisphere?
Mhm.
Yeah.
The lower ring of Atu.
Beautiful.
Wow. Okay. That's cool.
Yeah.
Which has been visible for about 2.5 weeks. The ring. Because Atu's moon is now going out. It's over the top of us, so it's going out of view. So we're actually seeing Atu proper face in front of Uri, where we hadn't usually, because out view has everything to do with it. Usually we're staring through Atu's moon, so we don't see Atu, but we do see Uri. But now that Atu's moon is going over the top of us and farther away, and everything is moving to the right. So next month's drawing is going to be interesting. And I think I may have worked out how to do it. I might do a left of the sun drawing, right of the sun drawing.
Oh, okay.
And that way we could take into account the 360 if you took the 2 pages and put them back together at the
that'd be great.
end. And I could do that. It'll just make a little bit more work, but then we'll have to change what we do in the middle of the game. But it'll make drawing them in easier for everybody to understand.
I got a great quote from how do you say his name? Comte de Virue.
What?
Yeah. That's
Comte de Virue.
Okay, you lost me, but do go on.
Conspiracy which is being woven is so well thought out that it will be, so to speak, impossible for the monarchy and the church to escape it.
Here. Yeah, this is. I really think that some of this soft disclosure thing is going on.
Wow.
Topic. Yeah, look at that. Okay, let's examine this. I remember this shot. Okay, as a matter of fact, I just got done typing on Afon's. I was going to mention this today. This is the long box cube in front of the lead asteroid, believe it or not.
Meanwhile, people are looking up and they see that and they just think, wow, what a pretty looking angel cloud in the sky.
Yeah, almost looks like some sort of a dragon or
yeah, that too.
With a
right.
jellyfish internal body that's swooping down to bite your face off.
And Sam Thunder has a question about the distance of the moons.
Hey, quit pulling your fur out.
No, each one of their moons, that's the funny thing about the example of Saturn's yellow moon puts this ion trail that goes. It's a 2-sided gas trail that goes, or an energetic electrical trail. We don't know for sure, but the ion trail goes around both sides of Saturn, and that's the only planet that does that off of its moons. And Nibiru's moons are so tiny, it's amazing in comparison. Amel Saru is larger than Nana, and Nana concentrically orbits Amel Saru, and it's tidal locked. Atu's moon. Atu's moon is sort of weirdly egg-shaped. It has one side of it that's got a big flat edge on it, and it's tidal locked as well to Atu. But it is so big. But we know it's a moon because it's got craters. Whereas the gas giants have the gaseous stripes, which is both Atu and Uri have stripes. Uri is white with stripes, and Atu is purple, and it's got literally angular stripes compared to Uri. You don't see them very often, but when Atu leaves, maybe we will again. When we see a facial illumination. Let's see, any of the other planets really have wet. And it is believed that Saturn may have 3 moons. Although we've got pictures of it, there are not enough of them to absolutely talk about it regularly. But I do believe it might have because of why the ion trail lays itself around Isatum proper. Now, we know that Isatum does not have any water masses on it. We've seen some close-ups of it. We've seen some shadowing of it. It's a really red planet, and it's very rocky. It doesn't have any major mountain ranges like Matim does. Matim has snow-covered mountain ranges, but it's very small. Saru has all these little island land masses, and it has less deep oceans, so it's more green-blue. Compared to Nibiru, Nibiru has these major land masses like we do, but then the entire planet is very large and covered in oceans, and we've seen that in 2012 and 13. God, you guys missed a lot. And you know, I try to remind people of that, and somebody gets mad at me every once in a while, like, "Why do you tell us that?" You know, and it's like, not my fault you missed it, but you know. So I sometimes hesitate going back in the nostalgia because I'll get yelled at for it. But
Wendy has a question too. Wendy has a question here too about,
does Atu's moon kick off light when it rolls over at night like a crystal ball? I never. Atu's moon doesn't roll over. It's pretty much tidal locked, and the shape is all, the flat edge of Atu's moon has always been on the left-hand side, so I don't think it rolls. I don't see them as rolling planets. I don't think even Atu's moon or rotates. I know that Atu rotates, and I know that Yuri rotates, and we know. Let me put that back up.
what?
I didn't know exactly where that question came
You
from.
may go back to it, sure.
Yep. Thank you. I needed to find it. Well, the refracting light, when these planets do orbit, and the sun is somewhere else, then the moon can do that too. If the planet edge is cutting into the light, they have an atmosphere around them, and that atmosphere is not constantly thick, thin. It does as it rolls, as it rotates. The light shines through the clouds of the larger bodies. Now, if you're seeing a tumbling disco ball, then you're possibly seeing the blue asteroid tumbling, or the green asteroid tumbling, or the red asteroid tumbling. If it's tumbling, then it's most likely an asteroid. I hope that answered your question.
Okay. Did you cover this one, Sam? I don't know if you did or not.
Base plate of Isatum
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Streaky. Very streaky.
And again, this is the lead asteroid in front of the Saturn's yellow moon.
Gorgeous.
Yes.
And
scary.
Then to the left is Atu. That's why it's that dark right there.
Little scary when you think about things like this going on, Mike.
Oh yeah, well, the lead asteroid is immense. I mean, I'm so, you know, I talk about, you know, back in 2013, I thought we were dipshit dead for sure, you know.
I'm sure. That's like, you know.
I was buying rice and soup, and I got more spices than I'll ever use in my entire lifetime. I mean it, you know.
The only one.
I have more cooking spices than I will ever use in my lifetime.
That's great.
I'll have to start giving it away to my neighbors. Hey, if you need to go to the store for celery salt, let me know, man. Actually, I don't have a lot of. I got more ground ginger and garlic, and you name it.
Gonna have to make neck warmers with all that rice we have, Sam.
Yeah, I could start an industry here after a while.
Sure
Most
could.
of my rice is minute rice, and that lasts forever.
Yeah, it does.
And so
I have one of those food saver things to where I can suck all the air out of it. And
there you go.
Oh, a vacuum.
I've got the vacuum
that's what,
seal.
and dry beans last forever and things like that.
Oh my God, yeah.
I got those vacuum sealed too.
Yep.
I have a couple hundred pounds of raw rice that I've kept in tubs, and I'm sure it probably tastes like plastic by now. But I mean, who knows? Well, you know, in a pinch, I don't think I'd complain if I was eating it.
Right.
If you're hungry enough, yeah.
Yep.
Hey,
I
there's
try to
nothing wrong
avoid
with a plain
plastic.
bowl of rice.
And I have 4 more Vlasic pickles, and I know what to do with them. I'm gonna have to start eating those things. That's all there's to it.
You don't like pickles?
I'll put it to this way. My family started Philadelphia's first pickle business in the early 1900s.
Okay, cool.
Called Shupak
Genetic
pickles.
Right.
So I grew up with like fresh homemade pickles in my grandfather's refrigerator when I was a kid, and so and they sold to, ironically, Vlasic. So Vlasic could get into the Philadelphia market in the 60s. So, you know, my family pretty much sold the business, and but being I'm kind of a pickle snob, so
there you go.
Yeah, so
well, you know, hey, you didn't have Dutch parents, and they didn't force you to eat pickled herring, so.
No, but my dad ate pickled herring.
I love it.
And traumatized me eating pickled herring out of the refrigerator, and he'd be like,
Well, we were instructed on which county, if you lived in Amsterdam or if you lived in Groningen or any of the other southern cities, you'd eat it this way or you'd eat it that way, and you know, I can still remember when I first had my first American hot dog. I was 12.
But I do like a good tin of sardines every now and again.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Yes, I gotta admit,
smoked oysters.
Sardines. Oh yeah, oysters. Anyway, stop, guys. You're making me hungry. Yeah, the girls got to eat, but I didn't, so it's okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you know, I cannot eat those frozen pizzas. They are not healthy for me. I have been, but I shouldn't.
Hey, do you sure, Noah?
Right? No, actually,
Tombstone.
What the hell are they?
The five
Red Baron.
for $1.
No. Red Baron four.
Oh yeah, Red Baron.
$5 a piece now.
There you go.
I have one every now and again, and
they're you know, they're good fast food. But if I ate half a pizza, I'd be sick. You know, I don't deal well with all those preservatives. My body is so used to not having all of that. It just does not do me well.
I hear you, Sam. I hear you.
It's just your body says, nope, don't like it, get it out.
It's one reason why I'm glad at least I have the ability to like go, you know, I think I'm gonna make some homemade pizza today, and I can go downstairs and make home, you know. Like
these are ion tails off of a Satum Jello Moon. The upper one is. The lower one is probably ion tail also, but this is the ion tail and you can see the red blob in the middle. It's that purpley color in the middle of this shot. And this is the ions going around planet Saturn.
Okay. There's another picture I want you to see, and it won't pull up, so I'm going to turn it into a video. I'm going to make it to a video so you can see
remember
it.
December 12th? God, this week the last 2 weeks has just flown by.
Oh,
I know. I was just 51 like 2 days ago.
I have to wrap Christmas presents yet.
Oh no.
I'd like to be 51 again.
Yeah, I would enjoy that.
We'd go for that, wouldn't we, Sam?
Yes, I would volunteer to be 51 again. Yes.
I'd like to go back 20 years.
I'm like, what happened? Like, I mean, I know my birthday is 3 weeks exact to Christmas, so it's like, but it's like, wait,
that's got to short you on presents for the month for sure.
Sometimes
it goes fast. It does.
Well, these days, what presents?
Yeah, right. I get my kids presents, not me. I actually thought about, what do I want? And, I covered it with slippers but, the one thing I do want is, $500. So I'm not going to get that.
$1 million.
Yeah, $1 million with pinky. It's the pinky, isn't it? Yeah, 1 million. Yeah, I love that. That was a great movie, Austin Powers.
Comedy in me sometimes goes right over my head.
Oh, the guy called Fat Bastard. I just watched that.
Oh yeah, well that was great. How could you not?
Man,
How could you not laugh at Fat Bastard? I mean, come on, get in me belly, little baby.
Yeah, only certain people have the right to be that icky. And he did it well. He did it very, very well. Yeah, what do we got here? Now, this is, of course, a still picture, and it is not as intensely bright.
Right.
Nellie, I see Nellie right there. So we got Nellie going for us.
I thought that was a bird.
I'm
It is a bird.
I'm kidding.
Diving along.
I'm making a Loch Ness monster joke.
You can't do that in my group.
You get all monitored on you there. Well, it's the same thing. I screamed at people for 5 years about pareidolia. Every time people, she's laughing because everybody said, "Oh, it's so and so's face," and that comment did not stay posted for 40 minutes. No way.
And now I'm like that.
I removed all of that. I don't want to distract the new people.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Told you they're going to call me Sam Jr. pretty soon.
Oh no.
That's okay. You have as many pictures or coming up on as many pictures.
Oh my God.
I have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pictures, and it's just
You
scary.
do. You do.
I cringe sometimes when I add new ones. I'm going, when is it going to be the spring going to break for me loading this big, huge ass computer with all these pictures? But I haven't had any space warnings, so I'll have my tech guy check out how big I got going here. But I have a lot of terabytes, so
cool.
So do I.
Yeah, I'm tempted to say either lens flare, but I doubt it. But okay, let's examine this. Look at the size. Okay, the only thing at that altitude off the deck of the horizon, that could be the spiral asteroid.
Oh.
It's too small to be the tan asteroid. It's too big to be Pepe or Lorraine. It's way too small to be Matim. Placement says probably spiral asteroid, but there's no trail behind it, which is weird.
Right.
What if it was coming straight at you?
Smart.
Yeah. Size-wise, very odd. Very odd.
Asteroid for
And
sure.
there's no reflection on the water.
No.
No reflection on the water.
It's not bright enough.
No, it would be there.
Okay.
I'm going to have to scream lens flare. There would at least one or two little ripples of light on that water if it was real.
Okay.
I don't know.
I have to look at it in the big one.
If the person who took the picture wants to talk about it, I'd love to hear the details. I'm not trying to insult anyone. I just, it's got to fit certain criteria, and if there's no reflection on the water, that's a biggie.
Yeah. The only other thing is if the angle that they took the picture, but I'm looking at the big screen right now and I see nothing.
Yeah, I remember I'm on a 43-inch screen.
Well, mine's 27.5.
I just blew it up even bigger, and I do not see anything on the water. Now do the comparison. Look at the watermark from the actual sun on the right, and you see how wide that halo around it even is refracted in the water.
Right.
So, but there's none of that on the water at all to the left. And now that I blow it up bigger, it does have dots on it, which makes it very clear. Sorry.
The only other thing is if there'd be other pictures that go with the series.
Right.
Maybe,
if we saw a series of them, I would be persuaded.
Yeah, but without that,
I was instantly hesitant because it's not as bright as what it should be. And Lost
That might be
Rebecca
the-
someplace.
Yeah, that might be the last picture in that.
Oh, Rebecca. Sometimes she can hear us through her headphones. Well, something happened. Pushed a
Yeah.
button. She's executive directoring from afar.
I know she
I-
had
I
a whole
bet you her-
pile of
I bet you,
videos lined up for us.
Taylor probably brought her dinner. Or something cool like that.
Hmm.
Here she comes.
She's coming back.
That was strange.
Out playing
There
hooky
she
again.
is.
Hey, and they're
There
like,
she is.
hey, and I'm like, I'm here, and nobody could see me or hear me.
Nope.
Yeah. So, okay, there was another. Okay, so then there was a picture. That's that red asteroid. I just wanted to verify, Sam, because
Wow.
you know.
Yeah, look at the shape. Look at how close it is off the deck, off the horizon. It's in the right space. It's got the lines. It's got the little sister in front of it.
Yeah.
That little dark spot in the center, right by the
Neat.
telephone pole there. See that little darker, smaller circle in it?
Mhm.
That when I'm identifying the red asteroid, I always look for little sister, because little sister is always in front of the red asteroid.
Okay.
It's a smaller asteroid, and there's actually 10 or 12 or 15 even smaller ones. Oh, that's easy. That's the Texas Cube for sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's cutting
I
into
know.
the light.
I love it.
It's giving itself away. You can see 1, 2 of the surfaces, in the box.
Mm-hmm.
Extraordinary.
It's quite there, and it's quite. Oh my God, that thing is big. When I was watching those damn Star Destroyers offload out, it's like pulling Pez out of a Pez dispenser. In comparison, and size wise, which we know those Star Destroyers are huge. Like 3 football fields long, massive or bigger ships. And they look like these tiny little triangles coming out of that thing.
Yeah.
And then I've got my binoculars out in hand. I'm looking at those ships up close because they weren't in clouds. They were plain to see. Okay, this is interesting.
This one I want to know about. I have reservations.
Okay, yeah, this is a nighttime illumination, and we're seeing. Those are triangular. Let me blow this up. Those are triangular. They are not stars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are all triangular.
The Big Dipper and those 3 stars lined up right above the Dipper are part of a constellation. That I checked.
Where are you seeing the Big Dipper?
Very bottom.
At the bottom left
Okay, that would
angle.
mean that we would be staring due north.
Yeah. And if you follow the tail of the Big Dipper till you get to that first star, that one and those 3 others belong to another constellation. I did a layover and it matched up. But
So, in
now
other words, this is see-through, and that means it's not a planet. It could be a yard light refraction.
Oh.
The reason I'm saying it, and I'm not picking, but from other pictures that were taken, I saw sort of the same thing going on where it could not have been a planet.
Yeah.
So I called that as not a planet.
Okay. I agree. This is probably light from the yard light.
Yeah.
Really nice yard.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
However, those triangles could actually.
Yeah,
triangles could be
amazing right there.
Yeah,
that is
that's
perfect.
Just, yeah.
Okay, we have not seen Nepacity like this in quite a while, so this picture has to be somewhat old, at least 6 months or older.
It was just shared.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just shared in Cloud Appreciation Group. I'm in.
Okay, the one major problem with the photograph is, first of all, notice how high off we are. We are on like the 6th or 7th floor. And if you notice over in the middle right-hand side, you're seeing the ceiling lamp of the window because we're filming through glass. This is why I always tell people don't film through glass.
Yeah.
If you can
Okay.
help
Or
it.
at least
But
if
great
you
shot.
film through glass, at
Please
least
say
let them
so.
know.
Yeah, say.
Yeah.
Because a
Say
lot of
something.
people are in a car and they're not as good as Rebecca that she can
Well,
put her hand up and get perfect
Taken
shot.
I mean,
in a
but
tall
it's
building,
still
and that's an office hallway lighting or
Perfect
something. That's a
shots.
square ceiling panel that's showing. And
right.
This
the office
was
But
behind that.
claimed to be December 2024 from Canada.
I was going
And
to
look at
say,
the steam, man.
it's
Those guys are
still
cold.
we still see the definition of Nepicity's clouds.
Right.
I mean, I know there's a reflection, but
I
that's
agree. I agree.
you know what I'm
It's a great
saying.
shot. It's got minimal glass refraction, which is good.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know me.
It's
I'm always, like, don't.
I know. I
I
do.
absolutely. I drew a line
'Cause
years ago saying if it's filmed through glass, I can't use it.
Yeah.
That's where, and I've always kept that rule. Even if
Yes,
it's
you
got
have.
anything, I don't use it.
Yeah.
Now we
Okay.
use
Nice
it
to
on the
look at,
show.
but
I
it
have no
can't be
problem with that.
used.
But, for me personally, I will not use it or save it as a file piece.
Yeah,
Okay, this is the bottom
these are.
of.
I'm sorry, Sam. Go ahead.
No, you please say anything you'd like.
It just brings me back to 25 years ago, where nothing like this.
Yeah, our old boring
ever-
light blue sky with very few clouds.
Yeah, I mean, even growing up,
Yeah, not normal.
You didn't see
No.
stuff like this as a kid.
No,
Mm-mm.
absolutely
No.
not.
No.
Absolutely not. Even
And not every week.
even
We're seeing the same stuff week after week.
Right.
The real sky color is yellow.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And
And that's a direct effect from Peru.
prior to 2009, between 2002 and 2009, I never saw anything remotely close to what we're seeing now.
Right.
During
And
some of
everybody
these
recently
sunsets.
grew up with it. And they all think it's normal.
Right.
I mean, 14, 15 years later, if you were in 18, 15 years ago, you would think this is your normal sky. Now 15 years older, you're 23, 24 years old, 25, 26, 27, 30 years old. This is normal to you.
Yeah, it's like I wanted to talk about the sundog phenomenon for a minute, and like how everybody all of a sudden are taking these pictures of the sun halo and the sun dogs, and I'm like, I never heard of sun dogs growing up.
Never.
No one ever talked about.
A sundog is a refraction from the camera lens. And if you're filming through what they say is ice crystals in the atmosphere, the difference between a sundog and an atmospheric halo is a sundog will come below the horizon line in the picture from the photographer all the way down to their feet. You'll see that halo all the way down below the bushes, below the trees, and in the grass in front of you. That's a sundog. But if you see a halo and it is out in space and it doesn't have a sub-horizontal arc to it, then that is a cutoff halo in space.
Right.
Right
Well,
here-
I mean, I've seen some of these pictures, and I've seen people that have gone to different art museums, and they've seen paintings from whenever, and they're going, look at this, and it's like, wait, huh? So it's like, how come all of a sudden we're seeing things now that nobody ever, but then again,
well, we've never had planets in the way. Look, see that sharp
right,
edge?
we
just
don't
above the
have
tree?
technology like we have now either.
See that tree and see that sharp edge on the left-hand side of the sun? That's Matim.
Wow. Okay.
And it's peeking out from behind Uri, which is this whole side angle thing from the top upper right-hand corner all the way down to the secondary tree and the light pole. That angle straight down to the corner where it says shot on moto GE Stylus 5G, where it says that is the edge of Uri. And then Matim is popping out right behind that second tinier tree and toward the right there. That is where Matim is. And it matches exactly the monthly site drawing.
Wow.
Awesome.
We know Matim is there. And we haven't seen Matim in, God, like 7 years. And I kept waiting and going, where the heck is Matim? And I'd even forget to draw Matim in because it was nowhere to be seen. This bubbly is the bottom of his Saturn's yellow moon. Flame like bubbles with a Saturn behind it.
Wow.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that orange, most of that orange is coming from the base cloud of Saru, but the red is coming from the red planet Saturn. And we've actually seen some really insanely very large red Saturn facial illuminations in the last month. It's been awesome. And they're rare and far between, but you got to get it right at that few minute period of time where the light is shining the right angle. And they move quickly. And what you can see, and then all of them, and take Christoper's word for it. Yeah, look at this. This spiral out. We're going straight across our neck.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's and
wild.
Yes, there's probably 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 miles in between that, or 800 miles, there's no way for me to measure this, but it is just above our atmosphere.
Okay.
Or in. I don't even know if it's kicking in, but this is a reoccurring. Currently, the spiral asteroid has been doing this, and every time I see it, it's just amazing. It's like,
Christoper, that's what I saw when I flew out to Nancy.
Okay. Really?
Saw that from the airplane. That
Really?
was
Wow.
awesome. That was a jaw dropper.
And it's lead asteroid in front of the Saturn's yellow moon.
That's great.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's awesome. And
big.
somewhere up in there's a whole bunch of other shit too, like the long box. It's all
So
up.
big.
It's always there.
So big.
That was the last one.
That is
Yeah.
the great white screen of an Arctic. Yeah.
Okay,
Here are
here's
the stars. Here are the stars.
Here is this picture. I've been keep seeing this the last day or so. I'm like,
You
what
remember
is
when we
going
used
on?
to have old TVs years ago? They
Tell
go,
me.
oh, look, it's the Eskimo in the snowstorm.
What?
Whoa, what is that?
What is this?
Thanos' spaceship? Like, hello?
Is it real?
No.
No.
I don't know.
Okay, it can't be right. I mean, it's like shared on the National Geographic Facebook page,
really?
and I'm like, yeah, they're calling it a ring of fire or something. I'm like,
I don't know.
That looks like Thanos' spaceship.
I know, I think it looks fake, but I'm like, National
We're gonna have to
Geographic is
learn how
trying
to
to say
use,
this is real.
like,
Why? Just because
Big
there's
object
people
detection
down below
software.
taking pictures of something else.
I know,
Never seen
I
an
know.
occasional tornado before
Right.
or water spout.
That can't be real. That looks silly.
It's
Anyway,
it's,
National Geographic.
it's a tire commercial.
Right?
Yeah, tires.
New Michelin.
Oh, yeah,
something.
no, Michelin Man. Yeah.
They would say it was real, wouldn't they? I mean, really. Anyway.
Well, we do find stuff
Whatever.
that is
Crazy
real that we don't
tire.
even understand.
Definitely
There are
crazy.
some things we don't know, but that didn't
Yeah.
look real.
Ring of fire.
No.
I can't even imagine what would cause
I know.
that.
Shame on them.
Scientifically, what could cause it? It's a tire rolling off the highway. Okay.
Thanos' spaceship.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Now Jerry
Guy
sent
just
me a
cracks
couple of
me up.
pictures right before the show. Let me pull this up real quick. This one was whatever. I don't know if it's an ad for a cell phone, but he just saw some illuminations around the sun, that some little dots.
Yeah. Well, we know.
Mhm.
Let's see. Depending on when this was captured.
There's no way of knowing when, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what helps a lot.
Yeah.
Well, these are rosation flares, and that's because the sun is being pinched.
Yeah. Okay. And of course Paramount and their logo with asteroids. Longbox cube? No. Whatever, asteroids though.
Yeah, those little
Atu's
white
moon.
dots galore.
Atu's moon is right above it because you can see a curve going all across the sky.
Sure.
Yes. So
Oh, you know,
maybe
and
it's a
been showing up
cube.
in TV commercials and movies for years, and when I see it, I go, God, nobody even noticed that. How did you miss that?
It's funny you say that, Sam, because I have my eye and on watching shows and movies and TV now, and I'm like, you know, when they're out and about doing stuff, and
They
I,
even
and
did
I
it in a
look,
Green Giant commercial.
yeah, and I
And
look,
you
and I'm
look
like,
back
is
there,
that?
you know, there's Atu and Yuri in the background. It's like, oh my God.
I was watching Survivor the other night, and they showed the sky, and you could see it clear as day. You could see the curve. You could see the dark.
Yeah.
I learned from Sam, look at the dark first.
Right.
And I mean, hello, slap you in the face. It's right there.
Yes.
I still have it recorded. I'll have to find it and pause it and take a picture of it.
This is a really old
Send
shot.
it to Rebecca.
This comes from
Cool.
2019, 2017. Atu's moon is on the upper right-hand corner.
Okay.
And Atu and Yuri.
Wow.
Yeah, this is just when they started transitioning over from the right-hand side in the dead center over the top of the middle and heading to the left. So that has to be pre-2019.
Okay.
Yeah, have you? Oh, hey, I went
was
to
the
buy a
last
movie.
one
I
from
looked
Jerry.
at one of the videos that Disney is selling, and they have doubled their prices. They want $50 for a video now.
What?
Yep.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
Season 3 of The Mandalorian is $50.
Oh.
What? Is it?
Are they out of their minds?
No.
I never even got to see season 1 yet.
I saw the first 2 seasons, but
Sam, hit me up. I'll give you my login. You can watch it for free.
I didn't know how to do that yet.
I'll teach you. Just hit me up privately and we'll talk.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
And I'll sign you in.
That's nice of you.
Yeah.
God, I watched.
Yeah, you're allowed to have.
Thankfully, well, you know, not yet. Hopefully, they won't. But
Hey,
they
I have a
don't.
question for you. You're in the culinary world.
Yeah.
Have you watched Beard Meets Food yet?
No.
Write it down. Got a piece of paper right there.
What is it?
Beard Meat, as in meat, MEATS, meets food.
I won't forget that. Beard meets food.
Yeah, he's one of the world-class food eater contest guys, and he puts away amount of. I love the guy. I watch it every week, every time there's anything new.
I couldn't imagine.
Oh, this guy puts away. He'll eat 14 pounds of food.
Oh, I ate 2 chicken croquettes and a 6-ounce portion of mashed potatoes and some green beans, and I'm like,
Yeah.
And he's skinny. I love the guy. He's got a great sense of humor. He's British. Beard meets food.
He eats 14 pounds of food and he's skinny.
Yeah, this guy's a beanpole,
Okay.
and he wears a medium shirt.
Does it show him like on camera eating the entire time, or does it break away
7
ever?
years. I think he's
Yeah.
like the 4th or 5th rated worldwide eater, and I don't like the
Yeah.
other guys, but Beard Meats Foods is my favorite of all of them, and he has an entire plethora of binge watching for you to do in case you're. But you get to see all this food that he eats, and of course you get to see what other restaurants around the world are serving.
Right.
All these food challenges.
So thankfully, like I was just about to say, is the nice thing about Disney, they don't have that anti-sharing thing like NETFLIX.
Yeah.
So
Good to know,
that's why I
good to
say hit me up private. Send me a private.
I've been watching a lot of Gordon
allowed,
Ramsay lately.
There's 4 places on Disney Plus to have family members.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Good to
And
know.
there's no problem.
Yeah, they don't have. They have like it's like you can sign up whoever you want.
Yeah, there's like 4 spaces.
God, what a world. You know, we don't even get game cartridges anymore. You have to pay for them on you know, I just could scream for what they've done to kids, because you used to be able to buy the game,
Right.
the
Yeah.
cartridge, and you'd always keep that cartridge, but not now. You have to get monthly service.
Mhm.
And they're soaking these kids for millions, billions.
Digital downloads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the companies got sued for a whole bunch of hundreds of millions of dollars because they were charging for some game. I don't know what game it is.
Fortnite.
Is that it? Yeah.
I think so.
You know, like in-game purchases that were unnecessary for the game to be
Yeah,
played.
Right. And you buy clothing or weapons.
Yeah, right. And it's like,
Oh, and
know.
they soak these kids left and right for great deals of money. I
Wow.
mean, I'm sure that my daughters probably spent quite a bit, occasional some of their allowance, because that's what they do with their allowance now. They spend it on PlayStation, and I hate that. And I kept telling them, no, there's other things you need, you know, like a hairbrush or new hair bands or things that you want to buy yourself. Oh no, we just spend it on PlayStation. It's like, oh, don't even tell me.
All right.
But it is their allowance.
Right.
I know my youngest son, he played Roblox for years and years and years. And I'm like, another $5. And, you know, it just went on and on and on. Roblox. And now he sees he's got nothing to, you know, show for all those years. He did that. Yeah.
Well, that's like me and all those beers I drank way back when. You know, you only rent them. You don't get to keep. But then after I quit bartending,
Yeah, what happened to that case of Bud Light I bought when I was?
Yeah, you know, beer doesn't even taste the same anymore. I've gotten to the point I can't even finish one anymore. Period. And I used to, you know, I'd be up there with the sailors pouring them down by the 12 pack and not even feel it, because when you bartend you have to you learn how to count money and drink. Anyway, I don't recommend it, but that it's not even the same world anymore. You know, you bartend now, you don't get to drink, you don't get to smoke. I'd go through 2 packs of cigarettes at the bar not because I smoked them, only because I lit them and set them down.
Set them down.
Yeah, you take one drag off, you put it in the ashtray, and you'd never come back to it.
Yeah.
So you go through 2 packs a shift, just because you do it so often. But anyway, it's another world. I don't live in the same world I used to ever since 2001, and wow, we are in a different world.
Yeah, we are.
That's why you learn to light it, take a few drags off of it, put it out.
Snuff it. There you go.
Exactly. That's why I unfortunately, yes, I'm a smoker, but I have one of these
the snuff it.
The snuffers.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
so I'll light it and I'll take a couple drags off
and
of it.
And they don't get skunky.
Because typing, I would literally light one, take a couple drags, sit in my ashtray, go back to typing, and look down, and it was gone.
Yep. And now you can't do that because they're so expensive. I
make my own. I go and I buy the tubes and the tobacco, and I make my own.
There you go.
So instead of spending $50, $60, $70 on a carton of cigarettes, I go down and I buy a thing of tubes and a bag of tobacco, and it's like $12.
Wow.
And that'll last me at least 3 weeks.
Wow,
4 weeks.
I need to look into a tobacco market, because what I'm paying is insane, and I shouldn't smoke at all, and I'm not going to be able to much longer. The fact that our money has changed and my rent went up and benefits are being changed, and oh my God, I'm in trouble. So I rely on people and donations. People, hint.
Well, you know what, Sam?
Say that, but I do.
Like it's easy to stop. You just have to make the choice to say, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore.
Right.
That's what I did.
And I will chisel your words in stone here, because I've tried recently quite a few times to actually quit. And you know where I'm going to blame you guys, because I sit down in front of the show and I go, no, I got to have a pack of cigarettes for the show, man. And
so herein lies the bigger question to that is what's your triggers? you don't have to answer that to me right now, but it's something to answer yourself. Is what are your triggers around that?
Staying busy.
And then once you get to those answers, to the bottoms
it's
of those
staying busy.
answers, and you start healing what is at the core of those triggers.
A lot of it, I would be fidgeting with my hands and not knowing what to do with myself after, and that's usually what it is trying to stay busy while I'm sitting in between conversations and talking to you guys and all of that. You'll hear my little lighter go click click from time to time, and I often wonder about, did they hear the lighter? Not doing anything else because God knows we don't have the money for anything else. But anyway. Hi world, how are you? Welcome to Sam. I'm feeling lightly exposed here. Anyway, I truly need to. It's a fidget thing, and I've quit before, and
it's a motion thing.
Here's another way of looking at it. So look at the energy that the word quit harbors in itself.
Dark.
Okay. And and if we look at it as we choose to
become a non-smoker,
stop,
or a non,
but then it can start again.
There's an
quit, you restart.
Right.
There's got to be
and this is where when I stopped, my brain said, and my spirit, all my guides, all these beings floating around me said, don't look at it like you're quitting. Look at it as though you're stopping something that you don't want to put into you. You don't want to put into you anymore.
Oh God!
And you're making a choice to not give these companies the money that they're robbing you of.
And just choose a healthy body.
Exactly. You're choosing.
Don't use quit. Don't use stop. It's just like people who say, I want to lose weight. Well, guess what? You're going to find it again.
Right.
So I choose to be healthy.
Right.
Period.
Right. And I mean, you and I are on that same page. And there's a lot to words and spells.
Absolutely.
The spells that
affirmations. They're powerful.
Why they call it spelling.
Yep. Affirmations are powerful.
Exactly. Well, have you got anything for us, Rebecca? We're coming up on our 7th hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
That I know.
Oh my gosh, it's almost 8
They
o'clock
just
here.
roll by. I know. Yeah, it's almost 10
don't
o'clock
have
here.
any
I can't believe that.
How's that sphere out there doing, Chris? Does it keep you awake at night?
No, I don't live close to the strip. But it's wild. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Right.
Yeah, we're still
bright.
waiting
You can
for
see
your
it all
film.
clear across the valley.
Your Man About Town film in front of the sphere. Get that as your startup logo.
Right.
And then gets even if you have to wear a disguise and dark glasses, go ask people if they even know about Nibiru.
One of those noses and a little mustache thing.
Right. Dress all black while you're at it.
Yeah, I'd see him out in the street. I'd follow him everywhere.
Black hat, dress all in black.
That's what, Chris.
yeah,
I'll come out and you start, and then I'll go, oh, tell me more. And I'll really, here's $10. Here, tell me more.
Right. I guess if you want to put your logo, your business logo on the sphere for 4 minutes, if you have $5,400, you can put your logo on the sphere and they'll put it there for 5 minutes or something like that.
Only 5. Chris,
Yeah,
you say me $10, I'll stand all day with the sign and walk around.
All right, $5,400 for and some people have got their advertisements going on it all day long, probably. So, but I guess there's a little machine you can just walk up to it and put your card in there and use your phone, and it'll put whatever picture you want on the sphere for
how much is it? How much?
$5,400.
That's
$5,400.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm
For
just
5
a much
minutes?
cheaper way.
For 4 or 5 minutes of time.
I'll even put a chicken suit on you.
How much money did they rake in when Jen Company played
Billions.
there? Jeez, yeah. Come on.
Billions with a B.
That's terrible.
I think it costs like $2 billion to build the thing.
Yeah.
People are starving, and they're just
Yeah.
for $100.
And it's in like a terrible neighborhood. I mean, it's in a real bad neighborhood. They built it like behind the strip, kind of. So, and then past that is just bad.
The Walking
Real bad.
Dead.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the zombie
Don't
area.
waste your money.
Like the zombie area or like the demilitarized area.
Demilitarized zone of Vegas.
Well, we are seeing a very. If anybody's watched the Philadelphia downtown, what is that, Kensington Avenue?
Kensington, yes, it's awful. It's awful down there.
It's so sad.
I mean, I have a memory of being down there when I was a kid, and it was a thriving area of the city, shops, stores, people.
Now, remember, historically, Philadelphia at one point in time was the capital.
Right.
And Kensington Avenue is where the Continental soldiers marched down. It was a once very famous street.
Yep. It sure
and
is.
Now it is a shooting gallery, if you know what that means.
It's absolutely. It's horrible when you drive through it and you see, like, there was one day where I was driving down and I saw this guy, and you could tell he was, fresh, and he was sitting on one of those like a 2.5 foot pole, and it's like a diameter of like, this big, and he's just sitting on top of it, hunched over, and his whole body, even though he's like in a catatonic state, drug-induced state,
with their head down,
his body was pretty much balanced on this pole to where every time you looked at him like he was gonna fall over, he twitched and his whole body, but he was perfectly balanced on this street pole. And it's just like the way that people's, and it's just you get out of your vehicle to walk to a building, and not even on Kensington Avenue, 3 blocks over, and you could just feel the stagnant energy in the air. It's just like what.
And they've got a new add to the drugs that they're using. It's called Trank, and it's actually it's eating their body, and they're getting sores, lesions on their legs and hands.
It's awful.
And all these people are rolling around in wheelchairs.
Talk about population control. I mean,
it is. They're fentanyl and everything. We've got a real problem, unfortunately, and I worry about all those folks who are subject to serious addiction issues. And we need to focus on mental health and hospitals to where the mental health people could go instead of being homeless and on the street and getting worse, not better. But unfortunately, I think society has seriously stopped caring. And I think we need to be reminded that.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you. Yeah.
Carolyn Bob.
We have to relook at how we're living. We have to change
You said
society.
that.
We can't keep this up. We can't keep ignoring the poor people while the rich people are flying in Lear jets and lapping it up and getting all the tax breaks while we are all out here working. And then I'm telling my kids that I can't buy them that bag of potato chips because it's now $8 and $9 for a bag of potato chips.
Oh my gosh. It's absolutely ridiculous.
That's terrible.
And when you have to tell your children, I remember in 1974 and 1972 and 76 what it was like when we were eating squirrels and spitting the BBs on the plate
every day.
And people have forgotten that, and that's, God, believe it or not, that's my age group. And wow, we've forgotten quickly.
Squirrel pie or rabbit pie, you name it.
Jimmy Carter and the gas recession and the hostage crisis, all of that.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Iran, and we've been dealing with that middle Arab issue going on all the way back to then. And I mean, let's just talk about the people in Yemen or in Syria. The population, not the government. Those people are suffering like, oh my God. Egyptians, they're in major civil war. Tunisia, they just got wiped out by that big, massive freaking storm here, and I don't think they even recovered yet. Or let's talk about the storms in Greece or Italy or Spain or on and on and on and on. We're in a world of hurt. And let's talk about Germany or France or Holland or Belgium. All the flooding that they went through the last 2 years, or China. Oh my God, China's been flooding.
Oh, it's been terrible in China. Terrible.
And all the South Koreans and the North Koreans. I can't. North Koreans are starving to death.
Yep.
And it's horrible. We got to change our world. Anyway, you know me. I get every once in a while. I'll get on my soapbox.
Hey, that's all right.
It's okay. Sometimes it needs to happen because
and on this
we all have to vent things, and that's where it takes me back to like this whole theory of like where people are like, no negativity allowed, and they want to be all like positive all the time, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's just unrealistic behavior. Like sometimes we actually have to be able to talk about what we see going on in the world because our heart is so broken over
it's horrible
what we see going on, and it's like, wait.
Oh, I sat here and I was worried about the people in Syria. I mean, like 3 million people in the desert on the border between Turkey and Syria.
Yeah.
Now, granted, the United States did step in, and they have added some support to those people over the last few years. But it was highly
3 million people actually.
Even though the United States, during the Obama administration leveled Syria, leveled it, drone attack, boom, done.
Yeah, they did a lot of nasty.
Yes, they did. Like
it's like a little heavy hand with drone attacks, and the collateral damage was high. But they were also feeling out the new technology for good or for worse. And I am not one that believes that you should have the right to take a bomber 10,000 miles on the other side of the planet and wipe somebody out. And we did. We sent
over what the Rothschild banking cartel.
Yeah, well, there's so many factions all playing wine and dine over this oil game. It's all about money. It's not about reality anymore. It's all about greed. And we've got to stop that. We're killing our planet, sucking up the oil and burning it and all of that. We all know that. How about a little control? How about one step forward, 2 steps back? Let's meet in the middle here, have some reality, and not run off of greed. I mean, show me anything that's not run off of greed right now.
Nothing.
Us. Yeah, we give this for free. And,
us.
We because we care, we give a shit.
That's how I am with a lot of, when I talk to people and they're like, out on the street or wherever, and they're like, "What do you do? And who are you?" Yada yada, and I start talking about shamanic healing and energy work and Reiki and yada yada, and they're like, "How much do you charge?" And I'm like, "Well, I'll give to you whatever you want. Like, give me a sandwich, or it's on me because I want to show you what this is like, and I want to help you with whatever your problem is." It's like, going back to the times 2,000 years ago, like Jesus didn't charge anybody money. If he was real and he really walked the earth as a being, like he wasn't going, "I want $150 an hour."
No, he didn't exchange.
Right.
He used energy and took.
Right. And he treated the earth was his church, and the people were his congregation. He didn't. He left one religion because he realized exactly what we're all coming to realize is that the world is corrupt. They lie to people, they cheat people, they steal, they do this, they do that, they control. And he's like, he didn't want any of that.
But we are designed like that. That is the original sin, is because we're workers that are sent here to mine and get greedy to get that shit out. Otherwise, we won't work that hard.
Right.
And that is kind of what we're here for. And unfortunately, we don't live long enough. We're very short-lived, and it's a true pity. And I would love to live to 150 years old, but not with this body.
Right.
Right. It's like, ow, we're falling apart by the time we're in our 60s and 70s and 80s, and we,
Some
if
of
there
us
was a way
earlier
to
than that.
self-heal, then that'd be good. And there are ways to self-heal. And again, we'll talk about, chanting, grounding, and all of that. Chakra tower development, everything, magnetosphere, all of that is one thing. But many.
Power of suggestion.
Power of suggestion. Yeah, that's true. If you tell yourself you're healing,
Absolutely. My cells are healing. I breathe in good health. I breathe in the best for me, and I exhale anything that does not serve me. Period. So simple.
So, we are heading into the holiday, and we've got 4 days till Christmas. So my wish is for everyone to realize that world peace is available. It should be an option. We don't use the word hate anymore. Let's use the word love, and let's all try to get along and share holiday spirit and cheer with everyone in the coming few days and the days to follow as well. So let's change our world and get better at this.
All right.
Absolutely.
I can be down with that. Absolutely.
Let's get better.
Totally agree.
Today's the real holiday anyway.
Yeah, solstice day. You're right.
Yeah.
It is the celebrating day of the winter solstice.
Unless that changed too, and we haven't been notified properly.
Yeah.
Well,
I can tell them.
Actually, the solstice, we did notice the first major jog of the orbit change. Oh, what about 3 weeks ago, was it? Where the sun started being way down in the deep southwest.
I've been seeing that the times change for like 15 to 18 years. It's like in increments. Like it seems like they're.
Oh yeah, we are moving. Where the Milky Way is changing because we're going through the galactic plane. We're moving, and that happens every 300,000 years as well. And that's the Mayan calendar and all of that. And we started that as 2012. And so there's a lot of things going on. We're even the strong wave magnetosphere of the universe. We're going through that part of the electrical right now. So that could also be influencing our brains as well, and our behavior and our pets, and God only knows what else. And gremlins and hamsters.
Oh no!
Remember, no hamsters were in the mix. And so I'm just going to say Merry Christmas to everybody. I guess we could wind it up here because we've run out of things to talk about.
Yeah, I mean,
we haven't run out. We haven't run out of things to talk about.
I mean, there's always things to talk about.
Right.
Yeah, unless you all want to keep going. I mean, I'm. Whatever.
I'm sorry. I am tired. I am tired.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay.
It's 11:11.
Wants to go play Star Wars.
Star Wars time. I know. And eat. I haven't eaten since this morning, so.
It's 11:11 where he is. It's 9:11 where I am.
Oh, I'm 1 minute off. It's 11:12.
Yeah.
Mine
And
just
Michelle,
changed. We're good.
I was gonna tell Elie and Michelle, thank you.
Yes, thank you guys.
And Caroline. Yes, and I was gonna say Michelle plans on joining us next week as well.
Cool.
So we get a double dose of Michelle. So I'm gonna take it.
I took like 3 days off next week. That's why whenever you had asked me, I said, well, I was thinking about next weekend, but I'd love to be here for the holiday show. But I took Christmas and 2 days off afterwards to have a nice long holiday and recoup from the chaos at work. And so
we all need that.
Send me
and if anybody out there in the world needs some help or anything, any kind of guidance, whatever, feel free to hit me up on Facebook.
Careful what you wish for. I'm joking.
Yeah. Better be a little more specific, buddy.
Anything. If people need somebody to talk to, whatever it is.
Guidance.
Guidance. I'm here.
Very cool.
For anything, anybody, Chris, I know you and I had talked a couple weeks back.
Cool.
That was really nice. So,
a friendly face,
I'm always here for any kind of conversations. I don't have
non-judgmental heart.
I'm very non-judgmental.
I know that.
I don't judge.
I feel that.
I grew up with a lot of that, and I had to make a decision. 4 agreements really helped with that one too.
Yes, absolutely.
So the world is our oyster in a way, and we all have to be here for each other in some way out there, especially people out there in the world. So keep that in mind as people listen to this. That there are those of us who are out here who are here to support those people who are having tough times with the ongoing mind and emotional
bizarro world we live
in. World that we live in, and
there is healing on all levels.
On all levels, yes, absolutely.
From one Reiki master to another.
Yes, indeed, love it.
We know it, don't we?
Yep, we sure do. And it's just not Reiki too. It's also just the mastery of who we are as beings.
Absolutely.
In this
These people know me.
It's time for us to evolve, you guys. We gotta reach for the stars. Stars.
Yeah, and it's true. It's in here. It's in here. We just have to remember that it's in here, and a lot of people forget.
Okay.
Everything is within everything.
Yep.
All righty. Well, then, Merry Christmas, everyone, and
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
Thank you for having me.
Nice to meet you, Elie.
Nice to meet you too, Michelle.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you and I will talk again at some point soon. And Rebecca, Chris, Sam, like I said, if you want some Disney,
okay, I'll ponder.
Take them up on it. It's worth it.
Do it.
Be nice.
Wow,
take it.
Do it.
I might have to learn how. Anyway.
Oh, it's not hard.
Yeah.
It's not hard. It's a couple
easy.
steps. You're a piece of cake. You can do it, honey.
Okay. Well, I know that. I have
Take them up on it.
They always
would love it
for me, anyway.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll be the first to dash out. That way we talk to you all very soon. Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
Okay.
Love
Thank
you
you,
guys.
everybody.
Thank you.
See you
Happy
next
holidays,
week.
everybody.
Bye.
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 Saturday. Have a good holiday too.
Love and blessings.
Love y'all. Bye.
Bye.
Love
Love
you.
you too.
Bye, Michelle. Bye,
Okay.
Elie.
There we go.